I hope we all have put our mobile phones on the silent mode already. Good morning, namaste, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished policy makers, industry leaders, global change makers, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a privilege for me to welcome you all to PRAKRITI 2026, the second international conference on carbon markets organized by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency under the guidance of Ministry of Power and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, in association with UNEP, the World Bank, UNFCCC, the Regional Collaboration Center for MENA and South Asia, also GIZ, British High Commission, Pledge for Earth, EDF, and all the other knowledge partners. My name is Namrata Sehrawat, and I'm going to be your host for the next 2 days ahead. Last year, in the first edition of PRAKRITI, we started with a very powerful dialogue. And this time, it has evolved further into a platform of action and transformation. Because, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It's a present reality. A reality that is reshaping economies, ecosystems, and the very way we live. But within this challenge lies an opportunity to rebuild smarter, grow cleaner, and collaborate stronger. Well, amongst this, India is stepping forward with intent through its nationally determined contributions and its transformative initiatives like the Indian carbon market to reduce carbon intensity and drive climate change at scale. Also guided by the global frameworks such as the Paris Agreement, we must reduce our emissions by 45% by the year 2030 and move towards net zero by 2070. And I believe this is what precisely brings us here today. We are gathered here under the theme of unlocking carbon finance for NDC implementation, global partnerships, and digital pathways. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will hear some valuable insights from our speakers who have joined us here from all across the globe. So it's going to be 2 completely knowledge-packed days ahead. Meanwhile, all the thought-provoking perspectives are being shared here. You are requested to kindly let the world know that you're present here at this platform. Make sure we are posting online on our social media platforms, be it Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, all the other social media platforms. But while you are doing that, please use the hashtag PRAKRITI 2026. And all your social media posts, by the way, would be showcased outside on our social media wall as well. So let's make sure that the world knows you are here. On that note, we will begin this morning with our first plenary session, which is going to be on development of global carbon markets, Paris Agreement crediting mechanism. Well, this plenary session will provide a comprehensive overview of how global carbon markets are evolving under the Paris Agreement, with a particular focus on the Paris Agreement credited mechanism. Now, to chair and moderate this session, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Saurabh Didi, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your applauses rolling as we welcome our esteemed panelist here on the stage, Mr. Marcos Castro, Senior Environmental Specialist, World Bank. Mr. Stefan Elkas, Policy Officer, Climate, EU Delegation to India. Ms. Laura Eilert, First Secretary, Climate and Energy, Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office. Ms. Ana Paula Cunha Machado Cavalcanti, Under Secretary for Regulation and Methodologies at the Secretariat for Carbon Markets, Ministry of Finance, Brazil. Welcome to all the panelists. May we request you to please take your seats. We cannot bear to hear your insights on the emerging trends and opportunities ahead. So over to you, Mr. Didi.
Thank you. Welcome to second edition of Prakriti, this 2026. So first session is actually we are starting with the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, which is quite important, that how internationally these crediting mechanisms can actually work and how these things will happen. So this PACM and other international carbon markets, how they will actually function effectively, how they can work together, these are the key questions we have. So we have on our panel Mr. Marcos Castro. Mr. Marcos is a marketing and growth leader with extensive experience in digital strategy, AI-driven innovation, and revenue development. Marcos has led initiatives focused on integrating artificial intelligence into marketing and go-to-market strategies. Now, how they can be integrated with carbon market is a big question. As a speaker, Marcos brings forward looking perspective on AI, growth, and innovation, combining practical insights with real-world applications to help audience navigate the future of marketing and technology. Also, we have Stephen. Stephen is a public sector professional, experience in international relations, diplomacy, global policy engagement. He is currently associated with Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. Stephen has worked across diverse international contexts, supporting initiatives that promote economic collaboration, sustainability, and policy dialogue. Stephen brings a thoughtful and globally informed perspective to this engagement. Welcome, Stephen. Also, we have Laura. Laura is communication and public affairs professional with experience in international relations and government engagement. She is currently associated with Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO UK. She's the odd one out, I'll say. She's having a background of journalism and public communication, and with a strong understanding of storytelling, stakeholder engagement, and public policy communication, which is actually very important in today's era. Laura is particularly interested in global development, international cooperation, and the role of communication in shaping policy outcomes. As speaker, she offers thoughtful insights on public diplomacy, strategic communication, and evolving role of media. Also, we have Anna. Anna is a public policy specialist with extensive experience in climate policy, sustainability, and government strategy. She currently serves as a secretariat for the carbon market at Brazil, Ministry of Finance, where she contributed to the development and implementation of policies supporting the country's low carbon transition and carbon framework. As a background, she is specialist in public policy, government management, and also worked in key areas like environment governance, economic policy, institutional coordination. As a speaker, she offers insight into climate governance, market-based solutions, and evolving global landscape of climate policy. So let's start with questions with Marcos first. So we have limitation of time. So let's try to give answer in 3 to 4 minutes so that we can have more questions from the audience if time permits. So first question to Marcos is, from a global perspective, what are the top 2 to 3 integrity and governance elements that will determine PACM, credibility, and demand? Over to Marcos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Didi, for welcoming me to this event. First of all, I'm very pleased to join you again for the second edition of Prakriti. I had the privilege of already participating in the first one, and I must say that the way the podium has evolved, which is actually very nice, very beautiful, but quite intimidating, reflects probably the appetite and the interest of this quite important topic with the national stakeholders, national and regional stakeholders. Also, and just to manage expectations of what the the audience can expect from my contributions, I must say I wish I am an AI specialist or expert. At least I would have job security in that regard. I'm with the World Bank team that is supporting the Partnership for Market Implementation. As you know, that's the bank's in technical assistance and advisory facility working with our client governments, client countries in advancing carbon pricing policy instruments like the CCTS and international carbon markets. So on your question, Mr. D, we're right now at a stage where finally, after so many years of negotiations, the PAC mechanism, the Paris Agreement Crediting Mechanism, has been launched, is ready to get started, it's being operationalized. And now the big challenge for not only the policymakers, but for the global community, is to make this mechanism work. As you were asking, there are a few challenges that now the different stakeholders have to address. Increasing demand for the PAC mechanism implies making it sure that we build and operate a credible mechanism that generates demand, and that in so doing it will also generate a scaled impact, not only in terms of number of projects, not only in terms of number of credits, but also in terms of coverage across sectors and jurisdictions. I would highlight three elements there. A, integrity, and when I say integrity, it's not only making sure that you have like strong, robust rules, methodologies, but it's also about system-wide integrity of making sure that those methodologies, those rules are applied across regions, across projects, in a way that it creates a credible mechanism. I'm also thinking about policy intent. We all are discussing and will be discussing about the importance of adopting procedures and modalities for approval of projects, authorizations of ITMO transactions, corresponding adjustments. But the main challenge is not necessarily the how to do that. I do think that's fairly straightforward now that we have the framework guidance, but it's most in terms of, in order to create interest and demand, it's really about why you're doing that. Countries need to answer the question on what is the role that international carbon markets have in contributing to their own NDC mitigation objectives, commitments, the role of international carbon markets in contributing to their own development goals, and how to reflect that in the policies and the procedures for authorization of eligible mitigation outcomes, the corresponding adjustments, and so on. So it's really about the policy intent behind all this. And lastly, a third key element, it's transparency. And with transparency, I'm thinking about the importance of having like a robust, clear architecture, carbon registries, tools to track not only projects but carbon assets. Transparency means, in essence, making sure that making the integrity of the system visible to potential project buyers and participants. So, in working with establishing all these tools, you will be able. You basically are aiming at really creating this a more credible system. So, in sum, integrity, policy intent, and transparency.
Thank you, Marcos. So we understood that system-wise integrity, policy intent, and the transparency are three important pillars, I will say, for PACM, or for any carbon market, I will say. Thank you. So my next question is to Stephen. So Stephen, how do you see PACM interacting with evolving compliance or quality expectations internationally? And what signals will buyers look for?
Thank you very much for the excellent question. Before I answer it, I would like to first welcome you for organizing this conference, commend you for this conference, and more importantly, commend your country for stepping up, as it was said in the introduction, and for the significant progress that you're doing in implementing a domestic compliance mechanism, a carbon pricing system. That's an extremely important signal to your partners and to the world broadly. We all need India. India remains and will always be a key partner if we are to succeed in the global joint fight against climate change. We have experience in the EU in this matter also for decades with a compliance mechanism. And we know from experience that, such carbon pricing tools can be successful in abating emissions, driving innovation, and also bringing revenue to support the transition. For us, the carbon pricing mechanism, the compliance mechanism, is the bedrock, and Article 6 credits, so to speak, the icing on the cake. We stand ready to collaborate intensively with you. We already started in both respects. Coming now to your question on evolving compliance and quality expectations. I'll cut straight to the chase. Experience has shown us the need for trust in the quality of credits and cooperative approaches as the critical factor for success or failure of carbon markets. Several experiences in the past has demonstrated this without doubt. And the reason is simple. If there is no trust in the integrity of credits, investors will not put their money in an asset that they feel they cannot fully rely on. And that becomes self-defeating, because one of the purposes is also to bring revenue, and the price will suffer if quality suffers. So things are connected. And the same also applies for us governments. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the European Union. Our trust in Article 6 will depend on the capacity of the PACM and our cooperative approaches to implement the right safeguards to make sure that we deliver on the expected purpose of Article 6, which is a real increase in global ambition, precisely by abating emissions where it is most cost efficient. We are preparing in the EU for this across the board. We just adopted, not even a fortnight ago, a revised climate law with an ambitious target to reduce emissions by 90% in 2040 compared to 1990, of which up to 5% can come from high-quality international credits. As always, the law is our master, and it shapes, indeed, it commands us to by setting out a clear mitigation hierarchy. First comes domestic mitigation. That's the bedrock. Then comes high-quality Article 6 credits as a possible complement from 2036. Why? Because we feel it is our responsibility to do our homework first before reaching out to complement with international credits. The climate law comes with some explicit criteria and safeguards that will bind us as the EU and will shape the way we implement cooperation under Article 6. I'll highlight just a few elements. First principle is that, laid down by the law, is that cooperation should help both us but also third countries to achieve Paris-compatible climate targets. That means, in plain English, no overcrediting. The climate law also commands us to ensure that we support credible and transformative activities in partner countries. That means no grabbing of low-hanging fruits. It calls for strong quality standards in a variety of areas, and specifically calls on us to use Article 6.4 as a quality baseline, and inviting the European Commission to further develop its quality approach in a dedicated, specific piece of legislation that can complement as appropriate the baseline criteria laid down in Article 6.4. So summarizing, our message is very clear. We believe that only high integrity use of Article 6 can deliver. Based on experience, we believe that low quality approaches will backfire. We believe that this is in the interest of everyone, included with a view to bringing in revenue from high quality projects. This convergence towards high integrity standards, both under 6.2 and 6.4, and progressively also applied to the voluntary carbon market, that will bring upfront visibility to project developers and enhancing their trust in the potential demand by unlocking investment. So high quality would be the key word as a win-win for everyone. Thank you very much, and sorry if I took more time than you told me to.
Thank you. So what you said is that how we can have a trust in the system, and the certificates or the emissions which we are reducing is actually reflecting the reduction. Not going for low-hanging fruits. Article 6, high-quality credits, and also safeguards should be in place. So very well articulated. Now my question is to Ms. Laura. Where can international cooperation, like capacity building, readiness support, or finance, most effectively accelerate this PACM-aligned market development?
Great. Hello, everyone. Thanks for letting me be on the panel today. It's been great to see this conference and to be supporting it, through the UK government supporting this conference this morning. Just taking a step back, I want to say that the UK has been a long-standing, strong supporter of carbon pricing and a pioneer of carbon markets. And that goes all the way to our compliance market, the ETS, which has been running a long time based on the EU one that we used to be a part of. And we have today in the hall 2 experts from our ETS team who will be speaking later. Because we are working closely with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency as they develop and implement their CCTS scheme. So that really is the bedrock, as you were saying, having those domestic systems in place. We also have long history working on voluntary, improving voluntary standards. That's another important part of the picture, and programming to support countries to implement these around the world, and now Article 6 as well. I was very heartened to see in the Article 6 implementation partnership report on the state of Article 6 that the UK has supported more initiatives on carbon pricing than any other country, 27. So we're doing a lot. And the reason we're doing that is because carbon pricing is such an important part and an important tool for supporting climate action because it provides a cost-effective and technology-neutral way of delivering carbon reductions around the world. And if done right, can also offer social and biodiversity benefits. And I was also very heartened to see the interest from India and the South Asia region in the PACM, in Article 6.4. It's the region with the highest number of prior consideration notifications. So projects that are interested in being recognised under Article 6.4, as well as also having a lot of projects that are sort of inherited from the previous CDM mechanism interested in being recognised. But of course, it's going to take a lot to get all this interest into real credits. These standards are stringent for a reason so that they can be recognised under the Paris Agreement. But that produces challenges, and we need to make sure that this potential of Article 6 to really move funding to innovative, high-quality projects happens in the real world. So when it comes to how international cooperation can support this, and the question you asked, it's key. The most important thing is to build those core systems in countries required for participation under this standard. So robust MRV and digital infrastructure systems, and then once you've got those core systems in place, producing that pipeline of projects that can be PACM eligible. So that means working with individual project developers as well as countries and national governments. And then providing readiness finance to allow them to actually get ready to be funded under the mechanism. That seed funding can be so important. So I think that's the most important thing, is to focus on the authorization and reporting requirements under the standard and really working on those core systems to meet them.
Thanks, Laura. So you have actually raised a very apt point that price or the carbon pricing is actually important in this scenario, that at what price anybody can sell or buy, and which will effectively implement more high quality projects if we will get a good price. So which is relevant to all cases. So my next question is to Anna. So Anna, what has Brazil learned in setting up of regulations or methodologies that could help countries to prepare for PACM strategies? And now you have two important aspects as well, that carbon pricing and the high quality standard. So if you can also highlight in that aspect as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Didi, and thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with my colleagues and with you all. It's my first time in India, and I'm really glad to be here. So, yes, Brazil and India, we were two very important countries engaging in CDM, and I think we have learned a lot from this previous experience. We have learned in Brazil, for example, that carbon projects can make a huge difference, especially if they are aligned with broader public policies. In Brazil, we had many projects from renewable energy, and now almost 90% of our electricity is from renewable sources, not only hydro, but also solar and wind. And that happened because we also had strong public policies in place, and the carbon markets were relevant to leverage private funding for the initiatives. And now with Article 6, we are seeing the possibility of the voluntary carbon market to regain traction, which is so fundamental considering the challenges that we have. It is clear to me that public fundings won't be enough, and we need to attract private finance for innovative and action that will align us with the profound changes that need to be made, because we will need to change how we are organized as societies and our production structures. It's a deep change that needs to be made, and that will require a significant amount of resources. In Brazil, we are getting ready for Article 6, also establishing our domestic carbon market. We have approved our law last year, and now we are setting the basis for designing the registry and the institutional framework for the Brazilian carbon market, which will also be the same registry that will be relevant for Article 6, as we will have offsets within our compliance carbon markets, and we will have to accreditate methodologies, and the carbon credits from the voluntary carbon markets, they will have to become a certified reduction, certified and verified emissions reduction before becoming an international transferable mitigation outcome. So we will certify methodologies, and the projects will have to be developed in accordance with those methodologies for being able to export mitigation outcomes. And we are quite anxious to have all this institutional framework ready, because Brazil has a lot of potential to export credits. We are a climate change, we provide solutions for climate change. For example, we have a very ambitious NDC, and our emission profile, as I said, energy is renewable, so it's mostly based on land use change and agriculture emissions. It's quite challenging because they are, especially land use change, they are highly exposed to risks, for example, wildfires and climate change risks. So it's hard for us to think in advance what it will be the behavior of our NDC, but we are achieving it. So we have data from last year, we are on track. But as it is a very tight NDC, we are establishing the rules for Article 6, taking into account the need to achieve our NDCs and also the relevance of attracting international funding to achieve the NDC. So we are trying to establish the right balance to attract those investments, but in a way that it won't jeopardize our ability to reach our NDC. It's not an easy challenge, but we are working hard on it.
So you highlighted two important things, that one is the institutional mechanism and how you can actually create a right balance in achieving those NDCs, and also how you can get funding from outside countries. So with this, now I have question for Stephen and Laura first. So, and anybody can answer in any order. So my question is, how can host countries and buyers reduce friction on authorization and claims while maintaining integrity and transparency? So I'll ask you again, how can host countries and buyers reduce friction on authorization and claims while maintaining integrity and transparency? So anybody can start. Stephen, if you can, then we'll switch to Laura.
Thank you very much for the excellent question. I think that the best way we can go about that is to ensure our Article 6 readiness. That should be our joint absolute priority in this matter. On our side, we have started reviewing our legislation and our infrastructure, such as registries, to see if we're ready or if we need to make changes. And we expect legislative proposals in fall to that effect. Also in this area, we are ready and committed to work closely with you and to give support not only to India but also to other third countries that are willing to join us in this journey of this readiness journey. We have a dedicated task force in Brussels in DG Climate to that effect. And there are many elements that need to be in place. Strong MRV of national emissions, carbon market legislation in place, registry, governance, without forgetting a clear national ambition set via updated NDCs and long-term strategies. So I'm a bit upstream maybe from your question, but I believe these are the important first steps. While all of these steps are necessary, we believe that for operational purposes also a strong carbon market strategy is essential. What do we mean by that? We mean a deep assessment of both the risks and the opportunities arising from Article 6. How would one's country build on Article 6 opportunities to achieve one's climate targets and development opportunities? For this to work, there has to be complementarity between the national target in the form of an updated NDC and, on the other hand, the use of Article 6, so that we can clearly determine which are the sectors and activities that we want to focus on in Article 6 and which are the volume of credits that we can afford to transfer while still achieving our Paris-aligned targets mid and long term. Last but not least, a strong carbon market strategy would help us identify those projects and sectors that would bring the most transformative impact on our economies. And here, of course, I refer to what I said before about our revised climate law and how it commands us to focus our possible complementary use of Article 6 credit in this area exactly. Again, we stand ready to work on this and all other aspects with partner countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Laura, if you want to add something?
Yeah, we were talking beforehand that maybe we would be saying some of the same things, and I do really echo what you're saying. I mean, to have this new Article 6.4 mechanism working properly, countries are going to need lots of things in place: the MRV system, stakeholder engagement plans, registries. And I also want to highlight the need for an overall strategy for each country. That's something that can really send a signal to all the actors that need to be aligned, that this is where we see the national system having a role. This is where we see Article 6.2 and 6.4 having that role in the country's plan, how it relates to the NDC. Although that seems like a very high-level request or suggestion, it really sets that scene for everything and all the actors underneath to see where they can have a role and create that pipeline that's needed. I mean, to support countries in this journey, we've, as well as the long-standing support to programs like the World Bank's Partnership for Market Implementation, the UK recently announced our funding to GGI's new carbon transaction facility, which will be supporting emerging markets and developing economies access Article 6 carbon finance. So it could be a practical way to set those systems and strategies up. Thank you.
Thank you. So now shifting to Anna and Marcos. What are the practical models of scaling this supply? And especially without compromising on the additionality or the transparency or the integrity, but how we can actually scale the supply of these credits. And if we can start with Anna first, so that what Brazil is thinking, and then we'll come to Marcos.
Okay. I just saw the question for the first time. I was thinking about it, but it's a very interesting, important question, because scaling up supply, it's relevant in every market, including carbon market, for they to be efficient. So it is quite important to scale up the market. But we'll have to do it very carefully to avoid the volatility that we have seen in the past. I think that's the first thing that I would say. And the model for that would be to take a very good care of the methodologies that we are approving, and not only from the technical standpoint, because there is a strong technical work that needs to be done, and it's different in different areas, landfill, forest, so it's quite complicated. But on top of that, we need to think of additionality from a more strategic perspective. So it's not just the technical additionality, but how that activity, that specific project, how do they fit into the overall national strategy? It is an activity that will create positive lock-in effects or negative lock-in effects. How transformational can it be? What are the signals that it's sending to the agents? So having an international common denominator is very important. Harmonized rules are relevant for gaining scales, but taking a good consideration of context, it's also extremely important, because that is how we are going to make sure that that specific kind of activity is additional in the context of that specific country. So that's the policy challenge, I think.
Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Didi. And I guess I run the risk of repeating a little bit of the insights that my fellow panelists have already explained. But from what we've seen in our work across our different market readiness support programs with the PMI is that jurisdictions that have been working on policy frameworks, on infrastructure, and at the same time also being an early mover in developing a project pipeline are those that are like best positioned to really start scaling that supply. We already discussed about these key elements of integrity, transparency, policy intent in order to scale supply. But what I would add to that question is that scaling supply, it's not only about supply side measures, it's also about demand side measures. And all these efforts that we have been discussing, of course, are aiming at reassuring the demand side that the mechanism is credible, that the programs and the carbon assets that will be created are high integrity. But at the same time, it's essential for that demand side to trust the system, and to create that trusted demand side. I guess all different stakeholders need to do their part. But demand side measures include also raising the ambition in that regard, and having also from the demand side clarity on what is their intended use of policy, international carbon markets to meet their own decarbonization targets. And as we've been discussing in this panel, of course, clearly also there's an increased clarity on what will be the demand on that side.
Thank you. So as a last round, because we also have constraint of time, in one or two things you have to say, not in detail, but what should governments prioritize in next, say, 12 to 24 months to be a PACM ready? So can we start with Marcus, you first, and then, or vice versa? You can start from any side.
Happy to start.
Okay.
I do think difficult to prioritize, but as we were discussing, I do think it's essential for both host countries and buyer countries to be clear on their policy frameworks. The use of international carbon markets to meet their own NDCs, decarbonization targets, and development goals. And that will be translated in all what we've been discussing, the authorization frameworks, the national procedures. But it's not only about setting that, it's really about the making that policy intent clear.
Stephen?
You challenged us very brutally to sum things up in one sentence. This would be my take. Let's continue making strong domestic compliance systems and carbon market strategies fully aligned with updated NDCs, the bedrock for complementary, high-quality Article 6 credit and cooperation to enhance our joint global ambition. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, as well as what I said previously about establishing an overall country carbon market strategy and the benefits of that to really set that signal and increase ambition overall. Also looking at standardized authorization and reporting templates. It's boring, but important to make sure that you make it as frictionless and easy for project developers as possible. Should be one of the first things that countries do. Thank you.
Yeah, Anna.
Okay, so I'll talk about the priorities in Brazil. So we need to establish the basic framework for the regulation of our compliance carbon market until the end of this year. So it's already a big challenge. And by the middle of this year, we need to establish clear and transparent rules for engaging with Article 6. So we have plenty of priorities for this year. Lots of work.
So thank you. So what we have a lot of key takeaways from this session. And one of the key takeaways that clarity in the regulatory framework, that what kind of clarity we have, if it is clear between buyer and the seller, then it will be better. Then high quality standards, or I'll say, which will translate into high quality credits, that it's not that low-hanging fruits we are going to take. So if we have to be PACM ready, then we should think about out-of-the-box new technologies in implementation. Institutional mechanism, although it has a linkage with the earlier thing, that policy framework, but the clarity in the templates as well, that authorization or the transfer, that how these things will happen. So rules of implementation should be very clear, that how we are going to have this Article 6 credits ready. Then apart from that, a lot of other things, like no over-crediting, carbon pricing, transparency, integrity, policy intent, that again it translated from the policy framework. So these are the key elements for any country to be PACM ready. So I would like to thank all the panelists for such elaborative answers and discussion. Can we have a good round of applause for the panelists? Thank you.
Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for sharing their valuable insights with us. And we got quite a vivid picture on different global experiences. And thank you for highlighting all the emerging trends and opportunities with us. May I now request Mr. Pankaj Kalyani to please join us here on the stage and kindly felicitate all the esteemed panelists. Starting with our wonderful moderator, sir, thank you so much for asking some very relevant questions here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Saurabh Didi, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Please keep it rolling for Mr. Marcos Castro, Senior Environmental Specialist, World Bank. Mr. Stefan Ilkas, Policy Officer, Climate, EU Delegation to India. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Laura Eilert, First Secretary, Climate and Energy, Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office. And Ms. Ana Paula Cunha Machado Cavalcanti, Under Secretary for Regulation and Methodologies at the Secretariat for Carbon Markets, Ministry of Finance, Brazil. Thank you so much once again. May I request you all to please come together for a quick photo opportunity on the stage. Let's have some good smiles to the camera. Fabulous. Okay, super. Maybe one more photo opportunity without the bags. Fantastic. It's all right. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can have a big round of applause one more time. Thank you. And thank you to our panelists. Don't worry about it. So we'll take care of it. Yes. All right, so with this, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we will now delve into the next plenary session for the day, which is going to be on building effective compliance frameworks, evidence from country implementation. So this session aims to strengthen participants' understanding of how effective compliance frameworks are developed and operationalized by drawing on evidence and experiences across different country contexts. Ladies and gentlemen, through real-world evidence and cross-country learning, this session will highlight the key elements that contribute to strong compliance systems, including regulatory coherence, institutional capacity, monitoring mechanisms, and stakeholder engagement. By examining diverse implementation approaches, today we will gain some really valuable insights into common challenges as well as innovative solutions that have proven successful in different geographies. We will ultimately seek some really actionable lessons and adaptable practices that can support countries in enhancing their own compliance frameworks and improving governance outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please take your seats back as we delve into our next plenary session for the day. And I hope that we all are posting online. We are using the hashtag #PRAKRITI 2026. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to chair and moderate this session, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Alistair Ritchie, Director, Asia Society Policy Institute. Welcome to you, sir. And it's so good to have you back here at this platform after last year. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a big round of applause. Let's keep it rolling for our esteemed panelist, Mr. Bartosz Sarwara, Energy, Climate, Environment Councillor, Delegation of the European Union to India. Let's welcome back Ms. Ana Paula Cunha Machado Cavalcanti, Under Secretary for Regulation and Methodologies at the Secretariat for Carbon Markets, Ministry of Finance, Brazil. Ma'am, may I request you to please join us back here on the stage? Ms. Anna. Ms. Nia Hunjan, UK Pact ETS International Engagement Lead, Department of Energy Security and Net Zero. Welcome to you. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Government of India. Welcome to you all. Ms. Anna, may I request you to please join us here on the stage back? Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be another session full of knowledge pack insights. Welcome back to you. May I request you to please have a seat at the dais. And over to you, Mr. Ritchie.
Very warm welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining this session. And this session will explore how effective compliance frameworks are designed and implemented across different carbon market systems and energy efficiency mechanisms. So we're delighted to have such a great participation of you all here. And we hope that you're going to find this session very informative and helpful for your work on ETS development. So this session is going to highlight key elements that contribute to strong compliance systems, including regulatory clarity, enforcement, and institutional capacity, gaining insight into key challenges and solutions. So why is this important? An effective ETS compliance framework is crucial to ensure environmental integrity of the ETS cap, to prevent fraud and market manipulation, to maintain market confidence, and to provide economic incentives to companies to reduce their GHG emissions. We are really honoured to have 4 key officials and experts in our panel. So we have Mr. Bartosz Przysiwara, who is the Energy, Climate and Environment Councillor at the EU delegation here in India. Mr. Przysiwara supports EU-India cooperation on climate action, energy transition and environmental sustainability, and he contributes to the advancement of shared priorities and strategic partnerships between the EU and India. We have Ms. Ana Paula Machado, who is the Undersecretary for Regulation and Methodologies in the Secretariat for Carbon Markets in the Ministry of Finance in Brazil. So Ms. Machado contributes to the development and implementation of policies supporting low-carbon transition and carbon market framework, including the new emissions trading system, which is a very exciting new policy that we're looking to learn from Brazil. We have Ms. Nia Hunjan. She is from the UK ETS International Cooperation Team in the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero in the UK, where she leads on international engagement to provide technical assistance and capacity building on ETS. Clearly the UK and the EU are long-established systems with a lot of experience to share. And also, last but not least, Dr. Ashok Kumar, who is the Deputy Director General in the Bureau of Energy Efficiency in the Government of India. So Dr. Kumar has over 20 years' experience in energy efficiency, sustainable development, climate change, global carbon markets, providing strategic, technical, and operational guidance for development of India's energy policies, including leading India's national mission for enhanced energy efficiency. So we're really delighted that we have panelists that cover such an interesting range of jurisdictions. As I mentioned, UK and EU with very advanced systems. We have Brazil with an up-and-coming system under development. And here we have the Perform Achieve Trade, the PAT scheme represented, and also the CCTS, the Carbon Credit Trading Scheme in India, which is already the 3rd largest globally in terms of GHG emissions coverage. So we're delighted to have all of you. Thank you very much for joining. And in this session, we'll be running through 3 rounds of questions, and we'd like you to keep your answers to perhaps 2 minutes or so each, so we can get through all of the questions. The first round is focused on compliance obligations and market rules. So the clarity of compliance obligations and so on. So first question to Bartosz Przysiwara from the EU delegation. So question to you is, how does the EU maintain rule stability while still evolving the ETS over time? And what can emerging systems learn about minimizing rule churn?
Hello, good morning to everybody. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, Ulster, and thank the organizers for inviting us. Stefan, who was here before, and myself, representing the European Union delegation here in India. It's a very important year, very important moment, both for Indian carbon markets. We know that you are developing, you are building the new capacities, but also it's a very important moment for our relationship between the European Union and India. Well, as probably most of you know, 1 month ago we had a summit. We had a very important meeting here in Delhi. The presidents of the European Commission and European Council were here in order to sign the strategic agenda for the next couple of years. We have the new priorities. We also have the free trade agreement now signed. Yeah, our cooperation is definitely going to not restart, it will going to intensify over the next months and years, and definitely climate action, decarbonization, green tech are the topics that will be on the top of the agenda of our cooperation. So that's why it's very important that also we participate here. We are here. We are discussing the carbon market, the carbon market here in India and in Europe, because that has really a potential to further strengthening our economic ties and trade exchanges and economic political cooperation. So now moving to your question. About the rule stability. So from our experience in Europe, in the European ETS, which is in fact the most advanced and the most experienced one in the world, we know that the stability and evolution are not contradictory. In fact, the stability and the evolution reinforce each other through the predictability of the system. The system is anchored in a very strong long-term vision, the EU neutrality goal by 2050. So we know that by 2050 we will be net zero. And this provides a very strong investment signal. Companies know that the system will tighten over time. So in fact, they know that early action pays off. They need to invest now in order to avoid the costs later on. This long-term vision is also translated into intermediate step to sort of give indications of which sectors will be covered and how much we are going to tighten the system. So we have the 2030, we have now very, very recently adopted 2040 targets, and those targets include a steadily declining absolute emissions cap, which aligns to those goals. And this creates a very clear trajectory rather than ad hoc, quick policy shifts. Crucially, this change is not abrupt, it's structured. It's a long-term, it's planned one. Adjustments are anticipated, they are announced very early, they are very transparently legislated, and they are embedded within the predefined review cycles which are set with the law, with the climate law itself. So the stakeholders know when the changes will or revisions will happen and what will they concern, what will they refer to. This means that evolution happens within a predictable framework and not through an ad hoc changes here and there and so on. So the system also rewards the first movers through this through the auctioning of the allowances. And also this free allocation of allowances, which is also going down over time. Companies that decarbonize early, they benefit over time, while in fact the late movers have to expect higher costs later on. This creates a very durable, very good incentive structure that does not reset, does not change with every reform. So basically, to conclude, the takeaway is quite clear. The minimizing rule change is not about the freezing the system, it's about designing the system for predictable long-term change. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for highlighting so many good elements of the EU system, and as you mentioned about the absolute cap providing certainty and the compliance obligations are more clear and longer term planning is more possible under that system. So thank you so much. Let's turn now to Ana Paula Machado. So as Brazil designs its regulated market, what principles are guiding the definition of compliance obligations for covered sectors? Grateful for your opinions on how that's going and what are the main principles for defining the compliance obligations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Alisson. Thank you for the invitation to participate in the panel, and thank you to my colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, as I said in the previous panel, so Brazil has just established its carbon market. The law was approved by the end of 2025, and now we are defining the regulation to implement the market. And thinking about the principles is crucial. It's what's going to guide us in the future. So The first one that I thought is that a very relevant principle is engaging the private stakeholders. So we will need everyone on board to make sure that we will be able to implement it in the long term. So having a lot of discussions with the private sector so they can understand that, yes, emissions have a cost and there's no way back to that. Carbon needs to have a price. But we are also concerned about the development of the industry in Brazil and how we can align those objectives. And the main idea behind our dialogue with the private sector is that the Brazilian carbon pricing system is also a way to prepare them to a new world where international competition includes carbon pricing and CO2 emissions. Another very relevant principle is the state capacity. We won't get anywhere. We need a long-term implementation strategy for that. We'll need the state to do that with sanctioning capacity and also the capacity to design the right incentive structure. So I would stay with this issue.
Thank you so much for sharing those insights. And if we could turn now to Nia Hunjan, representing the UK. So what lessons has the UK learned in designing and implementing the UK ETS to better support regulated operators and provide clearer compliance expectations?
Firstly, thank you so much for the invitation to be here today. It's great to see so many people in India and wider afield working on carbon markets and the ETS. And in the UK, we've been following closely on the developments of the CCTS and looking forward to learning a lot more about it today as well and tomorrow. But as many of you will be aware, and I think Laura talked to this in the last session, but the UK was one of the first movers in emissions trading, and we have over 20 years' experience. So since we left the EU and subsequently the EU ETS, we wanted to make it as easy and simple as possible for our operators that would also be moving from the EU ETS to the UK ETS. So at first we kept our scheme very similar to the EU ETS, but over the past few years we've kind of developed and adapted and evolved our scheme to better suit the needs of the UK. And with this we have a lot of lessons we can share with the international community. And I think the key thing in answering this question is that rules, regulation and future trajectory for the scheme are clear and also predictable for operators so that they know exactly what to expect and they can plan out investment decisions accordingly so that there are no surprises along the line. And regular communication and engagement with operators is really crucial for this. And in the UK, our regulators play a key role in communicating and engaging with operators. And we have 5 regulators that cover the different jurisdictions of the UK. And these sit outside of our UK ETS authority, which is our governing body for the UK ETS. And these regulators consist of highly knowledgeable technical staff that have strong direct relationships with operators. So operators will often have kind of named people at the regulators that they kind of speak to really frequently and who they have these really strong working relationships with. So that's been really key for us in the UK ETS. Secondly, we hold regular stakeholder consultations where we kind of take into our policy making the views of the operators, so the users of the ETS. We also have our emissions trading group of trade association representatives, so operators' views are fed directly into the UK ETS authority. And then finally, on communicating the future trajectory of the scheme, I think Bartosz went into a lot of detail on that, but just one example in the UK is we offer free allocation of allowances, and these are provided a year in advance of the compliance deadline. So this gives operators time to plan and invest accordingly. So yeah, no surprises there.
No, thank you very much, Nia, for explaining all those details from the UK point of view. Coming now to India, we're delighted to have you join us, Dr. Ashok Kumar, and especially given your extensive experience in developing the PAT scheme and also your involvement in CCTS. In the PAT scheme, how has clear rule setting for designated consumers and specific targets and timelines supported compliance? And then turning now to the carbon credit trading scheme, what lessons from the PAT scheme have been able to be brought forward into the CCTS to enable clear compliance obligations? Maybe some learning points from the PAT scheme, or great to get your insight in that topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Alistair, and very good morning to all of you. Pat, I think in India we had the luxury of around a decade of regimentation of the industries who are participating under the CCTS. So we have certainly the benefit of what exercises that we have done under the PAT scheme, and that scheme had these features of the points that you are mentioning and my fellow panelists have also highlighted, of the clarity of the goals. For instance, we have the target to be achieved, and the level of consultation that Ms. Anne is mentioning about. We have done a huge round of consultation. We also had a process of consistency, the methodologies we have consistently for more than a decade or so. We continued with the same methodology, same methods of calculation, same methods of factors which are accounted, discounted, all that has been done. And also the, you can say, inconsistency of currency, the units, the measurements, processes, and enabling, say, ecosystem for the participants to, say, take that targets. And coming to the, taking forward in the CCTS, we are further taking the, you can say, experience of the PAT scheme, and we are even more intensively consulting, if I may kind of inform you, for the sectors like steel and cement. We have sat with the industry for more than 10 times, to maybe in double digits, to arrive at the possibility of how to make the process clear, bring out the clarity, bring out robustness of the system. So we have kind of tried to bring that process, so you can say, in a transparent way, in a way that the industry is in a position to implement the regulation, the burden that they are going to be assigned with that. So we certainly have a huge advantage of that regimentation, and all the designated consumers which were under the PAT scheme are currently under the CCTS.
Great. No, thank you so much for sharing, and clearly there's many years of experience and learning. The need of consistency and stakeholder consultation has come through, and I think in terms of this topic, one thing I would like to highlight, which I believe is being incorporated within the carbon credit trading scheme, is the role of the monitoring plan. So from my experience of the EU ETS, this has been a very important tool to achieve consistent compliance assurance of the entities, because if they follow the plan, it will tell them exactly what methodologies to apply and the calibration, and exactly if they follow the plan, they will be assured of meeting the regulations. And I think that's been a very significant element to the success of the EU ETS. And then we know that this is also an element within the CCTS as well, the Indian carbon credit trading scheme. And I think this is it's also the importance of the approval by the competent authority of this plan to give that assurance that the plan is in line with the competent authority's opinion, which I believe is being taken up as well here, which will also be another sort of international best practice in terms of very robust monitoring. And then also one other point I also think has been very successful in the EU is the compliance forum. So this is a very complex topic, and there's lots of learning, and within the EU, member states come together, the competent authorities, to share problems and challenges and agree positions on specific topics. And these are then factored into a constant evolution of the MRV procedures and guidance. So I think there's lots of good experience, and it's great to see this international best practice being applied. So moving to round two, This is now looking at enforcement. So clearly this is the teeth of the policy. Entities need to know that the penalty is going to be much worse than just avoiding avoiding compliance, and it'd be great to understand the approach to enforcement of the jurisdictions represented here. So maybe if we turn to Bartosz first. So the EU ETS has actually got a very high compliance rate, over 99%. So most of the companies are complying with the EU ETS. It'd be great to hear from you which parts of the EU enforcement regime are most effective at achieving this high level of compliance.
Yes, indeed. Our compliance is indeed very, very high. All our participants, stakeholders are very good pupils. They don't want to break the rules. It's above 99%, which sounds quite science fiction, but it's true. It's true. And this is due to a couple of reasons, several reasons. So first of all, the participation is conditional on holding a special certificate, a permit, greenhouse gas emission permit. This is issued by the national authorities, and it is a legal prerequisite to operate an entity, an installation in an ETS-covered sector. It authorizes to emit greenhouse gases only on the condition that it complies fully with the full ETS framework. And this permit is not eternal, it's not unconditional. It can be either suspended or revoked in cases of serious or persistent non-compliance, such as, for example, failure to submit the verified data or repeated failure to surrender sufficient allowances. So this creates a direct link between ETS compliance and the very right to continue your economic operation, economic activity. Then the second one, the second element of this system, the EU ETS uses a highly dissuasive penalty system, which is again consists of two most important pillars or elements. The one is so-called make good provision. So if a company under surrenders some allowances in 1 year, it still will have to surrender those allowances the following year and go on, so on. So it cannot really buy out its way out of compliance by not delivering allowances in a given year. It will come back to them. And second element, second pillar is a significant financial penalty for excessive emissions. This penalty is set at 100 euros per ton of CO2, so it is still considerably well above the market price of allowances, which basically makes it cheaper to comply, economically cheaper to comply than to try to cheat the system. So with all those elements, we so far we have been quite successful in ensuring exemplary compliance, which comes from the combination of this inescapable obligation and the penalties that remove practically any economic advantage to cheat or to not comply. And with those elements in place, the discipline becomes the rule rather than an exception. So, thanks.
No, thank you very much for a comprehensive explanation there of the EU compliance system and the sanctions. Let's move to Ana Paula Machado. In your development of the Brazil ETS, it would be great to understand what principles are shaping Brazil's approach to penalties and rectification pathways and non-compliance management. What's your thinking about these topics, and what are your plans to ensure a robust enforcement?
So the law that we have in Brazil, it gives significant penalty capacities for the managing body. So we have that power given by the law, but we'll still need to develop the regulation and the institutions for that, for oversight and for applying the law. So we are in a very early stage. So I talked about stakeholder engagement because we are defining the scope, who will be regulated for the carbon market. So now it is an important moment for dialogue. But beyond dialogue, I agree that we need rules with teeth. And we are exploring different alternatives. We have studied a lot the model of the EU, but we need to observe specific political designs, administrative designs. In Brazil, for example, the permits for functioning, they are not given by the national government, so we would have to involve states and provinces and cities. It would be quite complex in Brazil, so we are working with different alternatives. One of them is engagement with the fiscal authority in Brazil. So the principle is engaging with private sector, but we are working to have our teeth.
No, thank you very much for explaining that. And moving now to Nia, from the point of view of the UK, please could you sort of let us know what enforcement practices have really strengthened compliance in the UK ETS, and how is that working in the UK?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So we would think that strong compliance relies both on deterrence and on trust. In the UK ETS, we've adopted a robust, proportionate, and most importantly, predictable enforcement approach that sets clear expectations from the start. Firstly, we enforce financial penalties, which are implemented by our regulators. And the UK ETS allows regulators to start with corrective actions, like improvement notices, and then escalate these to financial penalties or permit sanctions if needed. And regulators can also issue civil penalties, and in more serious cases, they can suspend or revoke permits. And financial penalties for non-compliance are high and well established, with strong enforcement and strong follow-through. And this really sends a strong signal that non-compliance has real consequences. Similarly to the EU, if operators fail to surrender enough allowances, they face a significant per tonne penalty. And in the UK, this is an £100 per tonne of carbon, which again is significantly more than our carbon price right now, which operators have to then pay on top of still having to make up the shortfall. Alongside penalties, what really drives compliance is clear and timely engagement with operators. In the UK ETS, we publish guidance as soon as possible and then kind of build on this with our regulators through webinars and practical support for the operators. We also place really strong emphasis on robust MRV, so monitoring, reporting, and verification. All emissions data must be independently verified by accredited third parties, and this adds credibility and prevents problems before they arise. Transparency also plays a key role. So non-compliance is made public, which creates reputational pressure, especially for large companies that are sensitive to investor and stakeholder scrutiny. And annual reports on scheme performance and compliance data reinforce that accountability. And finally, governance really matters. So clear rules, roles and responsibilities across government departments. This ensures that effective decision-making and coordination takes place. So then policy development is joined up and consensus can be reached early. Thanks.
Thank you so much for a very comprehensive coverage of the elements in the UK ETS for sanctions. Moving to yourself, Ashok Kumar, and so which enforcement features in the PAT scheme have been most effective? And then how will India reflect fairness, proportionality and predictability in enforcement under the carbon credit trading scheme? So the overall approach to ensuring high level of enforcement. Grateful if you could share your opinions. Thank you.
Yeah, on the enforcement part, I think often there is a little impression that under the PAT scheme, there is a little, not much of a compliance, given that every sector has achieved on a sectoral basis, the targets have been achieved. But just to give you a number, that under the PAT scheme for the compliance under the cycle up to the third cycle, for the purchase of a certificate to comply by the industry has transacted monetary value of about $45 million. In terms of Indian currency, it is around 440 crores. So huge level of compliance has happened. The industry has complied through the mechanism which is easier to comply than paying penalty, as the EU colleague has mentioned. So the mechanism is fairly perfectly working, and we have run this compliance mechanism for third cycle. So regarding the effectiveness is, again, you have mentioned about the fairness. So if you see the design of the PAT scheme, and that is continuing in the CCTS mechanism also, we are trying to make a unit is given a unit-specific target. We are not giving targets on a sectoral basis. So we recognize the diversity of units that are participating in a sector. So each unit is carrying its own target and competing against its own performance. Regarding the proportionality, also we are giving the target to the sector based on their level of consumption, their size, their capacity, and so on and so forth. And also to have some kind of a visibility or predictability. If you see the notification of under the CCTS, we have given a trajectory, 2030 trajectory, as well as a short-term targets on a yearly basis. So we are giving both signals to the industry so that they, in the short term, how they will take action, and also for a long term where they have to arrive at, and for which what they have to do. So these are some of the features with which we have seen a success. If the industry is consulted well, they are given the clarity of the action that they need to be taken, and the consequences of not taking the action. Or if you explain them well, and then the program is taken very well, and the success of the PAT is, I think, you all recognize. So we hope that we will continue in the CCTS also. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you so much for sharing those insights on the PAT scheme and the transition to CCTS. And yeah, it's clearly there's a well understood recognition about the sanctions and the enforcement. And I'd just like to highlight perhaps a couple of points that have come up in previous projects about experience sharing. And one aspect is the verifiers, because the verifiers have a very significant role in assuring the quality of the data, and they have the critical role in obviously the MRV process. So one consideration is the sanctions for verifiers. If verifiers fail to meet requirements, under the EU system, they can be suspended or their accreditation can be withdrawn. So there's a clear consequence to the verifiers, and that's very clearly there's benefits to verifiers, and the EU also provides guidelines on how many hours or days is appropriate for an on-site verification and so on. So clearly there are benefits, but clearly on the other hand, there's also sanctions. And then I think another interesting issue is on the market. So the carbon market itself, there's risk of abuse and manipulation and so on, and fraud. But another example from the EU is by defining the EU allowance as a financial instrument, it automatically got covered by the Market in Financial Instruments Directive. And that enabled all of the pre-existing financial instruments regulations to apply. And that helped to prevent market abuse. So I think that the concept of sanctions is good to look at the whole big picture of ETS and learn from different systems. So moving on to the final round of questions. So we're going to move now on to institutional capacity and how the different jurisdictions build this capacity, both from the competent authorities and industry, that allow the compliance systems to function smoothly. So, starting with Bartosz, from the EU perspective, how do the competent authorities and verifiers across the EU build their capacity to support smooth compliance cycles? Great to get your opinion on this and how you think things are working.
Yes, so we as I said, the EU ETS, it's 20 years old, more than 20 years old. So we have had time to gradually build this capacity of both competent authorities and verifiers. At the beginning, in the very early phases, of course, there was a very strong, very intensive technical guidance, hands-on support were provided to help both authorities and verifiers to navigate these newly created rules through dedicated workshops, meetings, help desks. There was even a real-time assistance channels. So at the beginning was, of course, hard, but we did a lot to spread the information and to teach the participants and the stakeholders on how the system should work. And then as the system matured, of course, the need for such support gradually decreased. This was driven by the very stable, very predictable rules that I already mentioned before. The European Commission produced regularly guidance document, very, very detailed guidance about what should be done. And still ongoing, even if a little bit less frequent, conferences, workshops, and so on. There were also functional mailboxes to address specific queries. And all possible. It still exists, but of course, as the authorities, verifiers, but also the participants of the market already know the rules, it has become less of an urgency. What's very important, a very important element of the system is the accreditation of the verifiers by the national accreditation bodies. This accreditation, of course, operates under the EU-wide standards, and it ensures the competence and the integrity of the verifiers. So it really maintains the high quality and integrity of the system. So just to conclude, the early investment in capacity building is really essential. You have to put a lot of energy, a lot of efforts at the beginning of the process, so that all the participants know how it works, and then over time, the stable rules, the predictable rules, the detailed guidance and structured oversight reduce the need for let's say, active, intensive support. And of course, and as I said, the very important component is the verifier accreditation, which guarantees technical competence and integrity of the system. Thank you.
Great. No, thank you very much for elaborating on that. And yeah, if we can turn to you, sort of, Ana Paula. Brazil, clearly early days of development of the system, and clearly the capacity building must be a key priority for the competent authorities and industry. So it'd be great to get your perspectives on how is Brazil building regulatory and institutional capacity to manage compliance in the upcoming ETS, and what are the early steps you're taking to prepare industry? You mentioned earlier about consultation, and clearly you're working closely with industry. So good to hear any further thoughts from you on how this is working.
Yes, we are precisely in that very beginning of the process when we are having to pull a lot of energy on creating capacity on multiple governmental bodies. So within the Ministry of Finance and in different bodies within the federal government, but also in the private companies. So for the MRV, for example, we need capacity within the companies to develop their monitoring plans, and we are establishing. We have just created the Secretariat for the carbon market in November last year. So we are setting the team and training the team in the very, very beginning. And in my view, it will be crucial for the success of the Brazilian carbon market to create what we are calling the permanent management body. Because the Secretariat is working well. It is due to the end of this year, and after that it must be replaced by a permanent body. So we are drafting a law. It must be approved by law, which gives a lot of stability to this new body. So we are counting on that. So institutional stability for the development of our internal ETS. So besides of MRV, we are also working with the registry, having the right infrastructure. It's important to create confidence between the stakeholders involved. So these are the biggest challenges for this year: MRV, registry, and the permanent body for the ETS.
Great. No, thank you very much for sharing those insights and what's happening in Brazil. And then if we can turn to yourself, Nia, from the UK point of view, what capacity gaps do you commonly see in emerging systems? Your role is to work in different jurisdictions globally and to do technical assistance, capacity building. And what do you see in terms of capacity gaps, and how can they be addressed early? Great to hear your perspective on that. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So yeah, as you mentioned, in my role in the UK government, I work under UK PACT, which stands for Partnering for Accelerated Climate Transitions. And this is a UK government program that focuses on climate mitigation. And yeah, here I work with different jurisdictions supporting them on their ETS design and development. So I've had quite a lot of exposure to different jurisdictions and the kinds of barriers and challenges that they face. One of the main barriers that we see is honestly just a general awareness of carbon pricing. In many places, carbon pricing is still quite a new concept, and both regulators and operators may not fully grasp what it means for them. So here we really encourage jurisdictions to provide early and clear communication, things like guidance, workshops, and ongoing dialogues. This really helps kind of build confidence in developing the emissions trading scheme. Secondly, we sometimes see technical expertise gaps, but with both regulators and operators. So investing in training, in technical exchanges, and kind of hands-on demonstration really can make a huge difference. Thirdly, institutional frameworks and governments can often be fragmented, and this can stall ETS development. And we're seeing jurisdictions set up dedicated ETS units tailored to their own context, which is exactly kind of what the UK have done. So we have our UK ETS authority, which is quite a complex governance system, but it does kind of work for us. And I know we've just seen Brazil's interim secretariat in the Ministry of Finance, and yeah, different countries we work with are kind of exploring different ways to govern their schemes. But the key lesson is to really clarify roles and responsibilities across government departments early, and that avoids duplication and also ensures accountability. And then finally, there's the issue of participant or operator buy-in. So that's why stakeholder engagement is so important. Bringing industry into conversations early, showing them the benefits, and also piloting compliance cycles can build trust and also reduce resistance. And I just wanted to finish by saying that the UK recognised that carbon pricing is most effective when deployed widely and deployed across borders. And we support a lot of initiatives to foster the uptake of carbon pricing schemes around the world. As I mentioned, with the UK PACT, we provide technical support to a number of Global South countries developing their ETS. We also support the World Bank's PMI project, and we also support ICAP, which are the International Carbon Action Partnership, which provide a lot of kind of technical expertise and support on ETS. And vice versa, I mean, the UK is constantly evolving and developing our scheme, and we also look to the international community for different approaches, novel ideas that we can then bring back into our policy development. Thanks.
Great. No, thank you very much, Nia, and it's good to see UK being very active in promoting carbon pricing, clearly on the basis that it's a cost-effective way for countries to achieve their NDC targets, and it's business-friendly, and it enables industry to be supported and so on, and thank you for that. And now let's come to India, so Ashok Kumar, and it would be great to hear from you about how has India's network of designated energy auditors, agencies and training institutions supported compliance readiness under the PAT scheme, and then looking now at the CCTS, particularly with the first compliance year and the need for the verification of the data, what institutional strengthening is taking place to support the compliance needs under the Indian CCTS?
Sure. Thank you. I think very important question. Again, we have a robust institutional mechanism that has enabled at least the energy savings certificates to be traded for third cycle. So we are building on that, on the institutional framework. We are trying not to disturb the existing mechanism as far as the institutional structure is concerned. The entities who are handling the registry, who are handling the power exchanges, the trading platforms, regulators, we are keeping more or less the same, except there would be change in the currency that would be traded. And also we had a cadre of auditors who did the verification of the performance of those industries under the PAT scheme. We are upgrading them with the accreditation process. We have already published the accreditation guideline, and based on that, a committee at the committee which I chair, we have already started accrediting those agencies for enabling them to be accredited as accredited carbon verifiers. So we are in process of that. We will create people of that cadre, that level of competence. And on the guidelines and documents, we have already published the document for the compliance mechanism as well as the offset mechanism. Those are already in the public domain. We have opened up the platform for some level of interaction with the verifiers to get their feedbacks, and we are getting that interaction going on. And we have the advantage of having a huge pool of energy professionals. We have around 18 to 20,000 certified energy auditors and managers who can be very easily upgraded to the carbon verifiers. So moving forward, we would be doing that level of and the GHG's ISO requirements that would be added to it, and that's how we will upgrade. And at the same time, we have our own institutional mechanism that existed for the PAT to upgrade the skills of those verifiers on a regular basis. So we feel that all these put together, the people, all the institutional mechanism of the PAT scheme drawn into it, and the additional modification or the additions that is being added with the skill as well as the institutional framework that is needed for the carbon market. So we are kind of well poised for the market to operationalize, as we already have 7 sectors given the obligation to reduce emission reduction. And as I was mentioning in the middle, that we have maintained the characteristics of its proportionality, fairness, openness, transparency as much as possible, with the discussion with the industry, discussion with the research institutions, associations, academic institution, and collaboration with the institution who already we had good interaction with the EU, Korean ETS. So we had the benefit of the experience of the existing mechanisms which are running. So we are looking forward. So thank you for the question.
No, thank you so much for laying out a very well-established system here in India, building on a very large number of energy auditors from the PAT scheme, and then enhancing their skills and capability to address the specific needs of the CCTS. And this is one of the, I think in my experience, is one of the big challenges, is the verification capacity. And it's also, just wanted to perhaps share some insight from our work in Korea, where this has been a big priority as well in the KETS, which is now one of the longest established ETSs in Asia. So one of the considerations was the international recognition of the verification. So the KETS verification capacity is supported by mutual recognition of the accreditation body with the International Accreditation Forum. So that aligns MRV with international best practice. There's a peer review process, and I think as many ETSs emerging globally, it's important that there's some sort of international recognition of the quality of the verification, which is ultimately the quality of the accreditation. And I think that was something that they particularly thought was important. And also, I think that the training for verification, verifiers, so there the training is provided by government, there's mandatory attendance, and there's a pass-fail criteria, and it's very strict, and if you don't pass, your accreditation is withdrawn, and then the verification bodies themselves, I guess, in India and EU and Brazil will provide their own training, and then that training can be approved by the accreditation body, and also the witnessing of the actual verification work on site, a witness audit, and checking real-world verification practice, I think is very important, and that's something that Korea particularly learned from. So really good to get your insights there. So we have a bit of time now for Q&A. So if anybody has any questions, so we have time for maybe 2 or 3 questions from the audience, and our team will collect the questions. So please raise your hand, and then our colleagues will go around with the mic and collect your questions.
So we have one question all the way towards the end. I'll just check with the team if it's possible to get a mic over there. Yeah, is it possible to have a mic over there on that side? Or sir, could you please come forward, maybe if it's okay with you? Yeah, so just right from the center, sir, you can come from the aisle. We'll make sure to keep it ready for, okay, it's right over there. Thank you. Please introduce yourself, sir, first, and then ask your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for an amazing session. I'm Abhishek. I am doing my master's. Also, I'm engaging in the field of carbon markets through EY. So recently, for example, JCM is ongoing. As of right now, the cooperative approaches is being addressed between the 2 countries. So one of the things I just wanted to ask to the panel, especially Ms. Anna from Brazil, since about the same time, I think Brazil launched the basically cap-based approach, and India has a rate-based approach, CCTS, which is ongoing. I wanted to understand what role the pricing sort of carbon credit plays in this system, and which system has, I would say, more price volatility, because that would be a key driving factor, and something which I'm also working on, trying to model the pricing pre-ETS sort of a situation, and how these markets essentially differ in price volatility. I just wanted to address that question here. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you for the question. So we'll maybe collect another couple of questions, and then we'll answer them. Panelists can be free to answer.
In the paucity of time, so we can only take one question, because you're way above the time.
Okay. Please.
So this is for you. I think he's asking. I could also get the JCM, under the JCM, the prices, how the prices are, or the Brazil is under the JCM, joint credit.
Sir, who just asked the question?
Brazil is still starting.
I'm so sorry. Could I please request you to kindly step forward for one more time? Because I think there is some sort of disturbance in hearing the question properly. So let me just narrate it back to our moderator. Yes, sir. Right from this side, you can just come over here. Thank you. Okay, so the question is how carbon pricing can be impacted, because the approach that India and Brazil follows, they are different. So during these times, how carbon pricing can be impacted is what the question is.
Oh.
Any panelists would like to answer the question?
Yes, if I understood right, I think he was also asking about the crediting mechanism, if it will be incorporated in our compliance carbon market, and how all these regulations could affect the price. Is that right? I can see you.
See, Brazil follows a different price mechanism. They have a cap
Okay.
Pricing can be impacted is what the question is.
Perfect.
Yeah. It's specifically for Brazil. Yeah.
But specifically for Brazil, right? I think.
Okay, I can get started, and thank you very much. The sound here is not very good for listening. As we were discussing the first panel and here in the second panel, I am certain that the rules that we are establishing will impact price, as they will impact the supply of carbon credits when we decide which methodologies will be approved for generating carbon credits, when we decide the rules for approving the ITMOs, the International Transfer Mitigation Outcomes. So this kind of carbon credit, they have a higher price. So once we decided that a certain activity will be allowed to be exported as an ITMO, this will have a direct impact on price. And also, as we have seen with the experience with the European Union, the rules for establishing the cap and establishing long-term rules for determining the scope, setting the cap, the national allocation plan, and how is that cap going tighter throughout the time. It will give the signal to the economic agents showing that they will have to meet their commitments and generate demand, domestic demand in Brazil for carbon credits. So I understand that in Europe, offsetting were not accepted for a long time. In Brazil, offsetting, the crediting mechanism is an important aspect of the policy. We have a lot of projects that will be able to generate carbon credits. So we are going to allow the crediting mechanism to be integrated into our compliance carbon market, and it's something that we will talk more about tomorrow. Thank you.
Great. No, thank you very much. And if anyone else has questions, feel free to ask us after this session, and we'll be very happy to discuss any more specific points. So. In the interest of time, I'll need to make a few closing remarks now. So I think this topic has demonstrated that there's a sort of a consensus on what best practice looks like. There's a similar themes that run across the different jurisdictions, and recognition of the critical importance of high-quality compliance systems, compliance assurance, and ultimately this is what's going to drive a successful emissions trading system. 1 ton must equal 1 ton. You know, 1 ton in one company must be the same as 1 ton in another company, in one country, in another country. And the challenge is often about achieving high quality data cost effectively. So that's also where a lot of learning can be shared, and a lot of the experience sharing across the different competent authorities and across different countries as well, and ensuring that the top level of the process, the accreditation body, is really driving the high quality standards to the verifier, and then the verifier is then ensuring the high quality reports of the annual emissions reports at the company, and that the company has got a very clear understanding of exactly what they need to do to meet the requirements, and that they have tools and templates and guidance, and they have training available. And I think that there's a great opportunity, and I think particularly with Brazil here, that there's initiative taken by Brazil at the recent COP to promote this cooperation around high quality carbon markets, and MRV is one of the key topics. So it's great to see MRV being taken forward as perhaps the first priority topic for international cooperation. This is the most fundamental building block of the ETSs, followed by the cap. In terms of this discussion, we've talked a lot about the compliance requirements and so on, and how to achieve clear compliance obligations. Bartosz mentioned a bit about the wider aspects and the wider considerations and the importance of the cap, and the assurance of what the targets are going to be looking like, and a long-term plan as well. So I think as well as achieving the compliance on a day-to-day, year-by-year basis, it's very important for there to be clarity on what are the expectations of industry over the longer term, and that requires, you know, an absolute cap. It requires a long-term trajectory of that cap. It requires a connection between that cap and the NDC targets. And it requires an understanding of what the benchmarks are going to be, what's the level of the benchmark, and what's the auctioning share, and which sectors will be subject to auction. So all of these details should be factored into the legislation to give certainty to industry on exactly what the rules are, and that will help with their long-term investment planning, because ultimately it's industry that needs to have the buy-in, and industry is going to take the investment and it's going to make the reductions, and it's going to be the driver to achieve the cap. But we've already heard about very good cooperation and consultation with industry. So over this discussion, we've really benefited from insights from our colleagues in the panel, understanding about the clear obligations, drive compliance, credible enforcement sustains the compliance, and the capacity building makes it possible. So we'd like to thank very much Bartosz Przywara from the EU delegation to India, and Ana Paula Machado from the Ministry of Finance in Brazil, and Nia Hunjan from the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero in the UK, and also Dr. Ashok Kumar from Bureau of Energy Efficiency here in India. So thank you all very much, for all of you too, for your participation, listening to the discussion. Thank you very much for a very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and indeed very rightly said. Thank you for that very enriching session. May I request Dr. Anjan Katna to please join us here on the stage and kindly felicitate all our panelists. All right. So starting with our great moderator, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Alistair Ritchie, Director, Asia Society Policy Institute. Thank you so much, sir, for the great moderation. We have Mr. Bartos from Energy, Climate and Environment Councillor, Delegation of the European Union to India. Miss Ana Paula. That's all right, ma'am. Thank you for your great insights. May I request you to kindly receive this on behalf of Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And we also have Miss Nia Hunjan, ladies and gentlemen, and Dr. Ashok Kumar. Thank you. May I request you all to please come together for a quick photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panelists. Thank you for sharing your wealth of knowledge, experience, and expertise with all of us. Indeed, a very enlightening session. Thank you so much once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in the paucity of time, I would quickly like to inform you that we have a masterclass which will now begin in the next hall, which is Palash Hall number C. It's right adjacent to it, and this is a masterclass on Paris Agreement, credited mechanism by UNFCCC. All those people who wish to attend that masterclass can join us there, and rest of you can stay back here for our next panel discussion, which is about to happen on From Fragmentation to Integration, the essential role of digital infrastructure in global carbon market. One more time, I would like to apprise you that we have a masterclass which will now begin in the adjacent ballroom, that is Palash Hall C, on Paris Agreement, crediting mechanism by UNFCCC. Rest of the people are requested to kindly stay back here for our next plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, our next plenary session is on From Fragmentation to Integration, and we will explore how robust digital infrastructure can transform today's fragmented carbon registry and verification landscape into an integrated, trusted, and scalable global carbon market system. As carbon markets expand across jurisdictions and standards, interoperable registries, open data protocols, and secure digital architectures are essential to enable transparent tracking of carbon assets, seamless cross-border transactions, and reduced risks of double counting. We will get to hear some really great insights from our panelists. And before we begin the panel discussion, we also have a presentation from IIM Bengaluru, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, to chair this session, I would request our moderator to please join us here on the stage. Kindly join me in welcoming Ms. Gemma Torres-Babes, Climate Change Specialist, World Bank. Welcome to you, ma'am. May I request you to please have a seat at the dais as I call our speakers who would be delivering this presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Professor Srinivasan R., Chairperson of the Center for Digital Public Goods, IIM Bengaluru, who would be now presenting on design of open network for carbon markets and open protocol-enabled approach for inclusive, interoperable carbon markets at population scale for India and beyond. And also joining him along is Ms. Chetrali Bhoi, Project Lead for the Open Network for Carbon Market at IIM Bengaluru. We will invite our panelists right after the presentation. And just to inform you, Ms. Gemma, we have about 40 to 45 minutes for this session, including the presentation and the questions. So I think without any further ado, with your permission. Okay, if you want, I can call them right now. Okay, I'll call them. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, joining us virtually is Mr. Ivan Kong, Technical Director, Climate Action Data Trust. And Sir would be here with us very shortly. Well, may I now request our other panelists to please join us on the stage as well. Ms. Kira Veknami, Senior Policy Advisor, ETS Markets Policy Implementation, Department of Energy Security and Net Zero UK. Welcome to you. And Mr. Yuvraj Dinesh Babu, Chief Executive Officer, UNMAI Carbon Solutions, Singapore. Mr. Kishore Rajhansa, Chief Operating Officer, Global Carbon Council. All of you are requested to please take a seat at the dais. We'll first begin with the presentation and then come to the questions later.
Thank you. Can you hear me well? Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's plenary session 3 on integration from fragmentation to integration and the role on carbon markets digital infrastructure. Today, we're going to have quite a busy agenda, and it's an honor to be chairing this session as well as to be back at PRAKRITI for the second year. And we are going to be basically looking at the busy agenda, starting with the presentation by Mr. Professor Srinivasan and also Ms. Chaitralai Bhoi on open protocols and digital public infrastructure and the role in carbon markets for 10 minutes. Afterwards, we're going to jump to the moderated discussion with this excellent panel, and then we will open up for Q&A. So I know that we're standing between you and lunch, and that's a tough competition, but we're promised we're going to make it worth it. So over to you for the excellent presentation, and we will go back to the moderated discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here at PRAKRITI 26. What we are presenting is design of an open network for carbon markets, building on India's success on identity, payments. We built a lot of digital public infrastructures, and given the carbon markets are fragmented, given the problems with the carbon markets yet, we thought it was important for us to start building the public infrastructure, a digital public infrastructure, which does the plumbing at the bottom of this thing. At the infrastructure layer, we want to build plumbing, and the plumbing will ensure that all these markets will become interoperable, will become inclusive, and at population scale. We're designing this global first. We're not designing for a single country. We're looking at for global, and we're looking at building this on the most popular protocols around beacon and Finternet. We're looking at carbon as a carbon credit as an exchangeable, tradable asset, and that is something that can be fractionalized, tokenized, and therefore the smallest of the farmers can get on board. To explain more details, Chetrali.
Thank you, sir. So the biggest motivator, am I audible? So the biggest motivator for our ONCM initiative was the fragmented registries, pricing opacity, and the exclusion of the smallholders. And that's why we started with the decentralized registries, programmable commitments at the application layer, and globally verifiable, transparent, and tradable carbon credits.
So why not the existing digital commerce approaches? Because existing digital commerce approaches only focuses on the simple pricing. In carbon credit mechanism, we need a dynamic kind of pricing. So, and the multi-year transaction cycles, which covers the interactions in the fulfillment phase and the post-fulfillment phase in the market, is not covered by the existing digital commerce. So that's why we foundationalize these 3 core principles to build the ONCM on: the domestic enforcement, minimizing supply-side transaction cost, and carbon credit as an interoperable currency which is bankable and tradable. The existing Beacon learnings were one of the motivators that we could actually do it with the multimodality approaches for different kinds of carbon credits, not only restricting it to the energy credits, but also taking it to the forestry and agroforestry and agricultural credits. We are not competing with the existing markets. We are actually making these markets more efficient. This open network gives you multiple nodes to participate and contribute with your own compliance markets and voluntary carbon markets, making these markets more liquid. So that's why we also focus not only on voluntary markets, but also we focus on compliance markets of the countries. These are the all ecosystem actors we have tried to map here. So how value will flow within these ecosystems. All the ecosystem actors will be part of the ONCM network, which will enable that value is created looking at the citizen or end user at the center of the initiative. This is the overall big picture of our market mechanism operations, how the process flow can actually delivered by the discovery, ordering, and fulfillment, post-fulfillment interactions within our open network. So this is not only carbon credit marketplace, but also a service provider marketplace as well, where you can find any buyer, any supplier, any service provider within a single fabric of open network for carbon markets across the globe. This is how we have mapped how value will flow across the supply side actors, demand side actors, and how the exchange layer will be integrated into it. So on very last previous day, on Friday, we had a roundtable discussion at IIM Bangalore campus, and we were privileged to have so many accomplished leaders and stakeholders from the industry who was part of the 4 working groups. And these 4 working groups were actually covering the market mechanism, technology enablers, supply side and demand side actors, and the outcomes are listed in front of you. And with the constraint of time, I'm not going much deeper into it. But we have already recognized the pilots, and the stakeholders have already started planning on how to pilot design and development will happen in the coming quarter and the quarter after that. This is a tentative roadmap for our pilot development and deployment phase, and we are strongly determined to also pilot and deploy across the borders with the CBAM and Article 6 mechanisms. These are some relevant projects we conduct at IIM Bangalore's Center for Digital Public Goods in this domain. So thank you so much for your attention, and let's co-design. I'm inviting you on behalf of India and Indian Institute of Management Bangalore. Let's co-design in this international community for carbon markets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Srinivasan and Ms. Shaitley, for this really excellent presentation. That was a summarized masterclass on carbon markets infrastructure and the role of DPI and carbon protocols and how it can accelerate the scalability of carbon markets. So thank you so much, and we will now go to the moderated discussion. All right. So the panel today is about the role of digital infrastructure in carbon markets. And we heard in the previous sessions about the carbon markets role, compliant frameworks. We heard Mr. Didi say really key takeaways are about having institutional arrangements clear, having high quality standards. We also heard from Ms. Ana Paula from Brazil that the country implementation, the focus is to strengthen registries and MRVs. So now we're bringing to you in this stage one key foundational block that we need to strengthen to make carbon markets work. And this is digital infrastructure. What do we mean by carbon markets infrastructure? We mean those systems and platforms that enable us to digitize the full life cycle of a carbon asset. And so we talk about greenhouse gas inventories, we talk about MRV systems to monitor and measure the emissions, the emission reductions, also about registry systems that help countries do good accounting and avoid double counting. And last but not least, trading platforms, marketplaces, and all these pieces, they need to be interoperable. And when we say interoperable, what do we mean? We mean that one system can speak to each other. And how do they speak to each other? Using the same model, data model, protocols that our experts will talk more about. So we're going to now enter a moderated discussion. We have a lot to ask to our experts, and we'll try to manage time. And I know we have one colleague online. But let's start with the first round. We will focus on interoperability, about how systems can understand better each other and how this matters. The second round will be about digital MRV, and the third round will be about how governance of these systems is critical for a sustainable digital platform. So let's just start with you, Kira. You're working right now leading a full stream in the UK emission trading schemes in the policy team. And my question is, what are the measures taken by the UK for ensuring this interoperability when designing the ETS registry systems? Over to you.
Thank you. So firstly, thank you for inviting me to speak on the importance of digital infrastructure for carbon markets on behalf of the UK government. I hope by sharing our experience, we can support the development of registries and digital MRV in carbon markets globally. And I look forward to hearing the insights from my other panelists. So in the UK, we have the UK Emissions Trading Registry, which is comprised of two sub-registries. So firstly, we have the UK ETS registry for a compliance market and the UK KP registry for the Kyoto Protocol. Currently, the UK ETS registry is a standalone registry that does not facilitate links to any other registries, but the UK KP registry was enabled for UNFCCC international transaction log integration for KP units using established international data exchange and authentication standards. While this function was of course retired this year as required by the UNFCCC for all national registries, this legacy means the UK registry already largely follows international technical standards, which will support more seamless implementation of any future interoperability requirements with other registries. So while being standalone currently, we built the registry with the potential to link with other compliance markets in mind, and the design closely followed the EU's Union Registry, where relevant, since the EU was considered the most likely linking partner at the time, and this was also beneficial for administrators and market participants who were already familiar with that system. So we see registry interoperability as a capability to preserve long-term. So for any one-off integration, we would look to do so in a way that wouldn't block future links, and we'd encourage other parties to do the same. And finally, the UK registry is hosted on a secure cloud platform, and we see security as vital for resilient and robust interoperability. Successful interoperability requires bilateral trust between the two systems, which equivalent security standards can facilitate. And therefore, we would look to ensure security equivalence for any future links between the UK registry and external registries.
Thank you so much. So what we heard now is a very strong connection with the presentation from the experts of the Indian Management Center of Bangalore about creating API architectures so registries can have connections with national and international platforms to give some sustainability as well as security and also common data structures and frameworks. So moving to the next panelist, Dinesh, you're basically now working as the head of market and managing director at the Carbon Market Utility, and you have a lot of experience around carbon open network protocols as well as data models. The question that I would like to ask you is, how do we bring this interoperability across transactions? So what are the innovations that we see to make real-time cross-border transactions and how interoperability matters here? Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. First, let me thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity for the second time in a row. So grateful to that. Just to answer the question straight away in paucity of time, I would say that the way the protocols and the data models are being set up, I think it's going in the right direction in terms of encompassing the aspects of how to make the real-time transaction possible, and not just to reinvent the wheel, but try to emulate what the financial markets are already doing across the world. So just imagine the SWIFT protocol that we have, which enables the kind of seamless transactions in the financial market. I think we are moving towards creating a protocol equivalent to that. Maybe I'm not exactly talking about the similarity, but I'm trying to give you the practical example of how the SWIFT kind of a concept could be applied for designing a similar seamless transaction for the transactions, especially for the carbon credits. That is one aspect of the financial transaction. And therefore, the data models become extremely important in terms of different markets may have different ways of explicitly mentioning the nature of the credit, but an underlying aspect remains the same. The fundamental principles remain the same. And therefore, we need not reinvent the wheel in terms of the fundamental design, similar to how CAD Trust has done. It has given the breakthrough basis which more strength could be given to the architecture of this common data model. That's first. The last one, I would just limit myself to the kind of the integration of the DMRV related data that would help understand how the real-time issuance of the carbon credits could occur, so that the real-time transactions could also follow in the real process of step by step. And for that, we need really to work hard in creating similar data schemas. Right now, it is not available in the open data protocol. And from that angle, we have to really work hard to create the next level of exercise, similar to what CAD Trust and other data models have started evolving over a period of time for the project and the units. And now we have to move towards how to create those units on a real-time basis. So from that angle, the next big breakthrough would come from how to understand the common data scheme for the DMRV. And that, of course, would really rewrite the whole process of how we can create a real-time transaction process. So that's what I feel would be the top two aspect of it. And one small update is I request our audience to go and look at the protocol established by Singapore government, Vera and Gold Standard, to integrate the independent carbon standards to seamlessly have an operation with the compliance registries. And that is the first step again. There's going to be a lot of work to be done to really operationalize that protocol. And therefore, that will be the practical example for the question Gemma asked. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dinesh. So this is really good insights to understand that there's multiple initiatives in the market developing common data protocols, common data standards, all coming together so the full life cycle of a carbon asset will have a common language, a common data framework, so we're all basically connecting and increasing the transparency and the traceability across the value chain. So thanks for that. Last but not least, Kishore, as the Chief Operation Officer at the Global Carbon Council, you're now preparing the registry for global interoperability, including with the connection to the Climate Action Data Trust. And we heard first from Kiera, the UK, how at the country level they are looking at strengthening the registry to make it more interoperable and connecting to multiple platforms. And it's great to hear your angle on how an independent standard that operates the registry is doing the same. So over to you.
Thank you, Gemma. And thank you, PEE, for having me to this conference, and a very esteemed panel what we have on the interoperable registry and the carbon market infrastructure. So I would start by saying that the Global Carbon Council as one of the most sophisticated project portals and the transaction registry we are operating. We are catering to voluntary carbon needs and the compliance market needs. It is connected, the transaction registry is connected to exchanges, aggregators, blockchain platforms, and so on and so forth. This is in a pursuit to enhance liquidity of GCC credits and bringing flexibility to project owners and buyers. So we are also building the DMRV to reduce transaction cost and boost efficiency of registration and issuances by bringing complexity at the standards end and in order to simplify life for project owners. We know that we are living in the world of a decentralized market, especially with respect to Article 6.2. And Article 6.2 requires big bilateral collaboration between the GHG standards and the countries, collaboration between exchanges and the global stocktake platform like CADT, the Climate Action Data Trust, and standards and the countries. So we are ideally looking for a well-connected network of the countries, standards, exchanges, and the global stocktake platform who are reporting to UNFCCC. And what is meant by interoperability? When we talk about interoperability, the countries must have the national registries that can do the function of accounting, tracking, reporting of the mitigation outcome. But if possible, for the decision making on authorization, registration of projects, issuance of mitigation outcomes, and transfer of ITMOs. This means that the registries should be linking to bilateral partners, to meta registries, and the CADT and CARP of UNFCCC as well. We would be able to connect the carbon market infrastructure that we have developed with the national, with the GHG standards of the world and to the national registries of the world, as well as the CAD Trust and the CARP in the future. This is, of course, a challenging task that the governments have not done so far. They need to carry out something that in which many of the governments are lacking capacity. I'm not talking about India. India is one of the most progressive country in terms of building the market capacity, one of the front runners, I would say. But many countries do not have expertise and capacity and resources, especially in LDCs. These resources are lacking. So post 2028 post COP28, over last 2.5 years, GCC has been developing a carbon market infrastructure, a fully digitized carbon market infrastructure to prompt start Article 6.2 carbon marketplace with the countries, where the GHG programs of the world can partner with the countries to issue high integrity carbon credits and assist the countries in issuing, I would say, high integrity carbon credits. And this CMI is trying to build the GHG programs of the world and the countries together in addition to the exchanges and the global meta platform like CADT.
Kishore, sorry to interrupt. Can you wrap up in 30 seconds? And then, can you wrap up in 30 seconds? Can you finish in a few seconds? And we move to the next
finish,
panel. Thank you.
So the idea is that the CMI that I'm talking about will bring all the actors together, the standards, the global platform like CADT and the countries together, and it would create a completely interoperable system. What I meant to say that interoperability is not about the tracking and accounting, but also about the decision making on authorization, registration, and issuances. So that's what we are doing at this point of time, and we hope to bring in more progress to you in coming months. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And apologies, I know that we've been asked to accommodate time given an unforeseen circumstance. So Kishore, thanks for reminding us a very comprehensive list of requirements from UNFCCC. Really important. Article 6 provides a legal requirement for any country to have a database, a software as a registry to do full accounting and have mandatory options, functionalities like Kishore just listed all of them. So thanks for sharing all these lessons learned and how are you preparing to be connected to CAD Trust and other infrastructure of UNFCCC. So we have a speaker online, Evan Kong, Technical Director of the Climate Action Data Trust. I don't know if Evan, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm able to hear you guys. Are you guys able to hear me?
Hi, Evan. So Evan is working at the Climate Action Data Trust. The CAD Trust, if you don't know about it, brings together all these stakeholders, all these, both countries and independent standard registries in one platform, putting all this data into one place. Before CAD Trust didn't exist, if you wanted to check where the carbon markets data is, you couldn't really find it. You had to go registry by registry by registry, and now there's one place when you can go and check it out. You can, sorry Evan, I'm taking all your full explanation, but I want you to deep into why a country should join and tell us more about your expertise in this field. But you can check it online, CAD Trust data dashboard, where you have all the 80% of the carbon markets data globally. So Evan, over to you to share the excellent work that the Climate Action Data Trust is doing.
Yeah, thanks, Gemma. So I have 5 key points right quickly. So the first point is that for CAD Trust, what Gemma has just described actually helps the ecosystem build kind of a minimum viable trust framework. It means that countries or even registry systems are able to actually integrate onto CAD Trust, passing data to us without needing to completely redesign their system. The second point is, of course, we act as kind of like a translation layer, where all the data that is being passed or being pushed from registry is actually harmonized to enable interoperability, and then with everyone looking at the same set of data, comparing apple to apple, it actually helps to build and strengthen trust. Thirdly, is really on the technology side, because we are anchored with blockchain technology, where audit trails and APIs are being utilized. It builds the sense of a machine-to-machine verification integrity here. So all data is really from machine to machine. There's no human intervention, giving the sense of errors, human-prone errors being minimized. Finally, we are also accelerating this adoption, right, through practical implementation. We are not just a data model per se, but we have our own open APIs. Countries are already, or even registry, are already passing data to us in their harmonized manner. And we are also allowing third parties to actually consume our data through this API reference to all data layers to actually create additional use case for markets to participate. So in essence, right, this builds that essential trust around the carbon credit, the data you're looking at.
Thank you, Evan. Sorry, I have to interrupt you because we will have to make short this session because the one official is coming very soon to the stage. But I would like to finalize a few seconds here. This doesn't end here. Tomorrow we have a full masterclass on carbon markets infrastructure. Check the agenda. We're going to have some of these experts and others talking about all these topics. If you want to know more, please connect with these excellent panelists after this session. They are the gurus of all these topics. And please join me in thanking them for such a great insight, short but concise and rich. So thank you so much. I believe there's no time for that.
Yes. Sorry, sir, in the paucity of time, we cannot take any further questions because we are awaiting the Honorable Minister who would be joining us here very shortly. So if you have any questions, perhaps we can take it offline once the panelists are down there with you. So thank you so much for a great discussion. And can I request Mr. Tushar Saxena to please join us here on the stage and kindly help us in felicitating our wonderful panelists here. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our great moderator, Ms. Gemma Torres-Beebs, Climate Change Specialist, World Bank. Thank you, ma'am, for, in fact, concluding the entire discussion within time. Thank you so much for leading it forward with such zeal. And ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Ms. Kira McNamee, Senior Policy Advisor, ETS Market Policy Implementation, Department of Energy Security and Net Zero UK, Mr. Yuvraj Dinesh Babu, Chief Executive Officer, UNMAI Carbon Solutions Singapore, and Mr. Kishore Rajhansa, Chief Operating Officer, Global Carbon Council. May I request all the panelists to please step forward for a quick photo opportunity. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can hear a big, big round of applause one more time for all our panelists. Thank you so much for this very thought-provoking discussion. And I would also like to apologize for rushing you, Gemma. Thank you. Thank you so much for taking it so well. I know you have questions. If you have questions, we can now take it during the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. We will have lunch for next 40 minutes, sharp at 1:30 p.m. All of us have to gather back here inside this hall because we will be then resuming with our inaugural session that will be graced by none other than our Honorable Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs. So make sure that we all are back here within the time duration that is sharp at 1:30 p.m. At 1:35, the Honorable Minister would be inside the hall. So please kindly abide by the time duration. Thank you. already highlighted the fact that we have a social media wall outside. So I believe that all of us must be posting online. We are letting the world know we are here. How many of you have already posted on their social media handles? Can I just see a raise of hands, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I think when I'm going to ask this question next time, I am really hoping to see many more hands rising up. So please make sure that whatever sessions you have attended today, or maybe the inaugural session which you are about to attend, please make sure we are posting online. You can use the hashtag #Prakriti 2026, and all your social media posts would actually be visible. It would be highlighted on our social media wall. So you can go and check it there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so good to see such a full house right now. And can I just quickly see a raise of hands of all those people who just attended our masterclass, which happened in the adjacent hall? Oh, wow, so many of us. Fantastic. Good to know that. How was it? Fantastic. Amazing. Oh, I'm just seeing like a lot of thumbs up and the wow signs. Good to know that. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I just got a signal that we are closing the doors. So just in case if your friend is outside, whosoever you feel that your colleagues maybe are there in the pre-function area, please ask them to join us here. We're about to close the doors now. Well, soon we'll be learning the proactive measures taken by the Indian government, emphasizing on how carbon markets are being leveraged to address the challenge of climate change. This platform would be graced by two of our honorable ministers, Shri Manohar Lal ji and Mr. Shripad Nayak ji, who would be here with us very shortly. Any moment from now, we can expect the honorable ministers to join us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, as a part of the hygiene announcements for this inaugural session, one more time I would like to request you all the people who have got their mobile phones on the general mode, please put it on the silent mode. And I think during the inaugural session, we might not be able to step out of the room. So if we could just hold our calls for maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, that would be totally appreciated. All right, so since we have a couple of more minutes, can I just see a raise of hands of all those people who would be joining us here tomorrow as well? Can I see a raise of hands of all those people who are going to be here tomorrow? Fantastic, good to know that. Now for you, we have something truly special. I hope that you have already started posting on social media. If not, please do so right away. Tomorrow, perhaps at the end of the evening, we might be choosing someone with a very innovative social media post, and that person would be felicitated here on the stage. So please make sure we are posting as much as possible. We are using the hashtag #Prakriti 2026. And of course, you can tag us online as well. All right, so with a quick check of hands, can I see how many people have just posted on social media? Can I just see a hand right now? All the people who have just posted on social media. Oh, superb. I'm just going to wait for you guys. Yes, I'm going to wait for you. Let's do it. So ladies and gentlemen, it looks like that we have about a minute more to go before we begin the inaugural session for the day. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, since I got to know that we have about 2 more minutes, so very quickly, raise of hands of all those people who were a part of last year's Prakriti. Last year's Prakriti. Wow, about 30 to 40% of us, 30% of us, fantastic, good to know that, amazing. So I think in a while, I'm just going to come down and quickly take a review and perhaps hear your learnings from both the years up till now. Are we ready? Check. So ladies and gentlemen, let me inform you that the honorable ministers are already here and they are having a look at the exhibition and they would be here with us at Palash Hall very shortly. Now, can I just see a raise of hands of all those people who actually told me before that they were a part of last year's Prakriti? Could you please raise your hands again? 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, superb. So since you have been a part of both the experiences, we know that this is just only about 25% of this year's event which we have completed till now. But what are learnings you had from the last year or maybe this year, any session that you found really enlightening in particular? Would you like to share it with us?
So I come from Bridge Carbon. It's the largest corporate in the global carbon markets. So I'm well aware about the global standards, the ecosystem. So it was heartening to see this thing coming up in India in a very systematic way and the ecosystem getting created. So we are very well on our way to the journey and it bodes well for the future. So early days yet, but on a good path.
Yes, long way to go, but yes, I think we all are glad to be a part of this journey. Okay, who else has been a part of both Prakritis? Okay, one more person. I'm seeing a lady from the right-hand side. Hi, ma'am. Can I know your name, please, and where you're from?
Hi everyone, I'm Poonam Pandit from Wire Consultancy. I was a part of last event and the carbon market in India still was developing at that point of time. Standards was getting developed. So it was a very niche stage where the people were aware about the kind of requirements and the way it's developed, what would be the pricing and everything. But yeah, currently the situation is little clear and it's progressing day by day. So I think these events will strengthen us on those capacities as well. And Wire Consultancy is working on this as well, so we would like to be part of these kind of projects and programs again and again. Thank you so much for inviting us.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Thank you, and very rightly said, we are evolving by the day as we speak. And of course, what started as a very powerful conversation last year, this time this has turned into a platform wherein we are talking about the transformation, the action. Now, can I just see a raise of hands of all those people who consider to attend an event like this as a major opportunity to network with the industry peers. They feel that this is the best opportunity to network with the industry peers, whosoever is a part of this industry. कितने लोगों को ऐसा लगता है कि जब आप एक ऐसे इवेंट में आते हैं तो आपके कनेक्शंस बहुत अच्छे बिल्ड होते हैं, आप बहुत सारे लोगों से बात करते हैं, you exchange your cards. So can I see your hands of all those people who have built some great connections today? Who have built some great connections today? Can I see a raise of hands? So how many cards, your business card I would say, you have exchanged with the other people? And how many cards did you bring? Now how many of you do you have it on you right now?
I think I exchanged with about close to 20.
20 people?
Yeah. And we are a biochar manufacturer, so we got to meet people who are doing it, our peers, also some equipment manufacturers, some MRV specialists, and some financiers as well. So it's like a full circle, end to end. So I think these kind of conferences really help us a lot in that sense.
Thank you so much, sir. Good to know that you have managed to build some really amazing connections today. Close to 20 cards you have exchanged. Fantastic. Anybody else from maybe that side? Yes, sir. I'm just going to come to that side. Sorry, it's a long walk. It's a big hall. Yes. Can I know your name, please?
Myself, Anand Shukla. I think I might have exchanged 50 plus cards.
50 plus cards.
And I have to spend, time to reprint additional cards. But the good part is I met all my former colleagues. Wow. And it is like, rejuvenating my connections. And I met with colleagues in GIZ, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and other organizations. So this is really actually good. And I would say this is a Mahakumbh of carbon markets. And I think this should be, made successful, and there should be, tangible outputs and to be followed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I think that's very creative. This is my second year hosting Prakriti. I'm going to use it next time. Mahakumbh of carbon markets. All right. So I think we have already spent a great amount of time building connections, hearing some valuable insights from our esteemed speakers who have been a part of today's event. And I just got to know that we have almost like about a minute more before the honorable ministers join us here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so a couple of minutes more we have to wait, but I think the doors are about to close, so I'm just gonna again put it forward. The doors are about to close, just in case if you have anyone outside, make sure that they're here inside the hall. Super. All right, so since we have got a couple of more minutes in our hands, can we just quickly take a okay, I'll come to you, sir. Can we just take a quick raise of hands of all those people who have taken some really innovative initiatives in order to reduce the carbon emissions or, okay, super. I'm going to start from here, come right till the back. Let's hear it out. I think after all, it is all about creativity and learning from one another. We have already heard from the speakers. Let's hear from everyone who has joined us here today.
मैं धर्मराज चौधरी मैं धर्मराज चौधरी जयपुर राजस्थान से हूँ और समृद्ध भारत कृषि स्टार्टअप का मेंटर हूँ। 36,000 से ज़्यादा फार्मर्स हमारे एसोसिएशन में जुड़े हुए हैं और उन्होंने पिछले कुछ सालों में 2.5 करोड़ से ज़्यादा पेड़ों को लगा के जीवित रखा है और अब हम उनका एक प्रोजेक्ट कार्बन क्रेडिट के लिए भी रजिस्टर्ड करने जा रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ राजस्थान से हमारा 123 करोड़ पेड़ों को जीवित रखने के लिए MOU है और मैं उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का मेंटर हूँ। इसके अलावा ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग के लिए मैं मल्टीपल टाइम अवार्डेड हूँ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ राजस्थान से, और मेरे एसोसिएशन में 126 फार्मर हैं जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ राजस्थान से ऑर्गेनिक और इनोवेटिव फार्मिंग के लिए अवार्डेड हैं।
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing that with us. And wow, so good to know. About 36,000 farmers, sir, you said. 36,000 farmers. 2.5 crore से ज़्यादा पेड़ लगा चुके हैं. क्या बात है, sir? What a noble work we all are doing together. I think I just got to know that the honorable ministers are on their way towards this hall, so we can close the doors now. Ladies and gentlemen, just to apprise you of the fact that once the ministers are here, if you wish to step out, you can step out, but you cannot come back inside. So please make sure that we are seated. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody is requested to please take their seats. All the people who are standing at the back, please take your seats. A humble request to everyone to kindly put their mobile phones on the silent mode as well. Please put your mobile phones on the silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you so much for sharing your innovative initiatives with us. We're going to come back to you in a while. We're just awaiting the presence of the honorable ministers who would be here with us maybe in next 20 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please rise up from your seats as we are welcoming our Honorable Union Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manohar Lal ji, along with our Honorable Union Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy, Shri Shripad Nayak ji. A very warm welcome to you. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ देवियों और सज्जनों, आप सभी से अनुरोध करना चाहूंगी कि हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी का स्वागत करें। सर, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। अपने व्यस्त कार्यक्रम से समय निकालने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। I would like to request the Honorable Minister to please join us here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ फिर से स्वागत करते हैं Honorable Union Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manohar Lal ji. Honorable Union Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy, Shri Shripad Nayak ji. I would also request the respected Secretary, Ministry of Power, Shri Pankaj Agarwal ji, to kindly join us here on the stage as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we also have amongst us Mr. K.C. Panigrahi, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and Mr. D.K. Srivastav, Chief Engineer, Ministry of Power. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries. Thank you so much for making time from your busy schedules and joining us here today, and for marking your magnificent presence here. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request you to welcome them with a big round of applause one more time? Thank you. Thank you to the honorable ministers and all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais. May I now request you all to kindly step forward for the ceremonial lamp lighting. Can I request you, the honorable ministers, to kindly step forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. देवियों और सज्जनों, दीप प्रज्वलन का हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति में एक बहुत ही बड़ा महत्व है। ये एक सिंबल है जीत का, ज्ञान की अज्ञान पे, उजाले की अंधकार पे. So as we are inaugurating this session, we pray to the deity to bless us all with abundance of prosperity, health, and a successful event forward. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ. Thank you to the honorable ministers. May I request you to please pose for a quick photo opportunity with the lamp. Thank you. Thank you so much again. May I request our dignitaries to please take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, what a remarkable inauguration of this session. I'm already feeling all the positivity here in the room, and we have the magnificent presence of such esteemed personalities. Thank you to the honorable ministers for joining us here again. May I now humbly request Mr. K.C. Panigrahi, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to kindly welcome our dignitaries on the stage. Our Honorable Union Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manohar Lal Ji, with a shawl and a planter. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ देवी और सज्जनों, आइए स्वागत करते हैं माननीय मंत्री जी का. Mr. Panigrahi, can I request you to kindly welcome our Honorable Union Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy, Shri Shripad Nayak ji. देवी और सज्जनों, जोरदार तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. Sir, you're also requested to kindly welcome Secretary, Ministry of Power, Shri Pankaj Agrawal ji. Sir, may I request you to please welcome Mr. D.K. Srivastav, Chief Engineer, Ministry of Power. Welcome to you all. May I request you to please, sir, take your seat back. आपका एक बार फिर से बहुत स्वागत है, हार्दिक अभिनंदन है प्रकृति 2026 पे. इसी के साथ I would now request our Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to kindly deliver his welcome address. I would request Mr. K.C. Panigrahi to kindly come to the podium.
Distinguished guests, industry leaders, global experts, and esteemed delegates, namaskar. Honorable Union Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs, Honorable State Minister of Power, Secretary Minister of Power, senior officials from Government of India, representatives from international organizations, financial institutions, industry leaders, researchers, and valued delegates. It is my privilege and honor on behalf of Bureau of Energy Efficiency to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the second International Conference on Carbon Markets, which is PRAKRITI 2026. We are deeply honored by the presence of our honorable ministers and senior dignitaries whose leadership continues to guide India's journey towards a sustainable and energy-efficient future. Your presence here today inspires all of us working in the field of climate action and energy transition. I would also like to extend a special welcome to our international partners, experts, and participants who have traveled from across the world. Your participation reflects the importance of collaboration and shared learning in addressing global climate challenges. PRAKRITI has, over time, evolved into a platform that brings together policymakers, practitioners, innovators, and market participants to engage in meaningful dialogue on climate and energy transitions. This year's conference continues that effort, focusing on how we can collectively move from ambition to implementation. As we all recognize, the global climate discourse has now entered a new phase. The question today is no longer whether to act, but how to act through practical, equitable, and technology-driven pathways that allow economies to grow while reducing emissions. At the same time, the scale of transformation requires is immense. Achieving climate goals will require significant investment across energy systems, industries, transports, and urban infrastructure. Mobilizing this scale of finance demands innovative approaches, credible institutions, and well-functioning markets. In this context, carbon finance and carbon markets are emerging as powerful enablers. They help channel investments into low-carbon technologies, energy efficiency, and sustainable infrastructure. When designed with integrity, they not only support emission reductions, but also create economic opportunities, drive innovation, and strengthen long-term resilience. Globally, we are witnessing important developments in this space. The operationalization of Article 6 of Paris Agreement, the growing maturity of voluntary carbon markets, and the increasing engagement of financial institutions are opening new avenues for cooperation. At the same time, there is strong emphasis on ensuring that carbon markets are built on credibility, transparency, and trust. Robust systems for measurement, reporting, and verification supported by digital technologies will be essential to ensure that carbon finance delivers real and measurable outcomes. In India, we are moving forward with a clear and structured approach. The development of the carbon market under the carbon credit trading scheme represents a significant step in aligning climate action with economic growth. It reflects our commitment to achieving our long-term climate goals while ensuring that development remains inclusive, secure, and sustainable. We must also leverage the power of digital transformation. Digital systems are enabling more accurate measurements, improved transparency, and greater efficiency in carbon markets. From national registries to advanced data platforms, technology is helping build systems that stakeholders can trust. Climate change is a shared challenge, and its solution must be collective also. Collaboration between governments, international institutions, private sector participants, and research organizations will be essential to mobilize finance, share knowledge, and scale innovative solutions. The theme of this year's conference, Unlocking Carbon Finance for NDC Implementation, which is Global Partnerships and Digital Pathways, captures this evolving reality. Over the next 2 days, this platform will provide an opportunity to discuss how carbon markets can support national climate goals, how finance can flow more effectively into climate solutions, and how digital systems can strengthen trust and transparency. I would once again like to express my gratitude to our honorable ministers, secretary, distinguished speakers, partners, and all participants for joining us today. Let us use this platform not only to exchange ideas, but also to build partnerships that can truly translate ambition into action. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Panigrahi. May I now humbly request Secretary, Ministry of Power, Mr. Pankaj Agrawal ji, to kindly address the gathering.
Honorable Union Minister of Power, Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manohar Lal ji. Honorable Minister of State for Power, New and Renewable Energy, Shri Shripad Yesu Nayak ji. My colleague, Dheeraj Srivastava ji. DG Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Dr. Krishna Panigrahi ji. Colleagues from the sector, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to the second International Conference on Carbon Markets, PRAKRITI 2026. This gathering brings together policymakers, practitioners, and stakeholders who are deeply engaged in shaping practical and credible climate solutions. As the global community looks for ways to align development with environmental responsibility, carbon markets are increasingly recognized as a key instrument to achieve this balance. For India, climate action has always been guided by realism and responsibility. As a growing economy with significant development priorities, we have looked at emission reductions in a manner that supports industrial growth, employment, and energy security, while ensuring climate action. Market-based mechanisms have therefore been central to our strategy, allowing economic signals to drive efficiency, innovation, and investment. Over the past 2 decades, the Government of India has gradually built experience in implementing performance-based regulatory frameworks supported by market instruments across different sectors of economy. Building on this experience, India has operationalized the Indian carbon market under the Carbon Credit Trading Scheme. This represents an important step in integrating carbon considerations into our economic framework in a structured manner. The Indian carbon market has been designed with 2 complementary pathways. The compliance mechanism focuses on reducing emission intensity in energy-intensive industries, while the offset mechanism provides opportunities for voluntary participation through emission reduction and removal projects. In 2025, the emission intensity targets were announced under the compliance mechanism of India's Carbon Credit Trading Scheme. The first phase brought 4 sectors into the mechanism, covering 282 obligated entities. The second phase extended coverage to 3 more sectors, adding another 208 entities. Altogether, this marked the inclusion of 490 industrial units across 7 sectors. As coverage expands and the compliance framework becomes more robust, the CCTS is set to drive measurable emissions reductions across India's industrial sectors. Beyond its role in reducing emissions, the carbon market is emerging as an important instrument for economic realignment. By recognizing and rewarding lower carbon choices, it encourages industries to rethink production methods, upgrade technologies, and make more efficient use of resources. These incentives help industry remain competitive while supporting India's climate commitments, strengthening our industrial base as global expectations continue to evolve. A credible carbon market must be supported by a strong governance framework. The Government of India has therefore put in place clear institutional arrangements to ensure transparency and trust, where the National Steering Committee of the Indian Carbon Market oversees the entire program. The notification of CCTS provides legal clarity. Accredited carbon verification agencies ensure that reporting and verification processes are robust and reliable. The National Registry enables transparent tracking of carbon credits and prevents double counting. These elements together help create confidence among market participants, investors, and other stakeholders. While government provides the policy framework, the success of carbon market will depend on active participation from industry, financial institutions, and investors. The private sector has a critical role in identifying opportunities, mobilizing capital, and implementing solutions on the ground. Partnerships between the public and private sectors will be essential to scale investments, support innovation, and make emissions reduction economically viable across sectors. As India's carbon market takes shape, it is being developed with a clear focus on balance between ambition and practicality, growth and responsibility. The framework is designed to evolve steadily with continued attention to transparency, sound monitoring, and efficient market operations. At the same time, engagement with international cooperation mechanisms, including those under Article 6 of Paris Agreement, will strengthen confidence in the system and enhance the recognition of Indian carbon credits. As we deliberate over the next 2 days, the conference provides an important opportunity not only to exchange ideas, but to learn from each other's experiences and chart practical pathways forward. Carbon market will succeed only when they are grounded in credibility, shaped by evidence, and informed by real-world outcomes. India looks forward to continued dialogue and cooperation with the international partners. Once again, I wish this conference all great success. Thank you so much, and Dhanyavad, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Agrawal. May I now request the Honorable Union Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy, Shri Shripad Nayak ji, to kindly share his wisdom with all of us.
Namaskar, Honorable Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs, Mani Sri Manohar Lal ji, Secretary Power, Sri Pankaj Agrawal ji, Director General of Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Sri K.C. Panigrahi ji, Chief Engineer, Ministry of Power, Sri Dheeraj Srivastav ji, Senior Officers from Ministry of Power, CMDs and Directors of Power PSUs, industry leaders, global experts, friends from media, and all the distinguished guests and delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar and good afternoon to you. It is a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at PRAKRITI 2026, the second international conference on carbon market, convened at a time when climate ambition must translate into credible, scalable action. The theme, Unlocking Carbon Finance for NDC Implementation, Global Partnership and Digital Pathway, it is not just timely, it is defining. As the world moves from commitments to compliance, from target to transformation, carbon markets are emerging as a critical bridge between climate ambition and economic reality. At its core, climate action today rests on 3 C's, which we can call as a 3 pillars, that is credibility, capital, and collaboration. First pillar is credibility. Carbon market can succeed only when trust is absolute. Every carbon credit must represent real, measurable, and verified emission reduction. This is why robust measurement, reporting, and verification system supported by the digital technologies are indispensable. The second and most important pillar is capital. The global transition to low carbon pathway requires trillions of dollars of investment. Carbon finance provides an efficient mechanism to channel the capital into clean technology, be it renewable energy, green hydrogen, energy efficiency, or nature-based solutions. And the third and equally significant pillar is collaboration. Climate change recognizes no borders. International cooperation under framework like Article 6 of the Paris Agreement will be central to building interconnected and high-integrity carbon market. Friends, India approached this transition with clarity and conviction. We believe that climate action and economic growth are not competing priorities, they are complementary imperatives. Over the last decade, India has emerged as one of the fastest growing renewable energy market globally, while simultaneously improving energy efficiency across the sector. Energy efficiency, often referred to as the first fuel, remains the most cost-effective pathway to reduced emission. Every unit of electricity saved is a unit generated. At the same time, India is building a robust and forward-looking carbon market framework. The Carbon Credit Trading Scheme 2023 lays the foundation of India's carbon market, integrating a compliance mechanism for industries with a voluntary offset mechanism to drive wider climate action. This framework is not theoretical, it is operational and expanding. Emission targets have been notified across key sectors. A robust institutional ecosystem is in place, and methodologies now span areas from renewable energy and hydrogen to agriculture and waste. The message is clear. India is not just participating in carbon market, we are actively shaping them. A major milestone in the journey is the India Carbon Market Portal, a unified digital platform ensuring transparency, traceability, and efficiency across the entire life cycle of carbon credits. As markets scale, digital MRV system, interoperable registries, and data-driven governance will define the credibility and global acceptance. Distinguished delegates, the global carbon market is evolving rapidly from fragmented system to integrated frameworks. India's approach is clear, credible domestically and competitively globally. At the same time, we remain guided by equity. Carbon market must be enabler of growth, not barriers, empowering industries, supporting MSMEs, and creating a new income opportunity for farmers and communities. Friends, our task is not just to build a market, but to build high integrity, high impact, and high trust carbon market that reward real action, mobilize finance, enable technology transfer, and accelerate our NDC goals. Prakriti 26 provides a vital platform to advance this shared mission. As we deliberate, let us focus on three priorities: trust, finance, and digital innovation. Let us transform carbon market from instrument of the compliance into engine of climate ambition. With this word, I once again extend my best wishes for the deliberation ahead. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for sharing your vision with us and enlightening us on how India is actively shaping the carbon market and making the future more sustainable and resilient. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, in the presence of the highly inspiring leaders of our country, we would now like to take this opportunity to launch the Indian Carbon Market Portal. This serves as the central digital platform for the implementation and administration of the carbon credit trading scheme, and it will be used by the obligated and non-obligated entities that will be a part of the Indian carbon market. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we have just launched the Indian Carbon Market Portal. I would like to humbly thank the Honorable Ministers for doing the honors of launching it. May I request you to please take your seats, as now we show you a quick glimpse of the Indian Carbon Market Portal. Let's have a look on the screen.
The Indian Carbon Market, ICM Portal, serves as the central digital platform for the implementation and administration of the Carbon Credit Trading Scheme, CCTS. The ICM portal will enable end-to-end process for the issuance of carbon credit certificates. The portal will be used by the obligated and non-obligated entities that will be a part of the Indian carbon market. The portal enables the registration of ACVAs that are empaneled to conduct validation and verification activities. The IT portal also facilitates the registration of projects intended for participation under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. The Indian Carbon Market Portal is now live.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this platform we have just launched the Indian Carbon Market Portal and it is live now. On that note, अब मैं माननीय यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ पावर एंड हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स श्री मनोहर लाल जी से अनुरोध करना चाहूँगी कि वह अपने बहुमूल्य विचारों को हम सभी के साथ साझा करें. I would request the Honorable Minister to kindly share his valuable thoughts and wisdom with all of us. सर, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. आपकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
मंच पर विराजमान भारत सरकार के केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री पावर एंड एमएनआरई श्रीमान श्रीपद नायक जी, सेक्रेटरी पावर श्री पंकज अग्रवाल जी, डीजी ब्यूरो ऑफ एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी श्री कृष्ण पाणिग्राही जी, डायरेक्टर ब्यूरो ऑफ एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी श्री धीरज श्रीवास्तव जी, उपस्थित अतिथिगण, उद्योग जगत के सभी प्रतिनिधिगण, वैश्विक विशेषज्ञ तथा उपस्थित सभी सम्मानित प्रतिभागियों, नमस्कार। आज जैसा हम लोगों ने देखा है कि प्रकृति 2026 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कार्बन मार्केट, ये एक सम्मेलन, और इस सम्मेलन में मंच पर आपको सबको संबोधित करना ये मेरे लिए बहुत गौरव की बात है। कार्बन मार्केट ये अपने आप में जब पहले सुनते थे तो बहुत ही एक अजीब लगता था। अलग अलग तरह की मार्केट तो हमने सुनी, ये क्लॉथ मार्केट है, ग्रेन मार्केट है, और फिर ऑनलाइन शेयर मार्केट है, लेकिन ये कार्बन मार्केट आएगी और एक नया आयाम लेकर के आएगी, ये जो विषय नया था तो बहुत अजीब लगता था। लेकिन आज मित्रों, जब इसकी आवश्यकता महसूस हुई है तो हमें अपनी जो क्लाइमेट स्ट्रेटजी है, और इस क्लाइमेट स्ट्रेटजी में मुख्य रूप से जो कार्बन का एमिशन, इसको कम करना है। वास्तव में कार्बन मार्केट से एमिशन कम तो नहीं होगा, लेकिन दो ग्रुप्स में जो कार्बन एमिशन करते हैं, जो नहीं करते हैं, जो कंप्लायंस को जल्दी करते हैं, जो लेट करते हैं, उनके बीच में एक मैकेनिज्म बनाया गया है कि कार्बन सर्टिफिकेट्स को जिसके पास उपलब्ध हैं वो बेचेगा, जिसके पास उपलब्ध नहीं हैं वो अपनी ऑब्लिगेशंस को पूरा करने के लिए वो खरीदेगा। जिसमें से हमारे जो टारगेट्स हैं उसको पूरा करने के लिए एक इंसेंटिव भी होगा कि हमको अपना जो हमारी जो प्राचीन सभ्यता के हिसाब से प्रकृति का जो संतुलन बना के रखना है, वो संतुलन बनाने में और सब लोग अपने दायित्व को समझें, ताकि इस कार्बन न्यूट्रलिटी इसकी ओर हम आगे बढ़ें। कार्बन का आखिर उत्सर्जन कैसे होता, क्यों होता है? हम देखते हैं कि हमारी आवश्यकताएं पूर्ति करने के लिए कुछ हमको प्रोडक्ट्स तैयार करने पड़ते हैं, जैसे पावर। अब इस पावर के प्रोडक्शन में, जनरेशन में एक साइड प्रोडक्ट के नाते से और कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का उत्सर्जन होता है, और यदि हम इसको नहीं रोकेंगे तो इतनी मात्रा बढ़ जाएगी कि हमारा जीवन दूभर हो जाएगा। तो प्रकृति के साथ लड़ाई न लड़ें, अपनी आवश्यकताओं को पूर्ति करें और उसमें से कुछ ना कुछ ऐसे रास्ते निकालें कि हमारी प्रकृति भी वो बची रहे। तो हमको इसको कई प्रकार के साधन इसमें करने पड़ेंगे। और इसमें विशेष दूसरी बात है, वो है ग्लोबल वार्मिंग। ग्लोबल वार्मिंग भी सारी प्रोसेस में वो बढ़ती जा रही है। हमारा जो 1850 से लेके 1900 तक का जो स्तर है, पृथ्वी का जो औसत तापमान है, वो धीरे धीरे बढ़ना शुरू हुआ। उस समय ये जो तापमान था, ये लगभग, यानी आज जो पृथ्वी का तापमान है उस स्तर से 1.4 डिग्री ये सेल्सियस बढ़ चुका है। इन पिछले 25 वर्षों में अगर हिसाब लगाएं तो 2023 ये वर्ष ऐसा हुआ है ग्लोबल, इसको कह सकते हैं कि अब तक का ये सबसे गर्म वर्ष रहा है। और इसको हम हीट इंटेंसिटी को अगर कंट्रोल नहीं करेंगे, काबू नहीं करेंगे, तो बहुत ही एक जिसको दुस्वप्न, बुरा सपना देखने लायक होगा कि बहुत गर्मी बढ़ गई तो हमारा क्या बनेगा। तो इसलिए समय पर इसको चेताना और इन चीज़ों को कैसे हम काबू पा सकते हैं, इसके लिए कोई ना कोई निर्णायक कार्रवाई करने का अब समय आ गया है। आज वैश्विक विमर्श इस बात पर है कि ये कार्रवाई करनी है कि नहीं करनी है, इसका कोई विषय नहीं है। करनी तो है, कैसे करनी है, कितना जल्दी करनी है, कौन सा मेथड होगा करने का, ये हमको विचार करना है। तो इसलिए हम अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी से ड्रिवन जो विभिन्न उपाय हैं, उसके हिसाब से हम एमिशन को कम करें, इसकी क्षमता ये हमारी बढ़ रही है, हमको बढ़ानी है। भारत की क्लाइमेट स्ट्रेटजी, इसको और क्लाइमेट जस्टिस के हिसाब से इसको पूरा करने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बहुत सी क्लाइमेट चेंज के निपटने के कई महत्वपूर्ण पहलू पहले ये बताई हैं। G20 जब इसकी अध्यक्षता हुई, दुनिया के जो देश आपस में मिले, तो उस समय वैश्विक स्तर पर नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा क्षमता यानी आरी को हमको 3 गुना आगे बढ़ाना है, क्योंकि आज फॉसिल पावर के बजाय नॉन फॉसिल पावर यानी आरी, इसके ऊपर भी दुनिया का जोर इसलिए है कि हम कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का उत्सर्जन कैसे कम कर सकें। इसके लिए न नेशनल लेवल पर ही नहीं, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर भी बहुत सी मीटिंग्स, बहुत से सेमिनार ये सब हुए हैं। COP28 इसमें भी अपनी मजबूत वैश्विक यानी ग्लोबल स्टॉकटेक, इसका हमने समर्थन किया है। हमने जो पेरिस एग्रीमेंट, उसके अंदर भी एनडीज के माध्यम से हमने एक कमिटमेंट किया कि हम 2070 तक नेट ज़ीरो टारगेट को हम पूरा करेंगे, ताकि उस समय हम अपने बिजली की व्यवस्था अथवा अन्य कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का जो उत्सर्जन है, उसको हम एक लिमिट में रख करके 2070 तक नेट ज़ीरो पर हम आ जाएं। ये हमारी एनडीसी है। तो इसको पूरा करने के लिए हमने बहुत से काम किए हैं। देश में ग्रिड का आधुनिकीकरण, ये उसकी आवश्यकता थी। ग्रीन ओपन एक्सेस, फिर हमने समय आधारित टैरिफ, यानी डे टाइम में सोलर पावर ज़्यादा है तो उसका टैरिफ कम हो, और पीक आवर्स में जब हमारे पास आरी की कमी है उस समय टैरिफ ज़्यादा हो। ये भी एक टाइम को चेंज करके जनता कैसे उसका एक अभ्यास बनाए, ये हमने इस पर हम किया। स्मार्ट मीटरिंग जैसे कदम, जिससे हमें पता चल सके कि किस समय में हमारी खपत कितनी है, ये भी बड़े लेवल पर हम शुरू कर रहे हैं। स्मार्ट मीटर का तो हमारा अभियान आज दुनिया के अंदर एक रिकॉर्ड स्थापित कर चुका है कि 20 करोड़ स्मार्ट मीटर ये हमने देश भर में लगा चुके हैं। इतना बड़ा नेटवर्क अभी किसी देश ने नहीं लगाया है। तो इन चीज़ों से हमारी यानी एक प्रकार से जानकारी बढ़ती है, हम अलर्ट होते हैं, हम इसके लिए अपनी चीज़ों को आगे बढ़ते हैं। इसी कारण से आरी का ये जो काम है, इसमें जो निवेश है, ये सबके एंटरप्रेन्योर्स का एक आकर्षण का विषय बन गया है कि आज हम जितनी भी ऊर्जा का पैदा यानी उसको बढ़ाना है, पैदा करना है, उसका जो जनरेट करना है, तो सबसे पहले आकर्षण हो गया कि हम आरी में जाएंगे। आरी में जा रहे हैं, उसमें कठिनाइयाँ हैं तो उसके रास्ते निकाल रहे हैं। तो इस नाते से हम अपनी जो क्लाइमेट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है इसको आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, और इसको एक आर्थिक प्लेटफॉर्म पर लाने के लिए ये जो विषय मैंने बताया कि मार्केट, कार्बन मार्केट का जो विषय किया गया है, उस सारे को एक आर्थिक स्तर पर हम एक मार्केट रूप में आगे लेकर के आएँ, ताकि उसमें लोग अपने एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कर सकें। जो इसमें ज़्यादा अलर्ट हैं, योगदान कर सकते हैं, उसका लाभ उठा सकें, और जो इसको कंप्लायंस नहीं करते उनके ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ दंडित भी उनको किया जाए, उनको किस प्रकार से रेस्ट्रिक्टिव किया जाए, ताकि अपने सिस्टम को और वो अच्छा बना सकें। मित्रों, इस अवसर पर राष्ट्रीय मिशन फॉर एनहांस्ड एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी, इसके अंतर्गत बहुत सी योजनाएं, इसमें जो क्रियान्वयन किया गया है उसमें जिन्होंने भी प्रयास किया है, मैं उसकी बहुत बहुत सराहना करता हूं, क्योंकि इस काम को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए बहुत सी चीज़ें वो कर रहे हैं। जैसे परफॉर्म अचीव ट्रेड, पैट का एक सिस्टम जो बनाया है, उसके आधार पर भी इन चीज़ों को आगे लागू किया जा रहा है। इसी प्रकार स्टैंडर्ड लेबलिंग, एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन एंड सस्टेनेबल बिल्डिंग कोड, जो हमारे बिल्डिंग कोड्स हैं, उसके आधार पर हमारा भवन निर्माण इस प्रकार का अचीवमेंट हमारी बने, जिसमें से हम इस अपने टारगेट को पूरा कर सकें। तो पैट के अंतर्गत अभी तक 1333 उद्योग, बहुत बड़ी संख्या में उन उद्योगों ने 13 ऊर्जा गहन क्षेत्रों के अंदर उनको शामिल किया गया है, और उसके अंदर जो जानकारी है, अभी 25.77 मिलियन टन ऑफ ऑयल इक्विवेलेंट, बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में कार्बन का जो उत्सर्जन है वो कम हुआ है। और इसमें कार्बन की कुल अगर टनेज में अगर हिसाब लगाया जाए तो जितनी बचत हुई है, लगभग 110 मिलियन टन कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एमिशन में कमी आई है। 110 मिलियन टन बहुत बड़ी मात्रा होती है। अगर ये उत्सर्जन कम नहीं होता तो आज वायुमंडल में कितना पोल्यूशन होता, और हमको कितनी यानी फेस करना पड़ता प्रॉब्लम्स को। अगर उन दिनों को याद करें जब कोविड आया था, कोविड के अंदर आखिर तो कितने संकट में से हम गुजरे, और वो संकट माना जाता था कि मानवता के ऊपर एक संकट आया है। लेकिन हमारे देश के वैज्ञानिकों ने, दुनिया में बहुत से एफर्ट्स हुए, उसमें से हम पार निकले। लेकिन आगे चल करके ऐसा संकट मानी इसी प्रकार का कोई आता है तो मानवता को भी खतरा हो सकता है। तो ये कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड की मात्रा, इसका उत्सर्जन कम करना, और अपनी अपनी जिम्मेवारी, चाहे वो इंडस्ट्री में है अथवा बिल्डिंग्स में है अथवा अन्य सब जो भी कार्बन उत्सर्जन के कारण बन सकते हैं, उसको हमको ठीक करना है। ECS, BS और ENS के माध्यम से भवनों को एनर्जी एफिशिएंट बनाना, ये भी बहुत ज़रूरी है, जिसके अंदर हमारी ऊर्जा बचत और एमिशन में कमी ये संभव हो सकेगी। अभी इसके अंदर जो हमारी अधिसूचना जारी की गई है, उसमें 20 से अधिक राज्यों ने और केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों ने, क्योंकि ये विषय कंकरेंट लिस्ट में होने के नाते से इसका अडॉप्ट करना गाइडलाइंस का ये स्टेट्स के जिम्मे है, तो स्टेट्स ने अपने यहाँ इसको अधिसूचित किया है, और कई राज्य इसके अंदर आगे बढ़ते हुए चल में हैं कि वो भी इस गाइडलाइंस को साइन करें, ताकि हम ECS, BS के अनुरूप परियोजनाओं की संख्या हमारी बढ़ सके। ये हम काम कर रहे हैं। इन प्रयासों को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कार्बन क्रेडिट ट्रेडिंग स्कीम ये बनाई गई है, और इस स्कीम के अंतर्गत ही आज जो कार्बन मार्केट का जिसका पोर्टल लॉन्च किया गया है, एक ढांचा बना दिया है। और आने वाले और एक 4 महीने के बाद मैं कह सकता हूं कि एक फॉर्मली जो ट्रेडिंग है कार्बन मार्केट में, वो 4 महीने के बाद शुरू हो जाएगी। अभी तक कार्बन सर्टिफिकेट्स की जो ट्रेडिंग है वो अपने देश में नहीं है, बल्कि विदेशों में होती है। लेकिन आज से जो कि पोर्टल लागू किया गया है, सब जो संबंधित लोग हैं, जो भी कंसर्न्ड इसमें पार्टीज हैं, वो अपने आप को रजिस्टर करेंगी, और रजिस्ट्रेशन करने के बाद उनका सबका निरीक्षण होगा, ताकि कितना कार्बन उत्सर्जन कौन करता है और कितनी कंप्लायंस किसको करनी है, किसको सरप्लस जो मिलने वाले हैं उनकी मार्केटिंग का सिस्टम, वो सब हमारे ब्यूरो ऑफ एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी ये सब करने वाले हैं। तो उसका मैकेनिज्म अपने सामने आएगा। इस सब में जो मैकेनिज्म है वो ऑफसेट मैकेनिज्म, और जो पेरिस का समझौता अनुच्छेद 6 है, इसके समन्वय से भारत ये सुनिश्चित करेगा कि एमिशन में कमी यानी इस प्रकार से आ जाए। ये हमारा केवल वायदा ना रहे, क्योंकि NDCs को कहते हैं वो वायदा था, लेकिन इस वायदे को हम जमीन पर खरा उतारें और इसको वेरीफाइड रियलिटी ये बने, इस ओर हम सब काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे बताते हुए आपको प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि ऑफसेट मैकेनिज्म के अंतर्गत 9 मेथोडोलॉजीज के डिटेल्ड प्रोसीजर ये अधिसूचित किए जा चुके हैं और 40 से अधिक संस्थाओं ने पंजीकरण इसमें कराया हुआ है और बायोगैस, हाइड्रोजन, वानिकी परियोजनाएं, इनके प्रस्ताव भी प्राप्त हुए हैं। मुझे लगता है कि अवेयरनेस काफ़ी बढ़ रही है और संबंधित लोग, आप सब लोग जैसे बैठे हैं, इस विषय को और आगे कैसे बढ़ाएंगे। इसी प्रकार कंप्लायंस मैकेनिज्म, इसमें भी 2026 की शुरुआत तक 7 एनर्जी इंटेंसिव सेक्टर्स में 490 ओब्लिगेटेड एंटिटीज़ के लिए ग्रीन हाउस गैस एमिशन इंटेंसिटी, इसका जो लक्ष्य है उसको हमने अधिसूचित किया है। इसमें भी काफ़ी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो इन व्यवसायों के लिए कार्बन फुटप्रिंट को कैसे कम करना और केवल रेगुलेटरी ऑब्लिगेशन तक सीमित नहीं रहा, बल्कि एक ग्रीन ग्लोबल अर्थव्यवस्था में रणनीतिक लाभ, इसका ये विषय बन गया है। तो इसमें जितनी जिम्मेवारी जो ज़्यादा निभाएगा, जितना वो प्रयत्न करेगा, उसमें उसको आर्थिक लाभ भी होगा और अपनी जो राष्ट्रीय जिम्मेवारी है, न केवल राष्ट्रीय जिम्मेवारी बल्कि एक मानविक उत्तरदायित्व, ये हमारे ऊपर है। हम इसको पूरा करने के लिए आगे आएँ। विषय बहुत सामान्य व्यक्ति के लिए कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो सकता है, लेकिन हम जो लोग एक्सपर्ट यहाँ बैठे हैं, विषय के ज्ञाता हैं, वो इन विषयों पर थोड़ा भी ध्यान करेंगे तो हमारा ये जो विषय, इसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे। और ये जो कार्बन मार्केट है, ये केवल कार्बन मार्केट नहीं बना रहे, बल्कि लॉन्ग टर्म में एक राष्ट्रीय परिसंपत्ति, एक नेशनल एसेट, ये हम तैयार कर रहे हैं। तो इस पर हम सबको आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। मेड इन इंडिया का अर्थ केवल गुणवत्ता नहीं, बल्कि एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी, पर्यावरण जिम्मेदारी भी है। इसको लेकर के हमको काम करना होगा और टेक्नोलॉजी को और प्रभावी बनाना होगा। भारत दुनिया में एक अग्रणी देश के रूप में इस विषय में आगे आए और इसका दुनिया के देश बहुत विषयों में हमारे देश को पहचानने लगे हैं, उसकी पहचान करके गिनती में लाने लगे हैं। एक समय था आज से 15 साल पहले कि हमारा देश 5 यानी फ्रेजाइल इकोनॉमी में आता था, लेकिन आज आपको हमको सबको पता है कि हमारा देश 4th एक हाईएस्ट इकोनॉमी का जो कंट्री है, प्रभावशाली देश बन गया है। हम बहुत जल्दी 3rd स्थान पर आने वाले हैं, लेकिन उसमें ये सब चीज़ें काम आएगी। और आज का जो विषय कार्बन मार्केट, इस कार्बन मार्केट के माध्यम से अपना प्रभाव, अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी को आगे बढ़ा करके हम दुनिया के सामने पेश करेंगे, तो निश्चित रूप से देश को विकसित भारत बनाने का जो हमारा 2047 तक का लक्ष्य है, उसको पूरा करने के लिए आगे बढ़ेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
अपने कीमती विचारों को हम सभी के साथ साझा करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी। ऐसे प्रतिभा संपन्न व्यक्ति की मौजूदगी मात्र हमें हर्ष, उल्लास और प्रेरणा से भर देती है। आपकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति के लिए एक बार फिर से मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगी। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ फिर से लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन फॉर श्री मनोहर लाल जी। चलिए इसी के साथ आई वुड नाउ लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर सौरभ डिडी, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to kindly join us here at the podium to deliver vote of thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Union Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs, Honorable Minister of State for Power, Secretary, Ministry of Power, Chief Engineer, Ministry of Power, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. It is my privilege to propose this vote of thanks. सबसे पहले मैं हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री विद्युत एवं आवासन एवं शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिनके प्रेरणादायक और दूरदर्शी उद्बोधन से इस सम्मेलन को दिशा निर्धारित हुई है। सर, आपने जिस प्रकार भारत के विकास और जलवायु दायित्व के संतुलन को प्रस्तुत किया है, वह हमारे लिए अत्यंत प्रेरणादायक है। I would like to also give my heartfelt thanks to Honorable Minister of State for Power for his insightful remarks, highlighting the importance of energy efficiency, carbon finance, and role of innovation for our clean future. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Secretary, Ministry of Power, for his continued guidance, support, leadership in shaping India's climate and energy policies. Also, I would like to say thanks to Chief Engineer, who actually helped us a lot in this program, coordination of this event. Also, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, who helped and guided us in development of this Prakriti 2026. Also, I would like to say thanks to our partner, who is PMU, like PricewaterhouseCoopers, who developed this portal. and other partners like World Bank, GIZ, UNEP, EDF, BHC, P4E, and UNFCCC, actually who helped us in organizing this event, bringing leaders from all over the world. And also, sir, we are having a masterclass in the adjoining room where we are discussing technicalities of the subject as well. So I would like to thank all of them. And special thanks to all speakers, delegates who have joined us here today. Your presence and participation are what truly makes this platform meaningful. Thank you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
With that, we would like to thank the Honorable Ministers and all the esteemed dignitaries for sharing their valuable thoughts with us. We are truly grateful and honored to the Honorable Ministers for sharing their inspiring and forward-looking thoughts with all of us. Your vision not only reinforces India's unwavering commitment towards reducing carbon emissions, but also instills the confidence in the path we all are collectively shaping together towards a more sustainable and a resilient future. Thank you for enlightening us and guiding us with this very important dialogue with so much of clarity and purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं फिर से माननीय मंत्री जी के लिए. All of you are requested to kindly remain seated as we are now going to resume with the next session for the day. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we should have a big round of applause one more time for all our esteemed dignitaries for sharing their valuable thoughts and wisdom with all of us. Thank you so much, sir, once again, for marking your magnificent presence here. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, all of you are requested to please stay wherever you are right now. Kindly remain at your seats as we're now going to resume with the next session for the day. एक बार फिर से हम बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहेंगे माननीय मंत्री जी का. बहुत धन्यवाद सर. चलिए इसी के साथ, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to take this day forward and we are proceeding towards our We are proceeding towards our first thematic address of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody who has just joined us over here, over this side, can I request you to please take your seats now, as we are now going to hear some really valuable insights on enabling low-carbon economic transformation through international cooperation by Tina Dijkhoff, Head of Division Climate and Environment, German Embassy. Ms. Tina Dijkhoff is a climate and environment policy professional, currently serving as the first secretary and head of the Climate and Environment Division at the German Embassy in New Delhi. She leads Germany's engagement on climate cooperation, sustainability, and environmental initiatives in India, contributing to the Indo-German Green and Sustainable Development Partnership. Can I humbly request Ms. Dijkhoff to kindly join us here on this stage and address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you are requested to please remain seated. Wherever you are, kindly remain seated. This is a part of the security protocol of the Honorable Minister. Please remain seated wherever you are, and welcome to you, Ms. Dijkhoff. Over to you.
So, distinguished dignitaries, colleagues, partners, and friends, it is my pleasure to speak here today at the second International Conference on Carbon Markets, PRAKRITI 2026. This is an important platform for advancing carbon markets and climate action. I would like to sincerely thank the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, and associated stakeholders for inviting me to address this important topic on enabling low-carbon economic transformation through international cooperation. Climate change demands coordinated global responses. No country can act alone. We are at a decisive moment in our global journey. The science cannot be ignored, the climate risks are intensifying, and the window for meaningful action is rapidly closing. The transition to a low-carbon economy is no longer a distant aspiration. It has become a central pillar of economic policy, industrial strategy, and international cooperation. Crucially, this transition is not only about reducing emissions, it is about enhancing competitiveness, strengthening energy security, and unlocking new opportunities for sustainable growth and innovation. Countries that act decisively today will be better positioned to thrive in an increasingly carbon-constrained global economy. Energy efficiency is one of the fastest, most cost-effective levers for decarbonization, which reduces emissions, cost, and also strengthens energy security. Here, carbon markets are a critical tool to drive cost-effective climate mitigation. They encourage industry to innovate, reduce emissions, and invest in cleaner technologies. We consider carbon pricing as a major climate instrument in the national policy portfolio. Carbon pricing instruments can make an essential contribution to achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement in a cost-efficient manner. It creates technology-neutral investment incentives and generates revenues for finance complementary climate measures and social compensation. In Germany and India, the green tech industry clearly demonstrates that sustainability and competitiveness go hand in hand. The green economy is one of the fastest growing sectors globally. However, as long as climate ambitions differ between countries, measures are needed to address carbon leakage. Otherwise, emission reductions in one country only lead to a rise in emissions in another country. India and Germany share a long-standing and trusted partnership in energy and climate cooperation. Germany has been a partner to the Indian energy efficiency efforts since 1995, followed by the Energy Conservation Act 2001 and the establishment of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. We are very happy to be part of this initiative up to the present day. Together we have worked to strengthen policies, institutional capacities and implementation mechanisms, which reflects a shared vision, sustainable economic growth aligned with climate goals. One flagship achievement supported through Indo-German cooperation is India's Perform, Achieve and Trade scheme, the PET scheme. The PET mechanism has demonstrated how market-based approaches can drive energy efficiency at scale. It has delivered significant energy savings, reduced emissions across energy-intensive industries, and built a foundation of monitoring, reporting, and verification systems. Importantly, PET provides valuable lessons and institutional readiness for the Indian carbon market. Building on this strong foundation, Germany is pleased to continue supporting India in operationalizing its carbon market. The emerging Indian carbon market represents a major step towards economy-wide decarbonization, a platform to mobilize private investment, and an opportunity to integrate with global carbon market developments. This also presents a valuable opportunity to connect with evolving global carbon market frameworks, where international cooperation is essential for the alignment of global standards. State Secretary Flassbart from my ministry at home, from the German Federal Ministry for the Environment and Climate Action, was in India 3 weeks ago. With our Indian partners, he discussed chances and challenges of industry decarbonization and the momentum of India-EU free trade agreement. Germany agreed with India to further explore areas to even deepen our collaboration on the implementation of the Indian carbon markets. Germany has a long tradition working with countries to develop monitoring systems and verification and reporting systems and to prepare for the introduction of emission trading systems. Our partnership with India is part of the broader Indo-German cooperation on climate and energy. It is aligned with Germany's strategic commitment under the Indo-German Green and Sustainable Development Partnership, the so-called GSDP. The GSDP reflects a joint ambition to accelerate sustainable transformation through policy, finance, and technology cooperation. PRAKRITI 2026 highlights the importance of global partnerships, digital innovation, and climate finance. We highly value our trusted collaboration with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency and all its partners. Platforms such as this conference are essential to exchange experiences, identify solutions, and shape the way forward together. I congratulate all stakeholders involved in the important discussions over the next 2 days, and I'm looking forward to opportunities arising through carbon markets in India and globally. Germany remains committed partner to India on this journey. Thank you so much.
May I humbly request Ms. Charu Dubey from Pledge for Her to kindly join us here and kindly felicitate Ms. Dykhoff. Right at the center. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Tina Dykhoff. Can we take one more photograph? Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. Thank you again. May I now request the team to kindly set the stage for the next session? Gentlemen, we are now proceeding towards our next plenary session that is on advancing voluntary mechanisms, country experiences, and key learnings. In this session, we will explore the design, implementation, and impact of voluntary mechanism using real-world country experiences. Now, to moderate and chair this session, I would request Mr. Marcos Castro, Senior Environmental Specialist, World Bank, to please join us here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, it will showcase case studies highlighting how voluntary markets can accelerate climate ambition, strengthen integrity and transparency, and mobilize private sector participation. It will also identify enabling conditions, policy frameworks, institutions, technical capacity, finance, and stakeholder engagement, and assess challenges such as governance, additionality, verification, equity, and alignment with NDCs. And long-term strategies. By extracting cross-cutting lessons, it will clarify what works, what doesn't, and how countries adapt to evolving standards. This discussion will highlight further opportunities for scaling, replication, capacity building, and actionable recommendations to support national climate goals and inclusive sustainable development. All of you are requested to kindly remain seated as our esteemed panelists are about to join us on the stage for the session. All right, so with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are, I believe, looks like we're all set for the next session. So welcome back to you. May I request Mr. Marcos Castro to please join us here on the stage and kindly also help me in welcoming all our esteemed panelists here on the stage as well. We have Mr. Ajay Kumar Sharma, National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies, to kindly join us here on this stage. Mr. Saurabh Didi, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Ms. Zhen Yi Shong, Senior Policy Manager, Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market. And Ms. Madhura Mitra, Executive Director, PwC. Welcome to you all. All right, so with this, I believe, Mr. Castro, we can start with the conversation, and when Mr. Ajay would be here, we can ask him his set of questions. Can we please switch on all the mics? Let's switch on all the mics. It's on, sir. That's okay. You can use mine. Here.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. After that very exciting and impressive official opening session with the authorities of the Ministry of Power, now it is my pleasure to moderate this next session, which will zoom into a discussion on voluntary carbon markets, a little bit of a stock take of what has happened so far, but most importantly, the forward-looking part. So for that, we're going to have an unbelievably strong panel. This time it is my pleasure to switch roles with Mr. Didi. Everybody knows Mr. Didi, the architect of the India Carbon Crediting Scheme, director at the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, who will give us, of course, the perspective of the policymaker and the operator of the system. We're still waiting for our second panelist. I will introduce him as soon as he arrives, Mr. Ajay Sharma. But meanwhile, we already have here on the panel Mrs. Zhen Yi Shong. She's a senior policy manager at the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market. We all know the role of ICVCM, a governance body that develops and maintains a global threshold for high integrity carbon credits. And of course, she will give us that perspective of, of a body that brings together different stakeholders, including carbon crediting standards. And then we will have the pleasure of listening to Mrs. Madhura Mitra. She's an executive director at the PricewaterhouseCoopers, who has an extensive experience advising governments, corporates, on carbon markets, climate finance, and decarbonization strategies. And she will kindly share her perspective as an expert on this topic. The other panelist that will join us soon is Mr. Ajay Sharma. He's the Joint Director at the National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies. As we know, independent validation verification bodies play such an essential role to ensure integrity, to ensure credibility of the system. So we will all benefit from that perspective. We're a little bit behind schedule, so with this introduction, I guess we can jump into the discussion with a first set. We were going to have 2 rounds of questions for each panelist to get her their insights from their perspective, and then we will make sure to have still some time for a round of question and answers, and we will be taking questions from the floor. So please have your questions ready for that. To get us started, why don't we listen first from Mr. Didi, from his perspective, building up the Indian carbon trading schemes. As we know, the carbon trading, the CCTS has the compliance mechanism, the offset mechanism. The previous session really focused on the compliance mechanism, but now in this session, we would love to hear your expectations, your perspectives on how you see the voluntary carbon markets converging into the compliance mechanism, how there is a role or not a role for the voluntary carbon markets to serve for compliance purpose under the CCTS.
Thank you, Marcus. So we have actually, I will not say 2 mechanisms, we have 3 mechanisms. One is the compliance mechanism where we give targets to industries that you have to reduce your emission intensity to a certain level, and based on that intensity they are going to reduce. Then second is the offset mechanism where voluntarily anybody can participate for the domestic trade. And the third mechanism, which if you have seen the portal, there is a section called Article 6 where Article 6 credits will be traded with various countries. Like for example, we have already signed MOU with MOC with Japan. Similarly, we may sign with other countries as well. And then those trade can happen under Article 6.2 as well. So, so domestic, the offset mechanism will have 2 components. One is the purely domestic, which can be sold internationally, but without corresponding adjustment. And if they are sold internationally with corresponding adjustment, then it will be as per the Article 6.2 methodology, which will be, say, when we are talking with Japan, it is mutually agreed methodology with Japan or any other country. So based on that, we will trade. So right now, what we are seeing that these 2 mechanisms, domestic trade for the offset and the Article 6 trade, will talk to each other because methodologies will have overlap. So there could be a same project which can have which can be registered under Article 6.2, and same project is registered under our domestic market. But right now, compliance mechanism will be totally different mechanism where we are not saying that anybody can buy from the offset mechanism. For example, if we look at EU, European Union, earlier also they used to have some kind of a trade from the offset or the voluntary markets to be purchased for their compliances, but later on they also stopped. So we would like to have first experience that purely compliance, how it will work, purely offset, how it will work. And then we also have a provision that say tomorrow something happens like that, we don't have demand, we don't have sale of, we have significant demand, but we don't have enough of credits which can be purchased by those compliance people. Then we can open this segment and these people can sell to the compliance mechanism. So this will act as a stability mechanism. But if other way is there, the thing is that if there is more of supply and less of demand, then we are also developing market stability reserve, which will come into picture and which will ensure that these certificates are traded at constant price.
Thank you, Mr. Didi. And I actually had that question for you, on to what extent facilities with obligations and the compliance mechanism would be allowed to use offsets for to meet. But thanks for, you already mentioned that, so that was actually something that raised in some internal discussions yesterday, that there was still some questions. Let me move to Mrs. Shen Zhong now, and now ask her about her reflection about the fact that in the more recent years there was such an intense scrutiny on the voluntary carbon markets for all the right and wrong reasons, but at the end of the day that triggered this process where ICVCM has played such a central role in developing these integrity principles. So from your perspective, working with all the different global standards, what can you see now, taking stock on all these recent developments and challenges ahead, what are the most critical structural reforms that are still needed to restore confidence in the voluntary carbon markets?
Yes, thank you very much. And I think that is a very good question. Firstly, let me also congratulate the launch of the Indian Carbon Market Platform. Congratulations, that's a very good and positive step in Indian carbon markets. But I think to answer the question, firstly, I think there being scrutiny on carbon markets is actually a good thing. Because at the end of the day, when you have carbon credits and you're talking about carbon credits are only as good as they actually reduce or remove the carbon emissions that they claim to do so. So actually, it is actually good that there is scrutiny, and I invite scrutiny into carbon markets because we have to ultimately put in the work to solve climate change and move towards net zero. And I think the good news for carbon markets is that the carbon ecosystem already has the tools to actually ensure that carbon credits in the ecosystem are of high integrity. So for ICVCM, the core carbon principles of the ICVCM actually require carbon crediting programs and methodologies in the voluntary carbon market to actually deliver genuine emissions reductions and removals. And at the same time, they also need to support sustainable development efforts and protect nature. So at the Integrity Council, we actually always say this term, build integrity and scale will follow. And I think it's very good that this is what we've been seeing in the market as well. So in the market, or at least through an analysis that from Patch, we've actually seen that carbon credits with the core carbon principle label is one of the most in-demand credits by the market, and that there are also buyer clubs internationally who are specifically looking to buy carbon credits with the label of core carbon principles. So we do see this movement towards high integrity in the voluntary carbon markets, and that is a very positive sign because this means that corporates are taking it very seriously in terms of carbon credits and integrity. So I would say how we can actually continue to build the confidence in carbon markets is we should really try to find ways to build alignment with integrity framework, the core carbon principles, and also ensure that high quality and high integrity becomes a systemic movement instead of something that is considered, in isolation.
Thank you very much. And I really like that simple but so important message, that slogan of build integrity and scale will follow. I do think that's a mantra that all those who are involved in these markets should definitely follow. Can you remind us about the core carbon principles where people could find out more about those core carbon principles? Because they're really like an essential building block on the voluntary carbon markets for moving forward.
So of course, the core carbon principles are actually split into a few buckets. They cover basically principles for carbon credits that ensure high integrity. So for example, we have the principle of additionality. So for example, that the carbon credit, when generated, has to be creating that financial reason for carbon credit to be generated in the first place. And then as well as sustainable development benefits and positive impacts on local communities. I think I will not bore the audience with listing the 10 core carbon principles, but of course I encourage the audience to also look at the Integrity Council website to also understand these principles as well.
Thank you. Let me now invite Mrs. Mitra to share some of her insights from her perspective on the corporate demand on voluntary carbon credits. As we know, still corporate demand to meet their decarbonization strategies, their corporate level decarbonization strategies, remains the main driver for demand in the voluntary carbon markets. Again, talking about scrutiny, there has been also more recently such a debate in India and all around across regions on the use of credits as part of those decarbonization strategies. Could you share with us a little bit about that debate here in India and then the region?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Just so that all of you know that we are working, as PwC, working with Indian corporates and corporates in Asia, as a whole, for the last almost 2 decades. And we have seen how the preferences of corporates have changed over time. At the moment when corporate demand is driven by their net zero targets mainly, and there are 2 kinds of targets that the corporates are taking at the moment. One is definitely 2050 net zero, which is long term. And then there are companies who are also looking at short-term carbon neutrality targets, And we also need to keep in mind that when we talk about net zero, we talk about 2 things. One is decarbonization through clean technologies, and the next part is offsetting the residual emissions. At the moment, technologies are not mature enough. Most of the technologies are not commercialized. That is why organizations, especially hard-to-abate sectors, such as, say, for example, Vedanta Limited in India, their current inventory is around 60 million tons of CO2 per year. And out of that, through technology, they can only reduce maybe 10 million tons of CO2. So rest 50 millions are still there as residual emissions, even after their best efforts to decarbonize. So if they have to become net zero, they have to have means to offset those residual emissions, which is a huge number. So for companies like this, offsetting is very, very important. Offsetting that will give them substantial emissions, either reduction or removal. So these companies mainly are looking for large-scale nature-based projects, because nature-based projects ensure integrity in most cases. There are core carbon principles, integrity council approved methodologies available for nature-based projects, and also it ensures long-term carbon sink. So we do see carbon credits coming out of nature-based solutions as one of the most demanded carbon credits at the moment by the corporates. And that includes biochar and many other forms, mangrove and all other kinds of nature-based solutions that lead to long-term and substantial sequestration of carbon and hence generating long-term carbon credits and good quality carbon credits. The other thing that we need to keep in mind is, and what corporates are looking at is a balance between the budget that they have, because these, because nature-based credits are also highly valued credits in the market. So a balance between the budget that they have, for offsetting and the quality of credits. So definitely it's just not the nature-based credits. Many other banks in India, when we interact with, they're also looking at credits that are generated out of waste management practices, renewable energy projects, and energy conservation related projects. Mainly slightly, in terms of value, slightly cheaper, but at the same time, if those credits are additional, if those credits have the labeling of, say, a core carbon principle or, say, BBB by B0, labeling is becoming very, very important for all the corporates. If they are seeing an additional label, that is giving them a lot of assurance. So it's just not the nature-based credits, it's also other sectors where credits are slightly cheaper, if I may use the word. But credits with an additional label is something that is definitely in demand at the moment in the market. So we do see, demands for all kinds of credits, but the purpose of buying those credits is varying from one corporate to the other. Some are looking for credits that will give them long-term sequestration, and that is why they are ready to spend money as much as needed. Then there are corporates who are looking for a balance between the quality and the price. So they are looking for credits which have additional labeling. For example, there are cook stove projects. I'm currently dealing with an organization. They are going for cook stove projects which are BBB rated by B0. So it's not that it's demand for only one kind of credit, but there is a combination of objectives, that are driving the market and the volume and the price of the market, I would say. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, and that was already very insightful, and you already anticipated some of my follow-up questions I had, so I will have to think about new ones. But at the end, you mentioned that and explained in the voluntary carbon markets that at the end of the day, the price is primarily set by the willingness to pay, depending on the objectives of the corporate buyer. Are there some significant differences in terms of objectives? Just
no.
2 or 3 different examples?
Yeah, I mean, as I gave examples, no, I don't see a significant difference in objective. It's a combination of all at the moment, But if you ask me what is currently the primary objective in the market, then definitely looking for credits that will lead to long-term carbon sink. So I do see a lot of demand around nature-based credits at the moment.
Thank you. We had our 4th panelist that was would cover that other essential perspective of the so-called VVBs, validation verification bodies that really need to ensure that the third-party principle is implemented with the carbon markets. I'm sure that in the audience we will have experts working in one of the VVBs. So what we will do to cover that perspective is in the round of question and answers. Please let us know so that you could cover that perspective, and we will invite you to share with us a little bit of your experiences and expectations with regards to the role of VVBs to make sure that this market really lives up to the expectations. Meanwhile, let us go for a second round, and I will follow the same order with Mr. Didi. You explained, you illustrated the 3, not the 2, but the 3 different segments of the carbon crediting schemes: compliance mechanism, the offset mechanism, serving both domestic voluntary demand, international voluntary demand, and then also the Article 6, which in a way is international compliance demand. In the long term, what is your vision? What is your expectation? Will there still be a role for the voluntary dimension of this? In other words, would you expect that at the end all sectors will have some different types of obligations and would operate in a compliance system? Or do you see also long-term a role for voluntary mechanisms?
Okay. I am not a big fan of regulations, that if we will go for regulations, then things will move. Bureau of Energy Efficiency worked on a program called Star Rating of Appliances. And across the world, star rating is very popular among appliances, and people ask for 5-star rated appliance rather than regulations mandating that you cannot sell inefficient appliance. And people understand the value of energy efficiency or the efficient appliance. Similarly, if we look at compliance and the offset mechanism, compliance is like that we are saying that you cannot be inefficient, you have to have certain level of efficiencies, which is also required, because when other people who are not efficient will actually become efficient. But at the same time, the people who wanted to work in this area, for example, when we talk about carbon capture or rice farming with low methane release, or waste utilization, these kind of things where we are not giving any kind of compliance targets. And if these people will implement much and much more projects, I think we have much more scope than compliance even. So if we look at waste minimization, carbon capture, farming practices, forestry, all those things will never come under compliance. But these things will actually result in significant emission reduction. So in a way that instead of compliance, or I am a big fan of offset mechanism, the only catch, I will say, is what we discussed in the first session, that how good these credits are. Whether these credits are good enough that they are really actually reducing emissions, or it is just a greenwashing. That is number one. Second is that what is the carbon pricing? That if you will say that carbon credits are available at $1 or $2, and you are spending almost $1 or $1.50 in getting those carbon credits, then why you will invest? So there should be enough margin. It will act as a gap funding. I'm not saying that this will act as a whole fund for the project, but it will act as a gap funding that people will go for these such investment. So that will give them enough of that push that they are going to invest in energy efficient or emission reduction technologies or forestry practices or farming practices, so that they will get enough money. So pricing, quality of credits, integrity, transparency, all those, the principles which we have, if they are being followed, I feel that offset will have a significant value, significant presence in future as well.
Thank you, Mr. Didi. And that's actually a good segue to the question I had for Mrs. Shen now. Because you shared with us this slogan, I have wrote it, build integrity and scale will follow. Building integrity means basically implementing the principles that you listed, that Mr. Didi also reiterated right now. But sometimes we have this initial thought, building integrity means, okay, additional principles, additional criteria, additional requirements, more work, more difficulties. What are very practical or pragmatic approaches to really foster these principles and make sure that they're not perceived as or discouraged, particularly in our developing countries, getting engaged in carbon emissions reduction projects at the project level, but also more at the programmatic level or in the policy level?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. And I think I really like the point about pricing that was brought up by Mr. Didi, and as well as what I really do want to pick up on before answering the question is the fact when my colleague as well, Ms. Madura, also raised that, when you talk about the demand for carbon credits, and this is the charm of a principle-based approach, right, is that, you're not talking about specific project types. You're talking about, principles that can be applied across the market, and that they actually apply to different types of projects. And I think the charm of the principles approach, or having core carbon principles, is that, these principles are applied at the program level. So these are applied to your crediting standards, if you will. So these standards are the ones that have to meet the core carbon principles. And they have to do that, when they develop their methodologies. And what they do, they submit the methodologies to the Integrity Council. And then we have a team of experts who actually review, is this specific approach to quantifying a carbon credit, is it robust? Is it actually accurate? And things like that. The good thing about that for project developers, so we're talking one level down, we're going down to the ground, is that the project developers, when it comes down to that level, you can be assured that the methodology that you're taking from these assured programs have already been, looked through and assessed. And I think in Mr. Didi's analogy, they have been given the stars. So as a consumer, what do? I just look for the appliance that I want with the star rating that I want. So this is the same for project developers as well as buyers of carbon credits. So just look for the star, and that's the value that we offer as the Integrity Council and the Core Carbon Principles.
Thank you. Mrs. Mitra, you mentioned that within the voluntary carbon markets,
Mr. Ajay Sharma is also here.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Excellent. Please. Good. No, welcome, and we will introduce you after we finish with the next question that we had from Mrs. Mitra. You shared with us that you've noticed in the voluntary carbon markets there's a special preference for nature-based solutions or for carbon removal projects. Of course, they have their own chance, but there's a willingness to pay even a premium for those carbon credits in that sector. What would be essential policy signals that both policymakers but also the standard bodies could send to really promote and address some of the challenges behind this? I'm also thinking about the quite specific challenges around, for instance, permanence in the case of nature-based solutions. So I know there's a large debate around accounting approaches, around rules on how to use about those removals.
So before I answer your question, I just have a reaction to what my colleagues just mentioned, So in an ideal world, when we are trying to purchase carbon credits, there should not be any distinction between a nature-based carbon credit from a cook stove carbon credit, from, say, a renewable energy-based carbon credit, both from a pricing point of view as well as from a quality point of view, if we can apply the core carbon principles, properly, right? So, but at the moment, we do see that there is a difference in the buyer's mind on what kind of carbon credits they will buy, and that is driving the price difference in the market at the moment. We do see biochar is sitting at $150 per ton of CO2, whereas, maybe a normal reforestation project is at $15. So there's a huge price difference between the two. So, so this buyer's preference, if you ask me, I'm not too sure whether this will go away, in the near future. But definitely the efforts that, like the Vera and all other organizations are putting in, that should lead to equality in quality as well as pricing in the market in future, That is how I look at it. At the same time, of course, there are challenges around permanence, there are challenges around, availability of credits. I was talking to one of my clients, a few days back. They are very keen to buy biochar-based carbon credits, but there is no supply. The Delhi, there's not only just risk around permanence, there is risk around delivery as well, because they are not, the kind of volume that they are asking for, they're looking for, they're not getting that volume in the market. So how do we, it's very important that when a particular buyer is looking for credits, and when we come and when we can achieve that equality, delivery risk will reduce. Risk of permanence will reduce if we look at equality of carbon credits in the market. Now that we are looking for only nature-based credits, only biochar-based credits, only reforestation-based credits, there is a risk of delivery because we do not have enough of that particular credit available in the market. But the moment we look at all credits equally, there is an equality in the market, we will be able to overcome such risks in the market. So it's very important for maybe people like us who are trying to advocate for carbon markets, who are trying to advocate for labeling of credits, star rating and all that. we need to kind of also communicate this message to the buyer community that all credits that have a label of CCP or that have a label of B0, they are all equal. Then only we'll be able to overcome the risks, the perceived risks in the market or the challenges in the market, is how I am looking at it.
Perfect, thank you. And I definitely agree with the importance about communicating the quality of the credits. People, at the end of the day, the buyer doesn't only buy a ton, it really buys what is represented by that ton, the quality. And as we all know, an essential, a critical role to ensure the quality of credit is played by the validation verification bodies. So now we have Mr. Ajay Sharma. As I introduced him, he's the Joint Director at the National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies. In his current role, he heads the Accreditation Operations Inspection, Certification, Validation, and Validation Verification programs. So we want to hear your perspective from given the critical role that validation verification bodies play, what are currently the main challenges you see for VVBs in order to be fit for purpose for the India carbon market, both the compliance mechanism, but also what we're discussing right now, the offset mechanism?
Thank you, and first of all, my sincere apologies for being late. At the same time, I would like to express our gratitude towards the Bureau of Energy Efficiency for giving us this opportunity to share our views across the International Stakeholder Forum. As you rightly said, that voluntary carbon markets being verified by a system of accreditation plays a crucial role in the quality of the credits, and the key challenges that we do face in every sectors of voluntary carbon market verifications are a couple of them. One is on the resource front. The resources front means the verifiers, their knowledge, their updation, their seriousness on the various standards, schemes, or methodologies. The second is the point of impartiality that needs to be maintained at all the times, which plays a crucial role because being a nascent step towards the verification and the validation of the VC schemes, it is really difficult to find a person who does not have an implicit or an explicit conflict of interest. He has the right knowledge and he has the right intent to verify and assess the credits are in order. So that is a big challenge, but at the same time, this type of inconsistencies can certainly be addressed through the system of accreditation that we are carrying it out.
If I may dive a little bit deeper on your last point, because wherever there are challenges, there are also opportunities. So which would be the opportunities you would highlight for this type of organizations, for VVBs in the voluntary carbon market scheme? And along that line, if there are opportunities, what would be key measures, key policies that a policymaker could address to really enable those opportunities and also help you address the challenges that you just listed?
Basically, when we talk of the opportunities, they are immense because as we say that it's a involving sector, there are a lot of initiatives being taken up by the project proponents. Now, as they are taking up various initiatives, whether it is in terms of the removals, avoidance, or the storage initiatives, somehow their initiatives also need to be compensated, not only in terms of their visibility, but also in terms of the finance and the investments they are doing up. So this system of verification through the system of accreditation gives an immense opportunity to the markets to showcase their credits, to get them verified and reap the benefits in terms of the carbon credits. At the same time, this also helps the regulators and the government in ensuring that the targets toward net zero are met, because it is a collective participation of all the stakeholders. If we talk of our Indian carbon crediting scheme, it has got a beautiful blend of the compliance and offset mechanisms. And then across the scheme sectors, we see that there is a system of verifications when we talk of the compliance and the validation verification at the level of the offset mechanisms. So definitely, with the help of the system of verification, the monitoring review mechanisms, this is going to be the call of the day, and we are going well strong ahead in this.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. We're still on time, on track. We will have time for one round of question and answers. So we will pick, let's say, 3, and please introduce you and then also mention if you want a given panelist to address that question, say so, or otherwise we'll decide here. So, do we have a mic in the... Thank you.
Hello. Hey, hi, I'm Govind Agrawal. I'm from Anaxi Digital Runners. We help in implementation of nature-based projects at country scale. Ms. Mitra mentioned that, companies like Vedanta will need like almost 40 million out of 50 million credits to be, from offset kind of mechanism. And this is like, I guess, annual requirement which comes year-on-year basis. I want to know, is like, do they have any timeline when they start taking action around it? Because what happens is, most of the carbon projects, as I have seen so far, I have been part of 16 projects, they start only when there is an investor in place to do the project, right? Like who will fund the project, because Vedanta or anybody else would be the ultimate buyer of it. But they all drive from the current carbon market price, even if the project or the credits will get issued in 2030, like 3 years, 4 years down the line, right? So suppose if you start today, the credit will come in after 3-4 years. But then all the decisions are made based on current situations. So would you like to comment on, whether we will continue in this situation where decisions are made based on today's price rather than with the hope of what will happen in 2029 or 2030 and how each of these organizations will move forward? Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would ask, please, to keep the questions very short and concise. And this was directed to Mrs. Mitra. We have a little bit of problems with the acoustics here, so I want to make sure that you were able to understand the question.
Yes, I was, hopefully. Just to answer your question very short, so they don't do because see, it's now year-on-year basis for the next 10 years, they do a price projection. Usually, the decision is based on a price projection. With of course different components, how different components interact with each other, what kind of credits will come in the. So 2 things we need to keep in mind. Companies who are in the hard-to-abate sector, they don't depend always on the market. They also invest in projects. It's just not they will buy based on the spot price, right? In many cases, they're getting into forward contracts, right, with different other, the suppliers in the market. Forward contracting is something that I see as a very prominent instrument in the market, where they are trying to hedge the market risk and try to kind of, what should I say, fix the price at a certain level. So to answer your question, number one, they are doing price projections first, and they are trying to understand which kind of credit, which sector, what volume and all. So it's not dependent on today's price, number one. Number two, they are also getting into forward contracting so that they can hedge the market risk to the extent possible. And number three, it's a mix of buying credits from the market, and so offsets and insets. It's offsetting and insetting both that's happening at the moment in the market. That would be my answer for the time being, yeah.
Thank you. How many can I? No more?
Yes.
Not even one?
Yeah, only one question we could take in the positive time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any concluding remarks you would like to say?
I won't attempt to make a recap because the discussion was so rich. We had like these 4 perspectives, essential perspectives: independent validation verification bodies, the policymaker and operator of the system, a policy advisor at the global and national level, and then, of course, a project development advisor. I do think we benefit from each of these perspectives. And the key message, I would say, is that while there have been some challenges in the past, the voluntary carbon markets are strong and alive, and it's in our hands to really continue using them as an important tool to mobilize international climate finance, results-based climate finance for our development projects.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists for highlighting some really great opportunities and actionable recommendations. Thank you again. Can I humbly request Ms. Rohina Arya from Pledge to kindly join us here on the stage and kindly do the honors of felicitating our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Marcos Castro, Senior Environmental Specialist, World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep it rolling for Ms. Madhura Mitra, Executive Director, PwC. Ms. Zhen Yi Chong, Senior Policy Manager, Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market. Mr. Saurabh Didi, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And Mr. Ajay Kumar Sharma, National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies. Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists once again. Can I request you all to kindly come together for a quick photo opportunity right at the center of the stage? And we want to see some good smiles, maybe a nice pose to the camera. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep it rolling for all the panelists. And just in case if you have any questions, I saw a couple of hands. Maybe you can catch the panelist offline right after the session inside the hall itself. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. I hope our panelists don't mind taking questions offline because there were a lot of hands from the audience. So maybe we can have a quick interaction with them in the hall itself offline. All right. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to take this day forward with our next thematic address of the day. Okay, तो फिर मेरे पास क्वेश्चन ले सकते थे. Okay. All right. टी ब्रेक था वैसे हमारे उसमें नहीं था. टी ब्रेक कहीं नहीं. तो बायो ब्रेक. बायो ब्रेक कर सकते 5 मिनट्स के पर लोग आएंगे नहीं वापस. Yeah, so let's not do that. All right. So with this, ladies and gentlemen. Check. All right. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I would request our previous panelists to please stay back inside the hall itself. And I guess we're going to take this opportunity to take the questions offline because still we...
Methane, especially on coal mine methane, right? So I was looking at, I wanted this question focused mainly to Mr. Saurabh Didi, right? I wanted to understand, we are talking about expansion of CC.
Ajay Mathur on the stage. Everyone to this right hand side, please take your seats. Welcome, welcome to you, sir. Such a privilege to have you here amongst us. Over to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
A very good evening to all of you. As we gather here today, the first thing that hits me is that this is one of the first events that we have had, which is a global event, where we can justly celebrate in India having achieved 50% of its installed capacity coming from renewables. But let's remember, this is a milestone to the finish line. But what is clear is that with this achievement, we have entered the era of implementation. I would like to emphasize that. It's the era of implementation. What is much, much more important now, and I'll focus on it a little bit more, is that the policy goalposts have shifted. They've shifted from renewables and storage being the cheapest round-the-clock electricity providers to how do we make that happen. As we look into the future, up to 2070, when we are moving towards a zero carbon goal, we are looking at how do we stop talking about billions in aid to trillions in capital expenditure. I think this is the key issue that we need to focus on. Is this the thing about with these slides? हाँ PPT है डाल if it is there it's fine, otherwise it doesn't matter. So we are talking approximately of $10.1 trillion of investment needs that India alone has between now and 2070. And I must confess that the 300 billion target which we negotiated at Baku and called it illusion, as it's not binding or predictable in Belém, is just that. It's an illusion. But the point is that we need to move away from the focus on 300 billion as aid to talk about trillions in capital. The point that I'd like to make is that currently, approximately something of the order of 83-84% of our mitigation finance, and the largest share, almost 98% of our adaptation finance is domestic. This means that we are doing the heavy lifting ourselves. However, to scale, we have to move beyond the budget, beyond the union budget, because in a sense we have to commodify the movement in order to achieve the 10.1 trillion worth of investment. Now, what is correct is that the economic goal of what appears now as the low-hanging fruit, solar, wind, storage together, the low-hanging fruit has been achieved. The more difficult task, the harder to abate sectors, is something which is still to be seen. Now, the harder to abate sectors are difficult. In fact, that's why they're called harder to abate. Because on the one hand, the demand for these services in countries like India and all developing countries are growing. But on the other hand, we still do not have the technologies at scale to do it. If I take the example of steel, we are looking at increasing our supply infrastructure by 2 to 3 times over the next 10 years by 2035. And steel companies come and tell me, if we make our blast furnaces as we do today, 20 years later, you are the person who will tell us you have to close them down. And the life of a blast furnace is 70 to 80 years. How do we square that circle? I would repeat that the job in climate finance is how do we get the technology and how do we mobilize trillions? Now, the global financial architecture is shifting. However, not fast enough. I go back to COP 30, it was, I think, in Belém, and the point that we made that the 300 billion was an illusion, was symbolic, and so on. The point is, they are not predictable, they are not binding, they are not scalable. That is the problem with the $300 billion that we were. So, clearly the issue is that we are not just talking of the future, we are building it. And this becomes important because obviously not just India, but other developing countries are also in the same problem, have the same problem and face the same issues. What is also very clear is that public finance cannot fund the transition. It can certainly catalyze it. And that is what we should be able to do now. Globally, the private capital markets hold something of the order of $130 trillion in assets. Right? Compared to that, the $10 trillion that India needs till 2070 is a relatively small fraction. In other words, the gap is not capital. I'd like to emphasize that. The gap is not capital. If we want to address, if we want to unlock the trillions, we must confront the real barrier, which is, I think, a risk perception. And that is what I'd like to focus on right now, the risk perception. Climate projects are often seen as, number one, too uncertain. Number two, too long-term. And number three, too complex. Uncertain, long-term, complex. These are the three characteristics that I see us facing as far as the climate projects are concerned. The question is, how do we make them investable? And that is what I'd like to focus on. The answer obviously lies in systematic de-risking. I would argue that the Indian policy innovations are following the right steps. We are moving towards the correct path. More needs to be done, and I'll talk about it as I go along. But the fact that we have, in the last budget, created the Infrastructure Risk Guarantee Fund is important. Because at the end of the day, what is it that an investor is concerned about? About getting his money back, and getting his money back on time. Because when I was with the International Solar Alliance, we looked at the global capital that was being invested in solar. We found that a huge amount was being invested, $500 billion globally. But 74% of it was being invested in the OECD countries and China alone. Less than 2% was going to Africa. Why? Because when we looked at Africa, we found that the solar loans that had been taken, the non-repayment rate was less than 2%. The repayment rate was 98%. In other words, there's a risk perception. Yes, of course, the 98% is based on data which is not too large. It is also the non-repayments, it's not late repayments. Yes, but what it tells us is that there is a risk perception that investment, particularly in Africa, because that's the numbers that I've given you about, is dangerous. And therefore, investor confidence does not move in that direction. What we need are guarantees. As we have done in India, I think we need to create a global guarantee pool to be able particularly to de-risk the investments that are going into renewable energy, into climate finance across the world. Because at the end of the day, what do investors want? They want predictability, right? They want stability, and they want risk-adjusted returns. Predictability, stability, and risk-adjusted returns. I will argue that we need to minimize the risk due to the rupee to dollar depreciation. In the case of climate projects, for example, we could use the carbon emission credits, put them in escrow, and in the process, bring down the cost of international capital. I see Sumiran sitting here. She's a master's student with me, and who's working on this very issue. How do you bring the carbon credits to create the kind of risk or de-risking measure that is needed to bring to enhance confidence in international capital and bring down the cost of capital as well. I also want to point out that the sectoral landscape is evolving. We are looking at investments in the power sector, in the transport sector, becoming more and more commercial and self-sustaining. That's, in a sense, already happening. Yes, of course, we need to enhance it. We need to enhance the geographies in which it can happen, but if it has happened in a few geographies, it's a matter of time before it spreads all over. The real challenge to me lies in the harder to abate sectors. Steel, cement, heavy industry. What do we do there to decarbonize? These sectors account for the vast majority of future emissions, not the emissions of today, but tomorrow when, say, all of Africa and the developing world start having much more cement and steel as they build, we will need much more carbon-free investment rather than the current technologies. Here, I would argue that markets alone will not deliver. We need targeted interventions, such as viability gap funding, such as blended finance structures, such as policy certainties, particularly long-term policy certainty, in order to make that happen. These could be national, but my feeling is it's far, far better if investment, particularly by the multilaterals, is in the direction of providing these three things: blended funding, blended finance, viability gap funding, and long-term policy certainty. If this is what the multilaterals provide, I think it would be the most helpful move ahead. I think that technologies like green hydrogen, like battery energy storage systems, could be of great use. What we see now is that green hydrogen becomes important for even things like steel. Recently, Tushar Saxena, who's here somewhere, did his PhD on the kinds of capital that is needed by the steel industry to decarbonize. And what he said was that obviously you need viability gap funding, but what you also need is green hydrogen and particularly in the early years, use an instrument like the contract for differences to meet the needs of reducing the cost of green hydrogen as we go ahead. In other words, public sector investment must act as a bridge for nascent technologies such as green hydrogen and battery energy storage. I believe this is of the greatest importance. The second issue that I think we need to do across the world is to ensure that procurement is linked to efficiency. Because what we need to do is to keep on developing technologies that are ever more efficient in these areas. Let me talk of the battery energy storage systems. Right now, for example, 92% is the best that is available in prototype development or in labs. But 90% is what you get everywhere. Maybe 92% is what is the minimum that we should require the BESS, the round-trip efficiency to be of battery energy storage systems by 2030. By 2035, this could be, what, 95%? I'm picking out a number from the air. The point is that this will focus on domestic technologies and technologies that make sense from the country's point of view to be developed, and to be developed domestically instead of periodic international buying. I look at the example in the automobile industry in this country itself. Many, many years ago, I don't know, 40 years ago maybe, a Japanese company, company Suzuki, invested in an Indian company, Maruti. And what we have seen is that the Japanese company now designs cars in Japan, which are built in India. They are built for developing countries. They are the largest profit center, have the largest profit margins in the entire stable because you sell a lot of them and you export them out of India as well. It is this kind of partnership, the technology partnerships, that I think is where we need to go. I would also focus on one more area where we need financing, and that's the municipalities. If we look at the future, then I think what we, there's a back of envelope calculation which tells me that something of the order of between $800 and $850 billion would be needed over the next 15 years by the municipal sector. This is crucial. But what it also tells us is that localization becomes important. It is about where capital lands. Obviously, I focused on the green technology, on the green hydrogen and the battery energy storage technologies. I would like to focus also on the municipal sector. These are the places which is where money is needed. The climate transition of India will not be won in the boardrooms in New York or London. Let us be very clear that it will be won in cities like Indore or Ghaziabad or Ahmedabad or Pune. That means cities in India. They will decide what makes sense for them. In other words, capital has to start talking to these cities, to start talking about the kinds of ways in which they will structure the capital so that on the one hand, the capital investor has the confidence to invest, and on the other hand, it is of some use. It does not end up making a white elephant. I would assume that the municipal green bond market could become one of the most powerful engines of climate finance in India. We see in the recent past, in 2025 and 2026, there have been green bond issues by the government of India. These issues have largely been bought by the Indian buyers, but there's no reason why in the future they can also not be bought by international investors. Till now, they've largely focused on the Indian railways with a smaller allocation for the renewable energy sector. But going ahead from this year onwards, 2026 onwards, the focus is largely on renewable energy. But for that to happen, I see the need for three things to happen. Standardization. Because very clearly, for projects to be built, for them to attract capital, you need a degree of standardization, both as far as the technology is concerned and as far as the project design is concerned. We need to make sure that a metro rail project in Delhi or a wastewater treatment plant in Pune is globally recognized as a clean energy asset. I think the work of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency in this regard is clear. What they need to do is to focus on the kinds of ways in which these information regarding transparency can be made available to the world. The second issue that I would like to focus on, the first is standardization, the second is transparency. They are often clubbed together, but I'd like to separate them out. Transparency is as important, and there is no reason why the same aspects which help in standardization can also not help in making it clear that the transparency is there. Yes, for standardization, you'll have to prepare the standards. For transparency, you'll have to make sure that the information is available to everybody. But the third is the capacity at the local level. Each of the municipalities that we go to, each of the municipalities that go along with this would need to develop the capacity. Now, one of the problems that we have had in the past, and some of my colleagues in the Bureau of Energy Efficiency may recall that one of the programs in which we were not particularly successful was the Energy Conservation Building Code. And the reason we were not successful is because we asked municipalities to do things for which they were not prepared. To do things, for example, making sure that a particular drawing that they receive is energy efficiency compliant or not. So they would need to put in the money. But they do not reap any of the benefits because the ownership of the electricity company is not vested in the municipality. It's separate. It's legally separate. So we would need to create the capacity at the local level, at the municipal level, in order for these changes to occur. I'd like to conclude with a simple framework. Obviously, transparency and standardization head the list. But I would also like leverage to be part of this framework. Because what a public rupee does, it should bring in at least 4 private sector rupees. So I'm looking at a 1:5. So the public rupee becomes the backbone. It becomes the comfort which the private sector wants in order for them to invest as well. It becomes the nucleus. And the third is equity. And I don't mean equity in the in the finance sense, I mean equity in the sociological sense. Because at the end of the day, we do not want climate finance to be a conversation amongst elites. We want that farmer in Vidarbha facing erratic rainfall to also be able to see what the benefits are, how is he moving ahead. I would like to see a MSME in Ludhiana, huge number of cycle factories there. I'd like to see them becoming a part of the movement towards this low carbon or zero carbon future. And believe you me, bicycles to me are very much a part of this. I see the urban poor facing climate vulnerability to be able to address it. For example, better bus service. Whenever it rains, the buses, waiting in the rain for buses becomes very difficult. Enhancing our public transport system to me becomes very important. I would like to suggest that this is about development. It's about resilience. It's about justice. I would like to say that India is no longer only, and I stress the word only, a climate vulnerable nation seeking support. Yes, we are, but we are also a climate solution provider. We are offering a replicable, scalable model for the global South. I think that is the largest advantage that the Indian model offers. And that is what the International Solar Alliance, with which I was associated, is all about. It's about bringing Indian policy, Indian expertise, and Indian goods to have a home to be tweaked by local capacity. The task before us, I believe, is very clear. We need to build the financial architecture today so that we can carry the energy systems of tomorrow. Not in billions, but in trillions. I thank you for your attention. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have. Yeah. What I'll do is let me take these two questions together, or three. Let me take these three questions together and then respond to them. Sir. There's no mic. Can we get a mic to him? Yeah. It'll be great if you can identify yourself. I know you, Manu, but that's okay. Others don't, so it'll be good.
Sure. Thanks, sir. I'm Govind Agrawal from Anaxi Digital Runners. We are very active in nature-based climate projects. My question was, do you see role of blended finance coming in so that the execution of climate projects, especially nature-based projects, becomes easy and scalable? Usually what happens is we are dependent on a project developer or a carbon investor to invest a couple of $1 million to start a carbon project. But suppose if we are able to bring a new form of blended finance where the farmer themselves or the people, the beneficiary themselves becomes the sponsor of the project. Do you see such kind of financial model coming up anytime soon?
I'll take a question from Milind and from Manu, and then I'll answer. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hi, sir. I'm Siddharth. I'm a former banker, a PhD researcher, and a senior fellow at TERI in the Center for Climate Change Research. My question to you is that you mentioned about 84% or 98% of mitigation and adaptation being financed domestically. Now, out of that, about 60% is still financed only by banks. Mm-hmm. And typically, when we come to these kind of forums, one kind of word that we typically hear is projects are not bankable.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Projects are not bankable. The word bankable is used. If you could share some insight on what exactly do you see as bankability, if you could just define it, because it's a pretty loosely used word and nobody has a clue as to what exactly it means. Anything that you can maybe share about it?
So in a sense, it is very similar to the earlier question of nature-based solutions, but I'll come back to it. Manu.
So my name is Manu, and sir, my question to you is largely building on your talk, but also kind of seeking a deeper reflection from your working with various leaders, both political, bureaucratic, and private sector leaders. Where do you see the gaps, sir, in terms of how do we kind of bring it closer to the ground? You spoke about that we need to kind of spread the net further in terms of creating projects and creating the demand. But we also find a dearth of leaders on the ground to really take it up. Sure. What I'm saying is that we also need to see the leaders on the ground to take up those issues, because many of these issues would be requiring, say, political will. And you may have the political will at the national level, but then how do you kind of bring it to the state, and then even below the state, maybe to the constituency level? So what role for, say, parliamentarians you see here?
Let me first focus on the nature-based solutions and the issue of how do we go about doing projects in which public money is the adaptation project in which public money is the largest. See, at the moment, we are largely focusing on public money for adaptation projects, right? There is no reason. I'll give you an example. Nitish Kumar in Bihar very much wanted local ponds in order to provide the kind of biodiversity that they needed. This was thought out in time of COVID. There is no reason why that same pond could not be used, for example, for growing fish and catching fish and supplying it to the market. The point is, you would get a local contractor or a local entrepreneur who would be interested in catching the fish and providing it to the market. Now, I must confess that unfortunately I have not focused as much on nature-based solutions and on adaptation solutions as I have on mitigation solutions. But the point remains that there will always be some nature-based projects which are purely public money oriented. But there will be an adequate number where we can also look at the kind of private benefits and then see the structuring of those projects so that we can get in finance. As far as carbon credits are concerned, now after BELEM and the adoption of the 6.4 rules there, Article 6.4 rules there, what is very clear is that first of a kind projects would earn carbon credits. In my view, almost all the nature-based solutions fall in that category. So there is a possibility also of creating that pool of CERs so that you have an investment which is both private and international to help us go ahead. But I'll be the first to admit that clearly this is not where I have given too much thought. I need to give more thought. Thank you. As far as the issue of investments is concerned, let me be very, very broad. I think one of our major problems has been that we found, for example, I was going to say we found too many examples of change required in existing industries which created the vested interest for mitigation to take off. But look at at Cyclone Hudhud, which occurred in AP. Clearly the cyclone created a lot of damage. But to me it was also an opportunity for setting up a new infrastructure for electricity supply, public electricity, street lamps. We were able to move to street lamps which were LED based, which could be controlled from one place, which you could tell what is working and what is not. And in the process also ensure that standards came into place which took things like Operation Hudud into account. Because in Operation Hudud what happened was, first the cyclone came one direction, the street lamps bent, and then it came back. So they bent in the other side and immediately collapsed. Consequently, what we learned was that stronger lamps and, in a sense, stronger but more tensile lamp material was needed. I would argue that the opportunities are there if we look for it. See, no government wants to give away money. But what they would be willing to is if you are able to develop a clear service contract. Then they will pay you, for example, for the LED lights, they paid over a period of time. That helps. Manu, you were talking about the issue of how, particularly in the hilly states, and you give the example of Uttarakhand.
So I was asking on the political economy, how do we shift it and ensure its sustenance for policy continuity? Given your long-standing experience with working with political as well as bureaucratic leaders.
See, political economy changes because your perception and mine change. And we elect people who reflect that thinking. Now, I will, at the same time, for environmental reasons, this doesn't get onto the electoral stage. But for development reasons, it does. We need to create the kind of behavioral change which helps us move towards a more which creates the behavioral change which leads to political change as well. See, behavioral change in you and me, for example, let's take the example of the most recent geopolitical crisis that has occurred. I was completely amazed that all you had was news of a lack of oil flowing into the country, and everybody and their brother jumped on to buy induction stoves for cooking. Because electricity is powered by domestic sources, by coal, by solar, and by nuclear. I would argue that behavioral change is possible. It's quite possible. You need to create the conditions for it. I think that is how political economy will change. In a sense, I reflect the Kuhnian paradigm that people like me will have to die before the change occurs. Thank you. Yeah, please. One question. Are there any more?
Myself, Naveen Chaudhary. I'm representing Earth and Energy, which is into thermal batteries. And I'm also a behavioral trainer. As you have said, behavioral change is very important. So two questions basically related with this. First, is it possible to mobilize $10 trillion for climate in our country in next 10 years, say? That is one question. And second, if it is mobilized in next 10 years, how many more years it will be required to attain net zero? So suppose by 2026, you get by 2036. So is it possible to have net zero by 2040? So we gain these 30 years. These two questions. Thank you.
That's a tough question, and it calls for a lot of crystal gazing. But what I learned from the crystal gazers, from the various 2070 net zero reports is that if we can get the electricity system to net zero, and that's now quite possible, by, say, the 2050s, so by 2060 it's done, and the basic technologies for the other, particularly the harder to abate sectors, are available by something like 2050, so that you have about 20 years, that is possible. Now, having said that, I do believe that what is ultimately needed is to bring in the nucleation capital. You see, you and I will obviously have enough money that domestic capital can meet. So I don't worry about the investment money. See, because of the simple reason that the total investment in these sectors, even today, is about 30% of the total economy. So the total economy investment is at least three times more. By 2070, it'll be 8 or maybe, who knows, maybe people even say 10 times more than what it is today. So even with growth, it will be there. The key issue is that, number one, I focus back on the three things that I said: transparency, leverage, and equity. That is important, because what you need to do is to ensure that you tell the people that what you're doing for actually leads us to net zero. If not today, then tomorrow. What I'm doing today is a progressive step. Tomorrow's progressive step will be a bit more. Day after tomorrow, I'll go to net zero. That's number one. The second is leverage. I expect that you would always need public financing, whether Indian public financing or global public financing, to create the initial nucleus, the initial money that is needed for this to happen. But that nucleus, as I said, should only be at the best 1 in 4, at the best. But hopefully over a period it will decline and ultimately lead to 0 and 100. So I think the Infrastructure Guarantee Fund is the right step in this direction. The third was equity. And as I mentioned to the people who asked the questions earlier, to me, this is the toughest thing. How do we get everybody involved? For example, I am also a small farmer. I installed a solar pump on my farm about, 15 years ago or something. The solar pump works. But the number of people who have copied me is 0. Why? For the very simple reason, and I've talked to many, many people, but nothing speaks better than the official statistic, which is that when I went in, I was 105th in line. I was the only person who actually paid the money, apart from the subsidies and the grants and the loans that were coming to me, because I had a second income. I think unless we take into account the fact that people, particularly in rural areas, have relatively limited incomes, and therefore we can't talk of very large investments by them. Investments, some investment is essential, but very large investments, I think it's better to give them loans backed by guarantees. Those are far better. That is the only way that we will ensure that there is a percolation of the issue of climate-friendly investments down to the level of everybody in the country. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
May I request you please stay back on the stage?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because after this we have a panel.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Thank you. Sir, can we just take questions? Because sir would be moderating the next panel.
Only one last question.
Yeah, sir would be moderating the next panel. So you can take a question then. Is that okay with you, sir?
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your wisdom and your wealth of knowledge, I would say abundance knowledge with all of us. Thank you for enlightening us all. And we would hear some more insights from you during the panel. May I request you to please join us right at the center of the stage. And I would invite Ms. Meenakshi from BEE to kindly felicitate Dr. Mathur with the planter. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this occasion. It's wonderful, such a privilege to have a man of your stature here holding so much of experience in the industry. Thank you so much, sir. May I request you to please join us on the stage now for the next panel. So ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding towards the last panel, and before we do that, let me tell you something really special about tomorrow. Tomorrow, this platform would be graced by the visionary himself, Shri Gaur Gopal Das Ji. And we have a session by him for about 45 minutes. So make sure that you're here on time for his session. And just in case, if you wish to have a download of the agenda for tomorrow, you can visit our website and you can download it from there. One more time, I would like to reiterate that tomorrow Shri Gaur Gopal Das Ji would be gracing this event, and we will get to hear his insights as well. Now, on that note, we are going to proceed towards our last plenary session for the day. That is going to be on scaling climate action, the strategic role of carbon markets in NDC pathways. This session will explore how carbon markets can actively reinforce countries' NDC implementation by providing structured and credible pathways for emissions reductions that complement and enhance national climate strategies, and it will also examine the role of voluntary carbon markets and their interaction with Article 6 mechanisms. Sir, if you're ready, can I call them? Yes, absolutely. All right. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage our esteemed panelists. Please put your hands together for Mr. Pedro Barata, Associate Vice President, Environmental Defense Fund. Welcome to you, sir. Such a pleasure to have you here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep it rolling for Mr. Shalabh Tandon, Regional Head of Operations and Climate Change, IFC South Asia. Mr. Bartos, Energy, Climate, Environment Councillor, Delegation of the European Union to India. Mr. Takashi Hongo, Senior Fellow, Mitsui Global Strategic Studies Institute. Mr. Okan Ogurlu, Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, Directorate of Climate Change, Turkey. Welcome to you all. It is so good to have such a comprehensive set of esteemed panelists on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome all our panelists with a big round of applause one more time. And of course, we cannot wait to hear their insights. Please switch on all the hand mics. And can we just collect the hand mics from the audience as well? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I also realize that we are up against the clock. But with such a wonderful panel, I can't see us stopping till, I don't know, midnight or whatever. So be ready to stay here. I know that Shalabh will leave at 5:45. So, but I promise you, you will be staying until midnight. We have a great group of people here. On my immediate left is Pedro Barata, who is the Vice President of the Environmental Defense Fund and holds the portfolio for carbon pricing for private sector decarbonization at EDF. Petro, it's such a pleasure to have you. And next, I am delighted to welcome Stephen Ilkas. Have I got it right? Okay. Stephen is a public sector professional who is currently in the Foreign Ministry of Denmark. And I think he focuses on international cooperation and strengthening bilateral and multilateral partnerships. I look forward to having him with us, and I hope that we will be able to make it interesting enough. Shalabh Tandon, the next person is, he has been at the International Finance Corporation, IFC, for, I don't know, a long, long time. And currently, he is serving as the regional head of operations for the IFC in Delhi and leading their climate business in South Asia. Shalabh, welcome. And it's a great pleasure to welcome my dear friend Takashi Hongo. Mr. Hongo is a senior expert in climate policy, carbon markets, and energy transition, and is currently at the Mitsui Global Strategic Studies Institute, where he focuses on climate in general and climate finance in particular. But he has a background in the public sector, in international organizations, and in the private sector as well. I am delighted to have Takashi with us. And finally, we have with us Okan Ugurlu. Okan is with the Turkish Ministry of Climate Change. I think it's called Ministry of Environment, something, Urbanization and Climate Change. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Well, we also added on climate change to the Indian Ministry of Environment and Forests. So that's also a triple-barreled name, like yours. Most importantly, Okan has focused on the development of national climate strategies, and particularly on carbon financing mechanisms. I actually could not have asked for a better panel. And, you know, what I'm particularly focused on right now, and I'm going to ask each one of you, but I'm going to ask Shalabh first because I know Shalabh has to leave, is how can carbon markets be positioned as a strategic tool for NDC delivery? You can obviously have very many options for it, but in your view, from where you are coming from, how do you see the two coming together? Yeah. No. I will switch it off and maybe that will work.
Yeah, this is on. Okay. So thank you, Dr. Mathur, for your question. I think we are at the fag end of the day, and a lot has been discussed on carbon markets. From where I sit at the IFC and at the vantage point of mobilizing, as you said in your opening, trillions of dollars of climate finance, we have to view precisely in a very prioritized way the role carbon markets will play for India to achieve net zero by 2070. It cannot be a panacea for everything in climate finance. So obviously there are many initiatives going on for mobilizing capital. Exactly where will we get the best bang for buck from carbon markets is the question. And there, since there are, at least I'll refer to two initiatives of the government. One is the recent Niti Aayog report, which talks about not only 2070 net zero, but also making India towards Viksit Bharat goal and development and climate going hand to hand. So that's one. And it has got very detailed sector by sector requirements for climate finance. The second is, which is yet to be announced in the climate taxonomy, is the transition pathways. There are transition pathways, again, sector by sector for the country. Now, we have to link this report and the transition pathways to where is it that carbon markets can really help and facilitate finance. And that will be in hard-to-abate sectors. That will be in getting foreign technologies that are not easy to bring it to the country right now. That will be to bring down the cost of capital at early stages of market development. And that's where all these CCTS schemes, the voluntary and the offset and the compliance and 6.2, 6.4, all of that fit in. And the way it should be done is, as you were also saying, is there has to be clear visibility around the price at which the carbon credits are being sold. So if any banker wants to finance a project where carbon credits is the additionality, then that revenue stream has to be predictable, has to be quantifiable. It should not be just ignored like that. Then there is no point. So if we get a handle on that, then we know this is the hard-to-abate sector where these carbon credits can move the needle. In fact, blended finance, carbon credit is a form of blended finance, except we are having market actors finance it as opposed to public.
Shalabh, I'm forcing a question on you. Do you see carbon credits as being a provider of the foreign exchange hedge for the rupee to, for example, dollar or euro depreciation?
I think that's an excellent question, and I only heard about that concept of carbon credits pooling for hedging from your earlier note. It can be, provided the flow towards the carbon credits is international and not domestic flows. If it's only the rupee financing it, then you lead to a bubble. So it has to be either under 6.2, 6.4, it has to be international flows financing a pool of carbon credit high quality and use it for the purposes of hedging. And I think that's great, because if there's $300 billion COP announcement, if part of that concessional money is to provide currency hedge, and buys the carbon credits where the credits stay within the country, then you achieve the net zero objective of the host country also, and you also get concessional finance for hedging. So it achieves both the purposes.
So, Shalabh, and I'm sorry to the rest of the panelists if this is becoming a dialogue between the two of us alone, but Shalabh, does this mean that as far as the development financing is concerned, would you be looking at the development of guarantee instruments to be parallel to your investment instruments?
Yes, absolutely. We more and more are moving towards the concept of a leverage bank. In fact, recently IFC and the World Bank Group signed a partnership with India. It was our country partnership framework, which happens every 5 years. Our board endorsed it last month. And the main thesis there is to move away from being a lending bank to a leverage bank. And what that means is use our limited capital and balance sheet and capacity and knowledge and expertise and advisory so that others can leverage that to multiply. So it could be guarantees, it could be first loss instruments, it could be risk sharing instruments, it could be our direct loan or equity, it can be junior equity tranches, risk capital, all of that. Depending on what fits the project most appropriately, these would be deployed. You mentioned 1 to 5, similar kind of ambitious targets we have in mind till 2030.
Thank you. So let me move to you, Pedro. I'm particularly wondering about what will happen to the voluntary markets together with the Article 6 interactions. How will they work together? Or will they? Oh, why don't you take this one? Share this.
We have a moderator. Well, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you for the invitation to be here. It's a great pleasure. Also, on behalf of EDF, we're a knowledge partner in this whole event. So great sessions, and I was particularly moved by your intervention. To your point, I would first of all like to step a little back. When we talk about voluntary markets, we're talking really about voluntary demand for carbon credits. I think it's important to state that, because when we have carbon credits attached to compliance markets, and we have them in various places, whether it's EU now, but also China, California, the carbon credit itself is the same beast, whether you use it for a voluntary purpose, towards a net zero target of a company, for example, or if you use it towards a compliance commitment under a domestic cap and trade system.
Pedro, does this imply that you are looking at the carbon credit activities remaining the same between the voluntary market era and the Article 6 era?
Potentially, yes. There is room for coexistence and even for convergence in terms of the standards that are used in both markets. That said, there are critical differences, especially when it comes to Article 6, and I think that's where it ties back to the previous question. When a country is considering its engagement in Article 6, it's doing it under the Paris Agreement and its own nationally determined contributions. So the first thing that a company has to look when it's looking at Article 6 and its engagement is, where does it make sense for me as a country to allow, or as a government, to allow my private entities to engage in international trades? Because it is, in essence, a quasi-sovereign asset that I would be allowing a private sector entity to engage with in a bilateral trade across. And that is substantially different in the Paris world than it was in the Kyoto world. Because in the Kyoto world, developing countries, emerging economies did not have a commitment of their own. Now you have an opportunity cost for that engagement. And so as you look through that voluntary carbon trading, that voluntary carbon trading is by and large outside of Article 6. So it's basically a form of carbon finance, pure and simple. When you move to an Article 6 discussion, it carries a potential opportunity cost to the government. And I have to say, I was always very impressed with the particular choice of the activities that India has put out very early on, saying these are the things that we want to see financed through Article 6, because they are majorly in the higher range of costs, which is basically in line with this concept that you sell the higher cost and you keep the low cost, the low-hanging fruit for yourself.
Can I ask you a follow-up question on what are the kind of price differences that you see in the future between voluntary markets and Article 6 markets if they occur in parallel?
So in a scenario where both are accessing the same pool of activities, what typically would happen is that there is an additional cost to Article 6. So you'll see, in my perception, you'll see higher prices in the Article 6 market. And that has to do with the fact that every government who is selling will have to, like I said, hedge against that opportunity cost of actually having to find additional mitigation opportunities. So there's for each corresponding adjustment that a government is needing to do on its NDC, it will have to obviously extract a fee, put it this way, from the buying side. So that should be the main determinant of the difference between cost. Other than that, the other differences in terms of price might be in relation to let's say the demand pool for both voluntary demand and sovereign demand. Now, everybody who's in the market knows that sovereign demand under the Article 6 if acted upon, and we're seeing, for example, the European Union just came out with something between a 230 to 700 million tons of demand increase for Article 6. If that is acted upon, you would imagine that there's a lot more demand going to compliance markets than there will be, let's say, spurred by voluntary commitments of companies.
I guess I agree with you on that. You know, it's one of those things which you obviously have to do a lot of thinking about, and it's also one of those things where the assumptions that you make are amazingly important. I think I agree with your assumptions. Takashi-san, Japan was the first country with whom India entered into that list of very difficult areas to get into as far as Article 6, or what was at that point of time called the Joint Credit Scheme was concerned, Joint Crediting Mechanism, JCM, was concerned. How are you looking at it in the years since?
Yes, of course, I have an optimistic side and a pessimistic side. Both are there. So the optimistic side is I think is a demand for compliance grade credit, particularly in this case, is a GCM, Article 6.2 are there. So now there are many Japanese companies, together with the Indian companies, international company, eager to develop the real project. So this is a positive side and a optimistic side. But pessimistic side is actually the GX ETS will start this year, but the government control the price range lower than we expected. So the national market, the price is like the $30-40 equivalent, but the guiding price level announced by government is a little bit lower. So that is a negative side. But I think to not see only 2026, important thing is in the future, like 2030 or beyond 2030. So my thought is international emission trading, and emission trading is similar to the international trade or division of works. So this is a basics of the world economy, global economy. So the very similar concept, that is emission trading. So even though this year, next year, they're not so happy, but in the long run, so the private sector are really interested in emission trading. So this is my thought.
Takashi-san, I'll come back to you. But Stephen, can I request you, obviously, for your views on how does Denmark look at bringing together the carbon credits on the one hand and the NDCs on the other?
Thank you. Maybe I should undertake full disclosure first and say that I'm a seconded national expert. Yes. So Denmark pays my salary, but I actually work for the European Union delegation here. So.
Let me then change my question very easily to how would the European Union look at it?
Yes, I mean, for us, the basis for Article 6 cooperation is two partners that both have ambitious Paris aligned targets. So that's the basis for us. So we are grounded in the belief that the compliance assessment systems are the bedrock of the system. That means they are the ones that have the biggest potential to abate emissions, to drive innovation, and also to act as a revenue generation engine. And this is not only an ideological point of view; it's also based in our experience. So that means that, as I mentioned earlier, the Article 6 credits then become the icing on the cake, and I very much agree with what was said earlier about the hard to abate sectors, because our climate law actually explicitly states that what we support should be not only beneficial to both our own and partner countries' attainment of their Paris goals, but it should also focus on credible and transformational activities in the host country. I mean, that gives you an indication. The climate law in this respect, it was just adopted a fortnight ago. It's in this respect, you could call it a framework law. It still needs to be fleshed out in very many respects, internally when it comes to burden sharing between the member states, but also with a separate legislative initiative by the European Commission that will then flesh out these, let's say, guiding principles in the climate law. And importantly, there we take Article 6.4 as the baseline, and the European Commission, which is our executive, the one that brings forward proposals, is then invited to reflect upon how these can be supplemented as appropriate. So I'm trying to give you a sense of the hierarchy that we have in mitigation, and also trying to give the audience a sense of what to expect from our side. We would expect the top-notch, the top-shelf quality stuff, the difficult stuff. And because we believe that we should both be founded in updated, ambitious NDCs, it means we and the respective partner need a lot of credits to account towards our national goals. So we don't expect on the supply side for there to be a lot of supply. We expect the quality to be high. We expect it to be scarce. So that also tells you something about our expectations of price in that world.
Stephen, in a little while, I'm going to ask you about the India-EU agreement, which provided for particular areas in which there would be cooperation between the two countries. There would be a financial flow, and there would be a requirement for both technology investment by Europe into India. But I'm going to wait for a moment. After that, I'll ask Takashi-san about, is this kind of agreement, which I will discuss with Stephen, it's a bilateral agreement. Is this the shape of multilateralism to come? But meanwhile, let me focus on you, Okan. Tell me, in a sense, we know Turkey very well, but also in another sense, we don't know Turkey at all. You are, after all, the hosts of this year's COP. As far as you are concerned, what would be the kinds of drivers for the kinds of projects that you'd like to see occur in Article 6?
Yeah, thank you. I think it is here. Yeah, okay. Thank you for having me, first of all. And in this beautiful venue with these distinguished panelists. Let me express my gratitude and happiness. And yeah, maybe I can start with this hosting COP, COP31. And yeah, it is a huge work for us. We are doing our work under 3 topics like logistics. We are trying to make this COP with no problem. And also we have action agenda, which is the topics apart from the negotiation topics under high-level champion, and also negotiation topics are studied with the Australian presidency, because this time COP division of labor is a unique one, and yeah, we will see, and maybe we will see some of you in Antalya, our beautiful city, host city of COP31. Yeah, for the type of credits that we want to see in this context, maybe I can briefly deal with the national context of Turkey, because it will determine our position and what type of arrangements and credits will be in the market. So we have a net zero target, 2053. It is our upper limit, upper target. And within this, we have an NDC target, which is targeting 2035 with a 450 million tons of CO2 mitigation from the business as usual reference scenario. And as a country of Annex 1, we don't have CDM experience. I think in this regard, Turkey is a unique position. We are a developing country. We are hosting some voluntary carbon market credits, but we don't have CDM experience. But also, at the same time, we host many credits in voluntary carbon markets. And with the current numbers, around 600 projects. And with these 600 projects, we supplied more than 150 million units to the market. So, in this context, as Turkey, we give importance to carbon credits in our NDC planning. Why? Because in political level, we understand some positive impacts between voluntary carbon markets, Article 6 implementations, and the NDC implementations. Of course, like EU, we have emission trading system studies, and our hard-to-abate sectors will be targeted with this compliance mechanism. But supporting this, we will be trusting carbon credits and Article 6 mechanisms for supplementing these domestic carbon pricing mechanisms, because the sectoral targets will differentiate and complement each other. And also mobilizing climate finance is maybe one of the top priorities of a country like Turkey. So having some investment, it can be within national partners or international like IFIs. So it also make some positive impacts for the climate finance needs. And also technology transfer and industrial competitiveness are other positive benefits among all. And also we have some political targets in different political agendas. Like, for example, we have a renewable energy roadmap, which is separate from NDC or any other carbon thing. But it says we have a target only with renewable energies for these, we have also some gaps, finance gaps. So it will help in these different political agendas. And also, institutional capacity is an important regarding MRV or institutional capacities, oversight, and some interoperability stuff. And Article 6 implementation will also help in this regard. So, returning to your question, what do we understand? What should be done in the Article 6 area? Like, the approach should be a holistic one, not just one project or individual project based. Because thinking in a project level sometimes make the policy neglecting the systematic approach. And also considering NDC targets is important because it constitutes the political risk because the NDC targets will be the main framework and the credit side should fill the gaps within this regard. And also, it is obvious we don't want low quality projects because we don't want the market loses its trust, confidence to credits in this regard. And also Article 6 itself is a concern because there is a negotiation framework, there is ongoing discussions, there is a supervisory body, so it should be followed and accordingly designed the level of playground. Yeah. And let me also deal with the project selection. We have a project with EBR, the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, and we are trying to determine a national strategy for Article 6. There are many analyses like abatement costs, volume, potential volumes, potential additionalities. There are many things to consider. So we observe that some sectors may create really additional credits, but their volume is not high enough. So there is also a, let's say, a duality between volume and additionality. So we should also be selecting the optimal sector. Accordingly, it seems West sector maybe the in Turkish context also West sector may be an optimal one with renewable energy with high volumes, but additionality is sometimes questionable. Also, for Turkish context, it is also okay, it is not eligible for CORSIA related CORSIA needs. So I will stop here. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Shalabh, before you disappear, can we ask you to reflect on the most bankable ways in which carbon markets can crowd in private investment, essentially for NDC implementation? Where is it that you see the real deal potential for this kind of crowding in of private investment?
Okay, I think that's probably the most relevant from my perspective. Where is the deal flow and where is the low-hanging fruits for deploying carbon market? Very recently, I'll give an example, case studies. IFC has been an anchor investor in a fund, a global fund, and they are raising money. And the purpose of that fund is to finance nature-based solutions. And part of the proceeds will come from carbon credits that these nature-based solutions will generate, both as offsets as well as removal. So that's a structure that we have already done, and we can deploy first loss guarantees and other things and credit enhancement in this. So I think there's a lot of activity we are seeing on nature-based side. Second, we have, even within the context of India, we have worked with fund managers in India who was planning to set up nature-based solution financed by carbon credit funds in India. And IFC provided a technical assistance grant for them. And actually IIT Kanpur was hired to work on using satellite imagery to see whether the credits generated are of high quality, high integrity, and so on. And I think, but the bigger question is, as a lot of the others have also mentioned, the key is to deploy it in hard-to-abate sectors where the technology right now is expensive and there's no incentive to use that technology. For example, carbon credit, CCUS, or for example, green hydrogen, which is coming down, but it's still not there. How do you accelerate the pace of deployment of this technology? And that's where the carbon credits can come in and the carbon markets can come in. The design can be in two ways. It can either be project specific, where you have a demonstration project, you want to demonstrate it, you get blended finance, you get carbon credit stream, and you demonstrate it. Once you have moved beyond demonstration, then either there should be a fund or a large platform which financing a number of these projects. The idea is that within 3 to 5 years, you may not need carbon credits or blended finance. The first few legs of projects need it so that you develop the market, and then it becomes sustainable and self-financing.
So you're looking at a future which is platform-based. So yes, all the suppliers of money come into that.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Okay.
Pedro, I'm actually very worried about the kind of integrity guardrails, if I may use that term, which are important to ensure the credibility of the carbon market, so that carbon markets support the NDCs and don't end up substituting for them. So what are the kinds of integrity guardrails that we need?
Thank you for the question. So I think, especially if you're looking at the carbon credits that have been issued in the past, there's clearly a lot of bad reputation attached to both the clean development mechanism, and we all know the stories, and in particular in various places in the world, but also to the voluntary carbon market protocols. I'm thinking avoided deforestation and renewable energy. So what I'm sensing now in the last 2 years, and for full disclosure, I'm a board member of an initiative called the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, and I have a colleague that was just here before me explaining what that initiative is. What that initiative and a number of other initiatives are doing is trying to establish new rules for the road in terms of carbon credits. And those new rules for the road mean that it's no longer permissible to have shoddy additionality protocols, for example. It's no longer permissible to have very short permanence requirements, meaning that a credit is provided assuming that it represents a permanent removal or reduction, and then the forest burns, and there's nobody to compensate the climate for. So there's a new set of rules that are being established in the so-called independent carbon crediting standards. And they tend to mirror each other. It's almost like a race to the top rather than a race to the bottom between the Integrity Council on one hand and the Article 6 Supervisory Board. And if you look at the guidance that the Supervisory Board has produced over the last year on things like baselines, including requirements for downward adjustment and to adjust for the NDCs. On permanence, with much stronger requirements on permanence than what we had under the Kyoto Protocol, for example, you really are seeing a shift in terms of that quality. So the guardrails are being put in place. The institutions, whether you're talking about the so-called voluntary market, but also the Article 6 market, are playing this dual role. And I'm seeing already, even in the doldrums of the carbon market, the voluntary carbon market, we're seeing already substantial price increases for those methodologies that conform to these other, to these newer standards. So that's a response basically to what we have seen in the last 10 years in the carbon crediting space, in a way that I think is explaining also, for example, why the European Union, I was very much involved as a former European Union negotiator in those discussions, why we withdrew from the Clean Development Mechanism in 2011, and why now, 14 years later, the EU is considering coming back into the international carbon crediting space. So it's a different type of market and with different rules. I would just add one last point, and it has to do with a lot that has been said here on the bankability of carbon credits. This is not just a reputational issue, in my view. We need to think of carbon credits beyond them being just a compliance or a voluntary instrument, but really thinking of them as a financial asset, part of a financial proposition in project finance, especially when we're going into a system where, in particular for Article 6, we're looking at the higher range of costs, right? We're looking at projects in DAC, BECS, engineer removals, which are nowhere near the carbon prices that are prevailing in carbon markets. So in other words, a carbon credit will never justify by itself in the current conditions and in the foreseeable future. It will never be the delta, it will never make the delta for the cost. It has to be part of a full suite of instruments, a blended instruments. And for that you need a financialization, put it this way, of the carbon credit, meaning that it has to have more of the configuration of what people would see as an asset that goes on balance sheets, that can be used to be collateralized in bonds or loans. And that is a whole different system than what we had under the Clean Development Mechanism.
Yeah. Stephen, you know, the EU brought in the corresponding adjustments. So what are buyers thinking about corresponding adjustments and the alignment with national pathways? And what kind of policy clarity would strengthen the confidence of investors?
Thank you. I'm very happy that you chose to ask me that question and not the other one that you announced before that I would have had more difficulty replying to.
I imagined that it would be difficult, and that's why I didn't go that way.
That was very gracious of you. So corresponding adjustments, national pathways, policy clarity. Well, first of all, for compliance buyers, and let me say again, for the European Union, we're still at a very early stage as a compliance buyer. Basically, we won't be buying until 10 years down the line from 2036. That is because of the mitigation hierarchy that I mentioned before, that first we feel that we have to do our part before we come and supplement so that we are sure that it's the real difficult or insurmountable stuff that is left home that we then compensate for with purchase of credits, right? So when and if we do it is clear that corresponding adjustments are it's an absolute necessity. Any country that would want to use Article 6 to meet NDC goals will need to have that assurance from the host country that the project will not be double counted towards the same reduction just in the host country. So that's very important. I'll come to the national pathway in a moment, but before that, I would say that confidence, predictability, and stability are very important, both for buyers and for sellers, and also for project developers, importantly. So host countries will need very clear rules and mechanism in place that set out both criteria and conditions for the authorization of international credit, because without that, you may end up in a situation with lack of clarity, lack of stability, and that can have dramatic consequences for projects on the ground. And I don't want to mention any specific examples, but we have seen examples of such lack of stability, and that has real-life consequences on the ground. So for host governments to provide this policy stability and to be on a strong footing when it comes to a footing, let's say, of stability, of permanence, right, in authorizing the export of carbon credits, they need to do some systematic thinking first. So what is it we have inside our industry? Finance internationally.
Actually, that opens up a number of questions, but in the interest of time, I'll give you a pass on that.
Very gracious again.
Hongo-san, from the perspective of, so I'm not going to move you towards the bilateralism and multilateralism question, but focusing on investors and corporates, what would an NDC pipeline be? When would you consider it investable? Is it a matter of price signals? Is it a matter of risk mitigation? Is it a matter of policy certainty? Is it all of the above or something else? Where is it that you find this kind of alignment occurring? Why don't you take this one?
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, that is a very important question for not only for government and also private sector.
Yeah.
So in that case, I think we may change the question how to scale up the market. So for private sector, in order to have a more attractive market, of course, the return is important, but don't miss the risk as well. So always private sector decision making for investment is risk and return. So also the one additional thing to create a good pipeline is scaling up the market. So because if just one project is there, it's not a good thing for the private companies. If we have one project, then roll out. So I think that kind of scaling and the investment condition is necessary. So in case of the India, and I think as you mentioned, today is a play up the renewable, but also you touch upon the energy efficiency. So I think India, our other Asian country, increasing energy demand. How to reduce the emission? How to curbing the increase of emission? I think one of the important issue is improving the efficiency and to curb the energy demand. So from that point of view, if the regulatory framework for improve the efficiency, in that case, the private sector look at not only one project, it's a much bigger market expected. So answer to your question, I think the investment climate should be prepared and improved by the Indian government or other government. In that case, that market will be more attractive for private sector, and I think the pipeline is increasing. Such kind of way is necessary. That is my thought.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Okan, I know that you referred to this earlier, but specifically, what are the kinds of technical and institutional building blocks? You know, since you're the host country this year, what are the technical and institutional building blocks that you think would enable the integrity of carbon credits on the one hand and ensure that they are part of the NDC on the other? Yeah. I'm sorry, I think many of these are not working.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for this question. I will be brief, so because of time constraint.
Close. Okay, can you hold it closer?
Yeah, you can hear it now. Okay. So there are many building blocks maybe we can stress, but let's prioritize first like MRV systems or registries. So it is important because at the end of the day, there are many mechanisms, voluntary mechanisms, independent institutions, and also like Turkey, we are creating our own crediting mechanism. So the interoperability registries between the communication between registries and the necessary transactions should be done in a proper way. So I want to stress out this registry side as one of the most important blocks. And also in the political side, the message should be clear and the approach should be clear, and the investors should see some, let's say, guarantee when it is up to invest, like ready project pipelines with a determined political framework and how to apply there and how to make this corresponding adjustment. This all process should be clear, and maybe this clarity can be the second one that I want to stress in this regard as building blocks. And maybe there are more, but I think those two components are among the most important ones. Yeah.
Thank you. I think this conversation could continue, as I said earlier, till midnight. But we do have a kind of a deadline, a man-made deadline which we were facing. Are there any questions from the audience? I see 3 questions there. Okay. Yes, please.
Sir, I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivahare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, what specific innovation practices and technologies are being incorporated by the concerned national and international authorities for decarbonization to support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in terms of human, physical and digital worlds? This is climate action actually.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we also have the next question? We'll have all the 3 questions and then I'll ask the panelists to answer whatever they feel they can.
So, sir, Sachin this side from HDFC Bank. While we were talking about this particular...
Can you hold the mic closer to you?
Sachin this side from HDFC Bank. While we were talking about climate finance, when and how do you see the Central Bank of India pulling up regional banks in India to create a bundled product to finance and make this deliver till the last mile user in this Indian segment?
Good question. Good question. Yes, please.
Thank you for the insightful session. I'm Dhruv from Vivid Green. My question is to ask the panel for their opinion on using legacy CDM projects for achieving NDC targets.
Can you repeat that? Using electricity?
Using legacy CDM projects, using legacy CDM credits for achieving NDC targets.
Okay, okay. Legacy CDM projects to meet targets. Okay.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, please. One more. No more? Okay. Can I request the panelists to answer Okan first, then Takashi-san, and then Stephen, and then Pedro? Any one of the questions or more, if you wish, or none? There's a message being passed on to you.
Yeah. For the CDM question, as Turkey, we don't have CDM experience, but yeah, it's a good question. I want to hear the answer. I want to hear the answer as well, like you. And for the SDG context, as country, as we are planning our approach to the market and to the credits, also we are considering these SDGs, but in a general way, I will also hear the answers of these distinguished panelists. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Takashi-san?
Yes, and I would like to make a comment on the role of the central bank. And I think the two roles are expected to do. First one is intervention of the financial market. So the central bank usually controls the financial market intervention, and sometimes withdraw the money, sometimes provide money. In that case, the kind of criteria and what that bank are at the financial market, your bank are set up a kind of sustainability criteria or not. If sustainable criteria, enough conditions are there, then the cost of interest rate should be lower. Such kind of the financial operation would be one of the options. And actually, in Japan, a central bank, Bank of Japan, use this kind of approach. And the second option is a kind of the information disclosure. So they are already, and IFRS S1 and S2 request the all company, if they would like to list on stock market, need to disclose the climate-related information need to be disclosed. So that means the central bank may indirectly provide an impact on the industry through the banking sector or financial investment. So two things I would like to make a comment.
Thank you. Stephen?
Thank you. I have difficulty replying to the questions on technological innovation and especially the one on the central bank as a civil servant of the executive of a foreign entity. Moreover, I have so many layers of inhibition that I choose to abstain. When it comes to legacy projects and their eligibility, of course, it depends whom you ask. I can't speak for a host government. As I mentioned before, it would be up to them to set out what kind of activities they think should be limited to voluntary markets and could be used as emission reduction for domestic accounting. From a purchasing point of view, I hesitate, but only slightly, because as I mentioned before, the mandate to the European Commission when it is to propose more detailed quality standards for possibly engaging in the purchase of international credits is to build on Article 6.4 as the baseline. So I don't expect that there would be a demand for legacy projects there. Let's wait and see, but I'd be surprised.
Thanks so much, Stefan. Pedro?
So I'll try to attempt in very short term to answer all three, but I'll start with the SDG question. What we're seeing in the voluntary market again, but also will inevitably percolate to Article 6.4 and to other compliance regimes is, again, as we are seeing higher quality requirements, one of these higher quality requirements will be about how do we signal, also through price, a preference for projects that meet sustainable development goals, whether it's climate, health, or others. Now, it's easier said than done, to be honest. A market is always predicated that what you're looking after is price and savings, and typically, in order for you to get a premium on price, you need to have show abundantly that these projects actually deserve that premium. And that has been attempted several times in carbon crediting programs with, let's say, moderate success to date. But I think we'll keep on it, and increasingly we'll see a stress by buyers on having, if not direct sustainable development benefits, at least very high social and environmental safeguards, so that we don't repeat mistakes of the past. On the RBI finance question, facilitating last mile finance, I would just go back to a previous comment I made. Imagine a world where, for example, bank reserve requirements within, so commercial bank reserve requirements within RBI would actually be able to be met partially with carbon credits because they are financialized and they can be seen as a financial asset. Now we're years away of seeing that, but it speaks to how really embedding a thinking of a carbon credit as a bankable asset, literally a bankable asset, is key to making this whole exercise work. So let's think beyond just the pure compliance or you know the instrumentalization from an environmental perspective, but also look at what carbon crediting can do from a finance perspective. Finally, on the legacy CDM projects, the only, and here I'm speaking as EDF, and as you may know, the ICVCM has not recognized the legacy CDM methodologies in most cases. But I would suggest to you the following. If you were to incorporate, for example in India, legacy CDM projects, which essentially have very questionable additionality and very low costs, low additional costs, incremental costs, then I would deem it only acceptable, put it this way, on the condition that the NDC itself is changed and accommodates for the fact that there's, you know, yet this additional instrument. Other than that, I'm kind of desolate to say, just like in other markets, you may have to think of these as unsalvageable assets, these credits. In which case, either there's a public buyer who graciously will fund these, or you'll have to just mark them down in your balance sheet. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a great pleasure to have this panel and the questions from the audience. I think what we've done over this period of an hour and a half or an hour or so is to focus on both the integrity aspects, and that's something that everybody focused on, to focus on the need to build up scalable pipelines so that projects can be offered, and most importantly, on policy clarity, which is something that, again, everybody focused on. I would also like to say that unlike CDM, we don't see Article 6.4 being led very much by the buyers, by the investors. Pedro, I don't know whether I'm speaking your language or whether it is different, but in my view, it is the emission reductions that matter, and therefore efficiency is the only criteria that will determine, because if the if delta X is the investment cost, and it leads to much greater than delta X emissions reductions as a result of that efficiency, it makes great sense. I think that may be the only thing. As far as the Reserve Bank of India is concerned, I would like to stay away from that as long as possible. Possible that it may happen, but I don't see that. With that, and I see that you're already here, telling us implicitly to get away, so we will. But before I go away, I want to thank this excellent panel for sharing their thoughts with us.
And thank you so much for mentioning those really high quality projects. Thank you. Sir, due to the paucity of time, we cannot take any further questions. If you have any more questions, perhaps we can take it offline, because tomorrow also everybody has to come here back on time. So with that, thank you so much once again. Can I request Ms. Mandeep Kaur to kindly join us here on the stage and help us in felicitating all our wonderful panelists here. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a rousing round of applause for Dr. Ajay Mathur for sharing his brilliant thoughts, for leading the panel so well. This is for you, sir. It's a token of gratitude for you. Thank you for sharing your abundance of knowledge with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together louder for him. And thank you for asking all the relevant questions, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Pedro Barata. Please keep it rolling for Mr. Stefan Ilkas. Mr. Takashi Hongo. And Mr. Okan Ugurlu. Thank you for sharing your perspective and fostering international cooperation, strengthening international capacity. Yes, can I request you all to please come together for a quick photo moment? So could we... That's okay. Keep it like that. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together louder for our excellent panelists here. Wow. What an abundance of knowledge, expertise. Thank you so much for sharing all of that with us. And after this panel, we know that we have a lot of inquisition from the audience, so we're going to take the questions offline. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we truly hope that our day one of Prakriti 2026 was as insightful for you as it was for us. Tomorrow, let me reiterate again, that this platform would be graced by none other than Shri Gaur Gopal Das Ji. So make sure you're here on time. We will start sharp at 10 o'clock in the morning, so please be here at least 30 minutes before that. They can be on time at 10. Okay. Just to be safe, be here at least 10 to 15 minutes prior. But yes, the session of Shri Gaur Gopal Das Ji is going to be in the later part of the day. Yes. And thank you so much, everybody. We will resume our discussions tomorrow at day 2 of Prakriti 2026 with many more fascinating discussions lined up. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We will see you tomorrow. On behalf of Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, I, Namrita Sehrawat, rest my voice here, and I hope to see you tomorrow sharp at 10 o'clock. Thank you.